Lord Voldemort prepared the ritual, calling the wraith to assume the physical form it had in life, and bringing with it the weapon of terror it possessed. The Legends spoke of great power but in vague terms. They also talked of its destruction, and its preservation. Little enough to go on, but the obscure parchment spoke of a living vessel, torn from life, to carry it. Voldemort had found the wraith, but somehow it had noticed him and fled. He would have hesitated, but for one thing. The spell would force the wraith to find him. Pettigrew, more fearful than he had ever been, hid while his master finished his preparations. He also cringed when the backlash of the spell shouted throughout the mansion. Then his master came out of his chamber, cursing a failed summoning spell. Wormtail, bring Lucius to me, he demanded. I have a task for his son, Draco. Class, Madame Hooch called out, today we will cover maneuvering on your brooms. Do you have your partners? Prepare to mount your brooms. Madame Hooch sighed in dismay. It was a simple lesson for today's class. All the first years had to do were to fly around each other, yet, with few exceptions. They made the simple seem almost impossible. Then, not 5 minutes into the class, the worst thing happened, a student fell. Who is his partner? She demanded, as she ran to the fallen boy. No one, Madame Hooch, said one boy floating about 10 feet above her. He didn't even have a broom. She knelt by the boy, who was too young to be a student. By his height, she guessed him to be 7 or 8. He was barefoot, with feet much too big for a boy his size, and they had hair on them. He might be a dwarf, Madame Hooch thought, but dismissed the idea when she saw his smooth face. I saw him fall, Hagrid said, running over to help. Is he hurt bad? The flying teacher finished a series of waves with her wand, and said, he seems healthy enough. He has been hurt in the shoulder, but not from the fall. I think he's only unconscious. It should be safe to move him. Do you mind, Hagrid? No ma'am, Hagrid said, as he picked up the child, adding in a low voice, strange one to look at, though. Madame Hooch dismissed the class, leaving the more reliable ones to see to the brooms. Then she and Hagrid ran to the infirmary. Neither dared ask the one question, where did he come from? Neither of them knew the answer. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione asked. You keep rubbing your scar. Is it hurting? Ron asked with great concern. We should let Dumbledore know. No, it doesn't hurt, Harry said. It just started feeling funny, as though someone's trying to tickle me from the inside. Hermione and Ron looked across the table at each other and nodded. They got up and stood on either side of Harry, drawing a questioning stare from him, as well as several others who were in Gryffindor's common room. You're going to the infirmary, Harry, Ron told him, even if we have to carry you. He's right, Hermione told him, it may be nothing, but after last year, I'd feel better if Madame Pomfrey checked it out. If it is something, you even have an excuse to miss potions. That's right, Ron said. It could affect your Quidditch game. When we play Hufflepuff, we want you there. Harry laughed and got up. It's no use arguing with you two. I'll go peacefully. Yes, Father, Draco said to the flame-wreathed face in the fireplace. I understand your instructions, but it seems funny. Don't question me on this, Draco. It is very important. If you see anyone or anything unfamiliar, contact me immediately. If it is a person, and if it is possible, you will want to make friends with it at all costs. Yes, Father, I'll do as you say, Draco said. The next instant, the fireplace held an ordinary fire. Great, muttered Draco, I had to cajole or bribe everyone in the house for the privacy of this conversation. He added in a mocking voice, find a stranger and makes friends with him. His father was not telling him everything, and he could guess who was behind that request. Now he had to spend 11 days trying to think of a reason to get out of taking Pansy Parkinson to the Halloween dance. You are in perfect health, Harry, Madame Pomfrey told him. If it doesn't bother you that badly, I'd suggest waiting for a while to see what happens, but if it gets worse let me know immediately. After all, it has been only 20 minutes from what you've told me. Thanks, Harry said, as he stood up, only to sit down again. The door had suddenly burst open. Madame Hooch had pushed him onto the bed telling him to stay there, while Hagrid rushed by carrying a child in his arms. Albus Dumbledore followed them in. Put him there, Madame Pomfrey said pointing to a bed. She loosened the child's shirt after waving her wand over the boy. He has a wound to his left shoulder, too large for a knife, probably a sword, and the blade has been poisoned. She looked up saying, "This wound has been festering for almost a week. Someone tell me what happened, now." Madame Hooch began explaining, while Madame Pomfrey went to her cabinet and began mixing a salve for the wound. "It happened about 20 minutes ago. I had the first years for flying lessons, when the boy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, about 10 feet in the air. He fell to the ground. Hagrid was nearby. He saw what happened and came over. We verified that there were no broken bones or internal injuries, then rushed him straight to you." Albus Dumbledore glanced at Harry, noting that he jumped when the time was mentioned, but said nothing. Madame Pomfrey returned to the boy, applying the salve liberally. Next she took her wand and cast a retrieval spell. A small bit of metal appeared in a dish and, to Poppy's dismay, dissolved immediately. She then took a flask and raised the boy's head, feeding the potion into his mouth and forcing him to swallow. "He'll live, but that wound will never heal properly," she said. "Do you know what caused it, Poppy?" Dumbledore said, standing near the doorway. "No, it was a blade of some kind, poisoned, and with a nasty spell on it. That piece that I extracted was actually burrowing its way to the boy's heart. He is very lucky to be alive, even now." She paused, and looked at the headmaster. "By the way, Albus, this may be coincidence, but Harry came in complaining that his scar felt funny. It seems his scar started affecting him around the same time that our small friend arrived." Albus looked over at the boy lying on the bed. "What odd shoes he's wearing." "Those aren't his shoes, Albus," Poppy said with a grin, "those are his feet." Hermione moved closer to get a better look at the odd boy. He was maybe 40 inches tall, with brown curly hair on his head and on his oversized feet. "How old is the boy?" Albus asked. "From his height I would guess 6 or 7, but his face look older than that." The nurse grinned at the guess. "I can't be sure, Albus. Because he is not human, but he should be in his mid-30s. He is no boy, I can assure you. Look at what he was carrying." Over at the side table, Madame Hooch had placed the boy's belongings. There was a short knife, a stone and flint, a pouch of what looked like tobacco, and a broken clay pipe. "Do you suppose he might be a dwarf?" Ron asked, from his position near Harry. "No," said Hermione. "In recognition, he's a hobbit. I read about them, over the summer." "I've read that book, too," Harry said, "but shouldn't hobbits be fatter?" Albus stared at Harry, then at Hermione. "To tell you the truth, I've never heard the word before today. I'm surprised that Muggles would know of them, while the wizarding world would not." Suddenly Hermione began to turn pale, as she backed away, shaking her head. "Hermione," Dumbledore said loudly to get her attention. "What is it? What did you see?" "The chain, around his neck," she said fearfully. "It has a ring attached to it." "I'll take a look at it," Madame Pomfrey said, bending over her patient. "No, don't touch it," Hermione screamed. Albus grabbed Hermione by the arms to keep her from waving them about. Her turned her tea. "You need to keep control of yourself. You have to tell us what you know." Hermione nodded, taking a deep breath. "I read about him in the book. His name is Frodo Baggins." Harry tried to laugh, saying, "You mean like in the Tolkien book? You've got the name wrong. It's Bilbo." "Professor, there's a book called The Hobbit by a Muggle writer named Tolkien," Harry explained. "It's a children's book. And in the story is there a ring?" Albus asked. "Yes, sir. The Hobbit in the story finds a magic ring which turns him invisible." "Sounds like a cool story," Ron said. "He wrote a second book, Harry," Hermione said. "This Hobbit comes from that book." "This Hobbit?" Dumbledore asked. Hermione nodded. "That's why it's so hard for me, sir. He isn't just a hobbit, he's a specific hobbit. His name is Frodo Baggins. And on the chain, he has the one ring. That's why I yelled at Madame Pomfrey not to touch it." "Hermione," Harry said, "he can't be a fictional character." Madame Pomfrey took the floor. "Since you yelled at me, Hermione, then tell me what the One Ring is, so that I can get back to my patient." There was a poem at the beginning of the book that explained it. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky. 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone. 9 for mortal men doomed to die. 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne in the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie. 1 ring to rule them all. 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. In the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie. Nice poem, Ron said, sarcastically. No one spoke for almost a minute. Then a moan was heard from the bed. He's coming around, Madame Pomfrey said quickly. He needs to sleep longer in order to heal. I'll get a potion. Hagrid was by the bed, trying to keep the patient from thrashing about. Dumbledore went over to help, and he immediately calmed down, calling out, Gandalf, in a relieved tone. Sensing the mood, Poppy handed Albus the potion to give to the patient. Albus assured him it was to help him, and he drank it without hesitation. Can you tell me what he said? Dumbledore asked Hermione. He called you Gandalf, Hermione told him. Gandalf the Grey was a powerful wizard, and a close friend of his. Albus sat in thought for a minute, then looked at his pocket watch. Miss Granger, there is a Muggle town, not too far from here, if you know where to go. They have one of those indoor markets they call a mall. It is early enough for the shops to be open, and I want a copy of that book. Several copies are lit. LeFriend is going to be asleep for a couple of days, and we have a lot of reading to do. I have some Muggle money in my office, and I trust you to be careful with your broom. Perhaps Mr. Potter could help you. I've got 8 sets, sir. Hermione said, 2 hours later. The clerk was suspicious, but I disappeared as quickly as I could. It's not easy flying a broomstick with a load of books while wearing an invisibility cloak. Well done, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said. Now comes the hard part. Take a set of the books and start reading. Give Mr. Potter a set, as well as Mr. Weasley. Read everything carefully, even if you have already done so. With that, he sat down with his own set of books, saying, Now, let us find out about hobbits. Draco was very confused. There was someone in the infirmary, a stranger. But Madame Pomfrey said he was very ill, and not to be disturbed. That was not surprising, but she was holding a book. Draco didn't think anything about it, until he saw Harry Potter carrying the same book. It would have been coincidence, except for seeing the weasel with a copy of the book, as well. Draco informed his father of the results of his spying, and the next morning he received his own copy. Now he was trying to figure out what a children's story about short people had to do with his father's requests. He forced himself to read quickly, and at the end of the day, he finished the book. He was flipping through the last pages, when he came across a notice that the tale was continued in The Lord of the Rings. As he was writing an urgent letter to his father, a fellow student dropped a package on his bed. It was a set of 3 books, from his father. He threw his quill down, and grabbed the package, ripping it open. Draco did not know it, but dozens of wizards and witches were reading the book he had picked up, The Fellowship of the Ring. All of them knew it was important, although only a few knew why. Outside of the confines of Hogwarts, only one person knew, and he will not be named. Good morning, Frodo. You've recovered quite well, Albus said to the hobbit as he entered the infirmary. Gandalf, the hobbit asked, as he looked up from his breakfast tray, now almost empty. I'm sorry. I'm not. My name is Albus Dumbledore, I am the headmaster here. Headmaster. Is this then a school? Yes it is. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Frodo frowned as he thought. You are only a man, then. Albus nodded. We found you 2 days ago, Frodo, Dumbledore said, taking a seat at his bedside. You've kept us quite busy. How do you know me? Frodo asked. We read about you, said Dumbledore with a frown of his own, but I must tell you, we do not understand how that is possible. It was Ronald, Frodo said sadly. It was through him that I learned your language. Although he did not know. Frodo felt for the chain around his neck, asking, How much do you know about me? We know about the ring, and that it was destroyed. Is that the ring you have now? You are right on both counts. The ring was destroyed, and I do have it with me. The hobbit smiled ruefully. Now is the time when I tell you my tale of wonder and woe, isn't it? The stranger awakens in the strange place, and tells of harrowing escapes and enemies in pursuit. Hopefully, it will not be a long story, Dumbledore said with a grin of his own. I have a school to run. Albus found himself chuckling along with the hobbit. And where should I start? Frodo said, as his grin faded. Yes, with the Nazgul. But we will wait for our guest to arrive. He will be here shortly. There is no one coming, Dumbledore assured him. I've left instructions not to be disturbed for any reason. Albus, Madame Pomfrey called. Harry Potter is here. I think you should talk to him. If you will excuse me, Albus said as he stood up. Bring him back with you, Albus Dumbledore. He is the reason I am here. Albus looked at the hobbit carefully. Poppy, send Harry in. Madame Pomfrey was surprised, but signaled Harry to enter. As he walked past her, she held out her arm to stop Ron Weasley from following. Professor, how about it? Ron called out to Dumbledore. It'll save Harry the trouble of telling me about it later. Hagrid can always tell us what we're missing in class. Frodo laughed, saying, please. He reminds me of an old friend. Giving a wry smile, Dumbledore waved the red-haired boy into the infirmary. Sir, Harry said, there's a problem. Neville Longbottom told me he heard Pansy Parkinson teasing Draco Malfoy about reading a book. It was called The Two Towers. This is bad news. Albus said, if Mr. Malfoy is reading that book, then others are, as well. Including the Dark Lord, Harry said. Name him, demanded Frodo. Voldemort, Albus said. It isn't Sauron, as in the book. Albus, I can feel Voldemort. He is a great distance away, but he is coming closer. He knows I am here, and if he has read those books you have told me about, then he knows what I bear. He may not be Sauron, but if he gains the ring, it will not matter. It will be a difference only of name. I also feel this boy, Harry. What is the connection between the two? It's the scar, Ron offered. It's been feeling funny ever since you showed up. He got that scar from. You know who. Frodo looked at Harry's frown, trying to guess what thoughts were passing through the boy's head. All he could tell was that they were not happy memories. Albus, could we have some food? I could use something more to eat. As he finished his second his story, no. It was expected of him sooner than later. I will assume that the books you have read tell a true tale. With your help, I will review them later, and tell you how much is accurate. This tale that I tell will be much shorter. I will dwell only on the important points, and there are few of those. My tale begins 5 days out from the village of Bree. We had lost our horses, and were marching across the countryside, led by our guide, Strider. We were in camp near Weathertop that night, when the Nazgul attacked. It was there that I received my wound. It was there that I was first touched by Soren's hand. My injuries made my flight to Rivendell more urgent. With Strider's help and aid from the elves, I made a narrow escape. It was at the fort of Bruinen that the deed, unknown, occurred. I was alone, facing the Black Riders. Behind them, I could see the flaming eye of Sauron. He pulled at me with his mind, yet I seemed to know it, and not to know. By elven magic, the waters of the Bruinen rose up and engulfed the Nazgul. Their horses rushing madly into the torrent. I felt, and did not feel, a tearing in my soul. I cannot say that this is true, but this is my best guess as to what occurred, and it is a guess. I know nothing of magic, nor of what its limits are. As I have said, I was wounded at Weathertop. The poison which flowed through my veins would do more than kill me. It would, in time, make me into a wraith, something like the Nazgul but of a lesser order. It had time to begin its work, and when Sauron put the strength of his mind upon me, it was upon that part which had fallen into the darkness. When he and his minions were forced away, I was torn in two, the body and the spirit, yet still attached by the connection of the ring. I do not know if the spirit form of the ring came with me then, or as a last resort, when its physical counterpart fell into the flames of Mount Doom. Albus interrupted to say, I assure you, Frodo, we are familiar with at least one case similar to yours. The Dark Lord, Voldemort, also became a wraith, and returned to his physical form. And he somehow discovered me, Frodo surmised, and brought me back, and the ring. As you can guess, I did not know what had happened to me until the day that I left the Grey Haven to go into the West. I boarded the ship, and found myself floating in the air. I could see myself on the elven ship, with a look of relief on my face, as though a great weight had been lifted. I watched as I sailed away, and left the world of Middle-earth behind. It was a cruel fate. I could do nothing but watch the world around me. I did so with great intensity at first, but when Sam finally sailed away, I lost interest. I had determined what had happened, but I could do nothing about it. I tried to contact living people, but they would go mad, not knowing what was happening to them. I gave up. I wandered anywhere and everywhere, seeing nothing and not caring. Recently, a century ago, or thereabout, I suddenly felt the urge to try again to make contact. I picked out a young man, Ronald he called himself, and instead of contacting him directly, I shared my thoughts with him, in his dreams. It was through this contact that I learned English, which is fortunate, as it turns out. I also gave him everything I knew about my world, which he apparently put into the books he wrote. I did not stay with him, because I came to realize that my joining with him was because of the influence of the ring. But it seems I had done enough damage already. The ring has made itself known. Now to the last part. I felt the summoning spell by your Dark Lord, and found myself drawn to him. As I neared, and the time of my restoration came close, I felt a weaker pull that I now know was Harry Potter. I followed that call, in hopes of reaching a safe place, and I was successful, or so it appears. Ron spoke up, despite a warning look from Dumbledore. How do you feel, about the ring, I mean? Frodo gave Ron a smile, telling him, I know what you mean. I can feel it, the same as when I was at the ford. I was not the Frodo who faltered at the edge of Mount Doom. Then he added in a hush, but I will get my chance. That means we have a problem, Ron said suddenly. 3 pairs of eyes looked at him. We have to destroy the ring, rather than risk Voldemort getting his hands on it. According to the book, it can only be destroyed one way. Both Harry and Albus frowned, as they knew what Ron's question would be, where is Mount Doom? Frodo shrugged his shoulders. The world has changed so greatly. I doubt that I could recognize anything, but I will try. Albus muttered, it is unfortunate that the elves have all gone. It would have been useful to talk with them. The book said that some stayed behind. Harry said hopefully, do you think we can find them? As long as they aren't like Dobby, they could remain hidden forever, joked Ron. Who is Dobby? Frodo asked. Ron looked at Dumbledore, who was sitting back and smiling. Ron knew he would have to explain what a house elf was, and it would be an embarrassment. He also knew that Dumbledore was fully prepared to laugh at him. Harry helped Ron out with a simple solution. Frodo, would you like something to eat? He asked. Always, the hobbit replied with a laugh. Dobby, Harry called out, in a way that his friend would hear. We need sweets in the infirmary. So that's how you sneak food out of the kitchens, Harry, the headmaster said with a grin, it's an inside job. In a matter of minutes, Dobby appeared with a tray filled with various kinds of pastries, placing them down before the hobbit. The house elf stared at the hobbit, who stared back in amusement at the mismatched clothes and the tea-cozy hat. He dresses himself, doesn't he? Frodo asked, laughing again. Friend Harry, who is this? Is this a new friend of yours? The house elf asked excitedly. Dobby, this is Frodo Baggins. He wanted to meet a house elf. And I immediately thought of you. Dobby filled with pride at the compliment. Harry Potter is a good friend. He always thinks of poor Dobby. Hello, Frodo, friend of Harry. I have never met a hobbit before. How did you know he was a hobbit, Dobby? Albus asked with great concern. Because he looks like one, Mr. Dumbledore, sir, came the reply. Everyone was stunned by that remark, except Frodo, who said, Sweelid. Melon. Quio me, Dobby. May Govanen, Frodo, Dobby said in delight, stunning the 3 humans, again. May I speak to your father, Dobby? Frodo asked. Dobby looked confused. Dobby does not have a father. House elves do not have parents. We are, house elves. Nervously, Dobby asked if he could leave, and he fled the infirmary when given permission. Are they all children? Frodo asked aloud. Are there no adults? Have none of them made the choice? By my beard and whiskers, Albus said, as he understood. We have found the elves much faster than I ever thought possible. Core, muttered a surprised Ron, you don't mean that Dobby and Elrond are the same. This confused Harry, and he had to ask, how long does it take for an elf to become an adult? I'm not sure, Frodo answered. I know little of that. I have only met one elvish child before, and that was by chance. I would guess 200 or 300 years. That's not a very long time for elves. But I do know that they are children, like Dobby, until they feel themselves ready to accept the mantle of adulthood. Then they make the willful choice to mature, to grow up. Frodo shook his head. What a cruel fate for such a fine race. That explains a lot, Hermione said when Harry and Ron told her, they always act like children. Do you have any ideas on how we solve this problem? Yeah, said Ron. We find an active volcano. One should be as good as another, right? Unless there's magic involved, Ron, you said so yourself, Hermione replied. So what is Frodo doing? He's reading the books. To see how they square with his memory, Ron told her. I'm going to talk to Dumbledore, Hermione told Ron. Tolkien to be an answer in one of them. With that, she ran off to Dumbledore. To make plans to visit the bookstore, again. That girl is in heaven over this, Ron mused, the only way to solve this problem is to read. Draco knew what to look for. He knew exactly what to look for. And he knew where. He knew he was safe from Filch and Mrs. Norris. He also knew that Madame Pomfrey was busy elsewhere. He slipped into the dark infirmary. Stealth would solve this problem, not magic. He judged the sleeping form on the bed carefully. A quick thrust in the right place, and the ring was his for the taking. And for the keeping. He carefully raised the blade of his knife, and thrust downward. Meeting little resistance. He was not surprised to find out he had murdered a rolled-up blanket. I've played this game before, said a voice from the corner of the room. Draco looked over to see the hobbit standing beneath a window. Unthinking, Draco turned and began to approach Frodo, the knife ready in his hand. In his hand, Frodo held the ring for Draco to see. Now, let us play my favorite game. Catch as catch can. With that, Frodo put the ring on his finger and disappeared. Draco stabbed randomly with the knife, striking out in any direction, but meeting only thin air. He heard a noise in one direction. And quickly ran, making his wild stabbing motions. Another noise, he ran in another direction. He turned around, and something struck him just behind his knee. He landed hard on his leg, but held onto the knife, again slashing wildly around him. He paused, and was hit in the side of the head. He shook his head, but was hit again. He was hit once more, and fell over, unconscious. Frodo stared at the painting of the fat lady. He was surprised when the painting spoke to him, but not as surprised as when he first saw a painting move. It was an awkward conversation, but the painting was adamant. It did cover the entrance to where Harry Potter was, but it would not move aside without the password. It was too late at night for any of the students to be out, and Frodo was stuck. He sat down next to the painting and tried to stay awake. What have you found, Mrs. Norris? A voice said in response to a cat's hiss. Frodo looked up to see a cat walking toward him. Behind her, Argus Filch came around a corner, holding a lantern. The hobbit stood up, and stared at the approaching man, who returned the stare. Do you know the password? I need Harry Potter, Frodo asked. One hand clutching the chain beneath his shirt. The other hand moved to the dagger he had taken from his attacker. You'll not need that, Filch said, pointing to the blade Frodo was resting his hand on. I'm Argus Filch, the caretaker. You must be the reason all of the staff is in an uproar. We found your friend, and we saw what he did to your blankets. Don't worry about him. He'll wake up chained to a bed. He won't be going anywhere. That is good to know, said Frodo, but, about the password. On my authority, madam, Argus said to the fat lady, and the portrait swung open to reveal the entrance. Follow me. Lad, I know where that boy sleeps. But I warn you, I'll have my bit of fun by waking him up personally. Frodo followed the man into the empty common room and then up a winding stairway. Filch opened a door and motioned Frodo to be quiet. Frodo watched as Filch walked up to the sleeping form and said, Potter, wake up, I have a job for you. Frodo's grin matched that of the caretaker. As Harry recognized the voice, and jumped up saying, I didn't do it. Course you did, Potter, Filch said, but that's not what I'm here about. You have a guest. Filch stepped aside to reveal the hobbit. I came to see you, Frodo said to the boy, who was fumbling for his glasses. Why? Harry asked. Because Malfoy came to see him, Filch answered. Why would Malfoy visit Frodo? Harry asked, confused. In answer, Frodo threw the dagger onto the bed. Why do you think? He said. When Filch left, Harry quickly got out of bed. Stay here, he told Frodo and left to catch up to the caretaker. Stopping Filch in the common room, Harry asked him, what am I supposed to do with Frodo? He's supposed to be kept hidden. Sometimes you're a daft fool, Potter, Filch told him. It should be obvious from what happened that he's no longer a secret. No use trying to hide him anymore. Now we have to keep him out of danger. I'll tell Dumbledore he's with you. He'll be safe enough. Filch turned to go, then turned back. Potter, they say bad things are happening out in the world right now, and they're right. I don't trust this school to be safe for very long. I'm not trusting you with him forever. Just for tonight. Dumbledore will decide what to do in the morning, if he hasn't already." Filch left, and a stunned Harry stared at the entranceway for a few minutes. He finally decided that waiting for morning was a wonderful idea and walked back to the dormitory. He went to his bed only to find the hobbit lying in it. Frodo looked up and apologized, then moved over to make room for Harry. "What is it?" he asked, when Harry didn't move. "I've never shared a bed with anyone before," Harry said, embarrassed. "All you have to do, Harry, is to be part of a large group at a small inn on a crowded night. If you want any sleep at all, you'll get used to it rather quickly." The hobbit laughed at his own joke, adding, "For now, if you have a spare blanket, I have a solution." "Yes, I do," Harry said, fetching it from his trunk. Frodo took the blanket and hopped out of the bed. "I'll be underneath the bed if you need me," he said, wrapping the blanket around him. Pausing, he reached under the covers where he had been lying, pulling out the dagger. The hobbit then disappeared under the bed, while Harry crawled under the covers. Ron closed his eyes, but stayed awake, just in case. "Here comes the mail," Hermione said with undue excitement. Ron looked up from his breakfast when he heard Hermione sigh. "Were you expecting anything?" he asked. "Yes and no," she answered. "I sent an owl yesterday. I don't expect a reply this quickly, but I'm hoping." Ron shook his head. With all that was happening, she was still sending requests for autographs to all the stars. There was hardly a wizard in entertainment who hadn't received a letter from her. "What do I see in her, anyway?" he muttered. "Do you hear the news?" Colin Creevey asked, as he passed by. "Draco Malfoy is in the infirmary. Chained to a bed. They say he went mad last night, and there are rumors he tried to attack somebody." "Harry?" Hermione asked, suddenly afraid. "Harry's fine, Hermione. He's in bed, sleeping late," Ron said. "What about the, other person in the infirmary?" Hermione asked. "You heard about him," Colin said. "That's the best part of the story. They were supposed to be hiding someone in there. But it turns out that no one was there. Malfoy's two goons were waiting outside when they got caught. They told everybody that they found Malfoy on the floor. He had been beaten up, but the room was empty. And they saw no one go in or out." Hermione asked. "That's right," Colin said, laughing. "It's a great story, but I wonder how much of it is true." When Colin left, Ron grabbed Hermione's arm. "Don't go rushing off," he whispered. "Everything is fine." "Where's Frodo?" Hermione whispered back. "How is he? Is he alone?" Ron smiled at her nervousness. He always wanted to put his arm around her when she was like this. "He's fine. He's underneath Harry's bed, asleep. And he's not alone. He has Draco's knife with him." Hermione glared at Ron, briefly, irritated that he knew what had happened. She then smiled at him, understanding that the Great Hall was not the best place to share secrets. "We need to talk, privately," she said. "Let's go wake up Harry." "You're right about waking him up," Ron said as they were leaving. "We have double potions in less than an hour." Hermione smiled at Ron. "I think we should skip class today, but let's ask Harry about it first." Hermione Granger deliberately missing a class. Ron laughed. "I never thought I would see the day. It potions, outside of Snape being a git, and the fact that he hates us." "How about because we need to talk to Dumbledore, Ron? There are things that can't wait." Harry was already dressed and waiting for them when Ron and Hermione arrived in the common room. Frodo was sitting by the fireplace, eating. Next to him stood a house elf. It wasn't Dobby, but another elf. To confuse matters, this elf was dressed in a tan-colored robe instead of his usual attire. "Billy?" asked Hermione, in recognition. "My name is Baralas. Hermione Granger. I have made the choice, and already the memories of my years return to me. I can see your reaction, but sadly no, I am in no position to help you, except to say that you are right and time is short. I am Tarad Gwathrin Lona, Meldus Hermione. A dark path lies before you. He and Frodo have been brushing up on Elvish all morning," Harry said. "I've already learned that the house elves call me, Melon Senin. It means, friend Potter. A pleasure to finally meet you, Miss Granger," Frodo said, standing up and giving a small bow. "I hear that you are the one who recognized me. And Baralas tells me that you tried to help the elves a few years ago, a fact for which he is now grateful." Forgive me, Meldus, Boralus said, until the choice is made. We have little understanding of our past, except by prompting. I understand now what you tried to do, and call you, Elvelyn, friend, in the highest meaning of the word. He bowed in turn, and left them. What is Meldus? Hermione asked. He used that word twice. It means friend, as does the word melon, explained Frodo, except in this case, it is on a more personal level, with a woman. You did make a strong impression on him. Hermione, you're blushing, Harry said with a laugh. There's no time for jokes, Harry, she said, blushing even more. The entire school knows about Draco, and how long do you think it will be until they know about Frodo? Knowing Seamus and Dean, they've already told everyone who will listen, Harry told her. They saw him sleeping under my bed. They may not know he's a hobbit. But it won't be long before someone who's read those books puts all the pieces together. Then we should go to Dumbledore, now, Hermione said in her taking charge voice. Dumbledore said to wait here, Harry said. He went to potions to get the two of you, and he'll be right back. Some of the teachers will be coming here as well. Why here? Asked Ron, who then answered his own question, right. Can't risk moving Frodo. Someone else might take a shot at him. When Harry looked at him, he added, I'm your friend, Harry. You know I always sleep with one eye open. Harry smiled, thanks, Ron. You are a good friend at that. They turned to look as someone came in. It was Dennis Creevey. When Ron filled one of his brother's positions as beater, no one on the Quidditch team was surprised. Dennis was the surprise. He was not the fastest flyer, but he could hit a bludger anywhere he wanted to. Now he was walking in, angry and upset. Harry, if I lost us a match, would you get mad at me? Sure, Dennis. Harry said laughing, why? I just walked out of divination, Dennis said. Wise move, Hermione added. Dennis glanced at Hermione and continued, Madame Trelawney. Why started staring at me and talking in a funny voice, you will fail Harry, and he will feel the loss, she said. Then she added in a normal voice that I should be careful. You're going to die in the next Quidditch match. Oh number, Harry, said Ron through his laughter, you're doomed to die. Harry, Hermione said, if you have to die, die catching the snitch. We wouldn't want to lose. Dennis joined in the laughter. Relieved at the reliability of the divinity teacher's predictions. Thanking them, he left for his room, pausing to give an odd stare at the Hobbit. The three of them told the Hobbit stories about Trelawney. While waiting for Dumbledore, until Ron commented on the time. It shouldn't take this long. Potions is already half over, and he left before the class even started. Harry, what is wrong? Asked Frodo. As the black-haired boy suddenly jerked his head up. It's my scar, Harry said, it's hurting, but in a familiar way. Familiar? Asked Ron. Harry, familiar as in Dementors. Harry said. There are Dementors on the grounds and they're getting closer, and fast. Is it you know who? Asked Hermione. No, said Frodo, I can feel him. He is still too far away. Then why are they here? Hermione's question begged her confusion. I think we're about to find out, Ron said, as noises came from the entranceway. The portrait swung open and Cornelius Fudge walked in, flanked by two of the Dementors. You are all to come with me, he shouted, any resistance will be punished severely. Grab the Hobbit. None of the Gryffindors waited to listen to a single word. They, and the Hobbit, ran up to the dormitory, locking the door, shoving a bed in front of it, and casting what few spells they could to guard the door. Trapped, said Frodo. Not yet, said Ron, as he grabbed a side table and threw it through the nearest window. Grab your firebolt, Harry, he yelled, as he reached under his bed for his own broom. With an effort, he and Hermione got Harry on his broom, and flying away. Forgot something, Ron said, angrily. 3 of us left. 1 broom. What about Dean and Hermione said. In the storage shed, only the members of the team keep their brooms with them. Take Frodo and go, Hermione said forcefully, he's more important, and I can hold them off. In that split second, time froze for Ronald Weasley as the implications of what Hermione had said hit him hard. Despite not believing her, Ron gave Hermione a kiss, then grabbed Frodo, and flew out the window with him. Hermione pulled out her wand and watched as the door slowly dissolved in front of her. And the sound of breaking glass echoed in the background. She backed toward the window, knowing how high up she was, but she had decided to choose her own form of death. He could hear Fudge shouting not to hurt the hobbit when they got in, and she was not a hobbit. "Hermione, jump," someone called. Hermione turned around to see Dennis Creevey coming toward her on his broom. As he flew past the window and arched upward, she jumped, grabbing hold of him. Dennis held onto her and kept control of the broom as he flew after the others. Hermione, relieved at her sudden rescue, looked back to see the Minister of Magic standing in front of the broken window, cursing. Looking down, she could see Dementors, changing their directions to follow them. Ministry agents, some with brooms, followed as well. "Look ahead," Dennis said. Centaurs were riding out of the Forbidden Forest, signaling the students to land. There were a dozen at first, but by ones and twos their numbers increased rapidly. Dennis shouted a wild whoop, as he brought the broom down beside the others. Laughing he said, "Harry, we don't have to worry about losing the match, now." Hermione couldn't help but laugh with him. "So, what do we do?" she asked. An aging brown centaur approached her and said, "You run. Follow the trail. It will take you to a safe place." "Come on," shouted Ron, "they can hold off the Dementors but we have to get away." Harry was barely able to walk, so they carried him, Ron and Dennis with one arm each, Frodo grabbing the legs, showing more strength than expected. They ran quickly, despite the burden. As the hobbit proved to be sure-footed, and adept at following a trail, but they were forced to stop in an open glade when they found themselves facing 3 unicorns. One approached Hermione, pointing its horn at her chest. Then it raised its head and whinnied. "They're here for us to ride," Hermione said in wonder. The unicorn bent its legs, to let Hermione mount. "I'll ride with Harry," Frodo said. And led him to a second unicorn. Ron looked at the third unicorn, who also bent its legs. He mounted, and turned to Dennis to help him on, but the unicorn stood up, whinnying. Somehow Ron understood that the weight would be too much for Thayer. "Can you at least take us to a safe place?" he asked. When the unicorn shook its head yes, Ron said, "Good enough, we'll catch up, later." Ron helped Dennis mount, and the unicorn took off, not as fast, or in the same direction as its companions. As it raced into the forest, the 2 boys listening to the fading sounds of battle from behind them. The 2 unicorns raced through the Forbidden Forest as Harry slowly recovered. He felt ashamed for his weakness. He was supposed to be the strong one, not this hobbit who was holding onto him. Logic didn't help much, either. He was taken by surprise and he did do the best he could, but he was supposed to do better. He was Harry Potter. He was supposed to be the hero. The unicorns slowed to a pace as nightfall came, finally stopping to let their passengers off. The 3 dismounted, and the unicorns drifted away. They had been left in a clearing, with tall trees still around them. And a small fire burning cheerfully in the middle of the open area. A pot was hanging over the fire. "It's stew, all vegetables I think," said Hermione when she went to look. "That's nice, Hermione. But where are Ron and Dennis?" Harry replied. "It is a vegetable stew, Miss Granger," a man said, from the edge of the clearing. "And your friends are safe, Mr. Potter." The unicorn that carried them was overburdened. And took them through the forest, instead of into it. The man walked into the glade, and sat down the jug of water that he carried. He pulled back the hood of his brown robe, laughing at Frodo, who stared in disbelief. "No, halfling, I am not my brother. He went into the West long ago." He turned to Hermione and said, "I apologize for not sending another unicorn. I did not know how many would try to come. I had only asked the third to go in case it was needed." "You're Radagast," Hermione declared. The brown-haired man laughed. "I was already on my way when I received your message. I feel like a fool asking this." Harry said, "But who is Radagast?" "I am," said the man, and laughed again at Harry's reaction. "I was called by the elves, Iwendell, and I am the last of the Astari. If you must know, my brothers and I were sent to help the elves and the fledgling races, against the evils of Morgoth's heir, Sauron. 3 of us perished, and 1 went with the elvish lords to the western lands. That one was Mithrandir, whom Frodo knew as Gandalf. It is a long story, but for now, let us eat." As they ate, the wizard asked them questions about what had happened. Frodo found himself telling, in great detail, the events prior to his flight to the Ford, as well as his arrival at Hogwarts. Radagast the Brown told them, in turn of how he had received Hermione's letter from an owl. He had already sent messages to the centaurs, and had already asked for help from the unicorns. Again, he assured them that their friends had found safety, although they were now beyond his view. I have asked friends of my own to keep an eye out, but it may be a while before they contact me. I am already further away than I planned to be. He looked at Harry and asked, "Do you understand why you are so important to Frodo, and why he must stay close to you?" I didn't know he had to stay close to me. He made it seem like he preferred to be with me. It is more than that, my young man. When Voldemort called his spirit back to its physical form, he placed a haze on the young hobbit. "I'm 51, muttered Frodo, "I'm not that young." "Nonetheless, Frodo, there is still the haze." Harry. It forces Frodo to seek out the source. That is why he always knows where Voldemort is. And that is why you are so important. When Voldemort first tried to destroy you, he left you with a part of himself. As long as Frodo remains close to you, he will not be compelled to seek out Voldemort. That also means he must not let Voldemort come to him. And Voldemort, as well, always knows where Frodo is. Radagast smiled at Harry and added, "Except when Frodo is with me. For tonight, at least, I can block the Dark Lord's magic, and we may all sleep peacefully." "I'm curious," Harry said. "You seem to know a great deal about what has happened." "You are right, Harry," Radagast said. "I do know more than I should, but then, I have a great many friends." With that said, the brown wizard leaned back against a convenient tree, and fell asleep. Frodo simply curled up facing the fire, and dropped off as well. Harry and Hermione looked at each other and shrugged. "What do you think happened, Harry?" "At Hogwarts, I mean?" Hermione asked. "With Fudge. The same as with Draco, but with more effort. When Draco failed in his attack on Frodo, that let the cat out of the bag. I guess Fudge figured to step in before anyone else did. Do you suppose the ring did that?" "It makes sense," Harry said, "both would have liked to use the ring. It's weird, but it's like the ring wants to be used, by anyone, not just Voldemort." Frodo said that Voldemort was much weaker than Sauron, but the end result would be the same. "That's probably true for whoever wears the ring. That explains the books, Harry. Don't you see? If enough people know about the ring, someone will eventually try to use it. That's also our luck. All the Muggles know about the ring, but only some wizards know the stories are true. For now, Hermione. But every day a few more will learn about it, until everyone knows." Harry woke up with a sore back. He was dirty, and needed a bath, and it was obvious he wasn't going to get one. Hermione woke up looking as bad as Harry felt, walking in an effort to loosen her stiff muscles. Frodo and Radagast were both up already, and obviously well rested. Harry felt like killing them for smiling. "Here's breakfast," Radagast said, tossing each of them an apple. "We have miles to go, and not much time before I have to leave." You sound like Gandalf when you say that," Frodo laughed. "I hope you leave us somewhere safe." "I will," the wizard said, "but for the ring, you could spend the rest of your days there in peace." "Where are we?" Harry asked as they started walking. "We traveled quite a bit yesterday, and you said we still have further to go. There aren't any forests left in Britain that are this big." "You are right, and wrong, Harry. This entire wood is the last of the great wood that once covered Middle-earth. It is the largest of the folded spaces in this world. In your words, it could be called an unmappable area, but that would not be completely correct. This wood is beside the world, not in it. You can walk from one end to the other and back again in half of an hour, or you could spend weeks doing so. It was the last act of the elves of the East before they were diminished. Your school graces one end of the forest, and the centaurs are there as the guardians." Harry and Hermione looked around at the old trees and marveled. A great forest such as this. And no one even guessed. To help pass the time, Radagast told them tree lore, and tales of the elves, such as he knew. He also taught the two students the basics of the Sindarin language. To impress the house elves upon your return. They were fast learners, mostly because there was little else to do besides walking. By the end of a week, they were able to hold their own in short conversations. "Do you know what tomorrow is?" Harry asked, as they sat by the fire. "Let me see," Frodo said, "today is October 30th. That would make tomorrow, November 1st. Is that an important date?" "You missed a day, Frodo." Hermione said, "Remember the poem, 30 days has September." "What's the point, Hermione?" All months have 30 days, Frodo replied. Radagast let out a burst of laughter that took a while to settle down. I'm sorry, Frodo, but they have a different calendar. For them, October has 31 days. Frodo shook in laughter as he learned of his error, and left Harry and Hermione to their conversation. It's Halloween tomorrow, Harry said. I finally got Cho to agree to go with me. Don't worry, Harry, since you're going to lose the match with Hufflepuff, she wouldn't want to go with you anyway. Lose. Hermione, why the match? Loss by forfeit. No House Cup for Gryffindor this year, and they'll probably make you pay for the window. I know Ron broke it, but you have the money. Is he? Do you think they? Harry tried to say. I hope so, said Hermione. Ron was finally going to dance with me. I miss him, Harry. 4 days later, they came to open farmland. Does this look familiar, Frodo? Radagast asked. Yes, said Frodo, but in the way you looked familiar. Is this the Shire? The lands of the Shire slipped into the seas long ago, but its people left and some settled here. And prospered. And here, I must leave you as I said I must do in time. Know this, Frodo, strong magic, by many hands, surrounds this place in particular, to keep it hidden. While you stay here, you will not feel your haze, and Voldemort will be blinded as well. I will return when I have finished with what I must do. There are other things in this forest that need my attention. Here, the three bade Radagast goodbye, and turned to face the countryside before them. They felt alone for the first time since meeting the wizard, and he would be sorely missed. As they walked past the bales of hay in the harvested field, Frodo led the way. He was explaining some of the ways of the Shire, as he remembered, when Harry stopped him. We're being watched, he said, from the bushes up on our right. As if hearing what Harry said, a small figure, maybe 2 feet high, stood up and walked toward them. He was dressed in a white shirt, green pants that ended at the calf, and wore a brown leather vest. His oversized feet were covered in curly blonde hair, as was his head. As he came close, he stood tall, and folded his arms as though in authority. Who are you that dares to trespass on these lands without permission of the Thane? He said with strong airs. Harry and Hermione stared at the short hobbit, unsure of what to do. Frodo, on the other hand, snorted. Why should I listen to a rude little boy? Who doesn't even bother to tell us who the Thane is, Frodo replied, and why should I listen to a 12-year-old boy at all? I'm 17, the boy protested, I can't help it if I'm small for my age. Quote. The two hobbits looked at each other, neither one blinking. Finally the boy broke off, laughing and saying he gave up. What was that? Harry asked. It looked like a staring contest. I think it was a staring contest, Hermione said, and they both laughed as well. I am Faramir Took, the boy said, formally, eldest son of Peregrine Took and great-grandson of the Took. Thane of the Mark, he then bowed deeply to each of them. I'm Harry Potter. I go to a wizarding school, Hogwarts. Harry said, giving the boy great amusement by trying to decide whether to bow or shake hands. When Harry decided to just wave, the boy fell to the ground, laughing hard. Frodo came close to joining him. As for me, the hobbit said. I am Frodo Baggins, formerly of Bag End, Hobbiton in the Shire. Frodo bowed to the open-mouthed boy. I've heard of you. You're supposed to be a legend. How can you be here? Powerful magic, and not all of it good, Frodo said. I was led here to rest before I continue my quest. Corey, the boy shouted, come here, now. A boy, shorter than Faramir, and much younger, came running over from the bushes. What is it, Far? Corey asked. Who are they? Faramir ignored the questions and said, you are to take a message to the Took and only to him, do you understand? Yes, shouted the younger boy in delight. He was going to bring a message to the Took, himself. Tell him, Frodo Baggins comes out of legend, and asks to dine at his table tonight. He brings with him one Harry Potter, apprentice to the wizard, and… Faramir stopped, realizing he had forgotten to ask one name. Hermione, she said, adding as an afterthought, Elvelyn. An elf friend, Corey gasped, and ran off faster than Hermione thought possible. Do you really know elves? Faramir asked in amazement. They are real. He gasped for air when everyone nodded. That was a nice touch, Hermione, Frodo whispered to her. Children love to do important things, as though they were grown up already. That boy, Corey, will be the envy of his friends. I'm afraid you will disappoint them, though. You told them you were a friend of the elves, and now they will all expect you to speak flowering prose. Quote, "Why, my dear friend, Frodo Baggins," Hermione said softly, with a grin, "I know not if my manners will impress them, but I shall indeed try to speak to noble cause." With a laugh and a wink, Frodo apologized. "I am a fool to criticize you, my lady. You will do splendidly." Faramir was telling Harry about how he knew the legend of Frodo, and his uncle Bilbo. "I've even touched it once. The oldest copy of the Red Book of Westmarch." When he saw Frodo was listening he added, "That's why I have my name. The first son of Peregrine Took is always named Faramir. And at least one child in each generation is called Peregrine. Peregrine Took was a big hobbit, you know, taller even than Bulroar Took," Frodo said. Faramir immediately fell into reverent silence, as Frodo told tales of his old companion from his days at Bag End. The small group stopped several times for laughing too hard, particularly when Frodo told them about the mushrooms and Farmer Maggot. Pippin was a good friend, he told the young hobbit, at the end of one tale. His voice faltered then, and he said little else until they reached the house of the Took. Tents were already being set up, as well as tables and chairs. Foods of all types were being prepared over open fires. The Took had received the message and was not going to miss out on the chance to throw a large party. IED messages were sent out to the surrounding farms, and hobbits were coming from all over to help. Children of all ages surrounded the newcomers, many of them darting in to touch Harry or Hermione, or best yet, Frodo himself. Frodo loved it all. Occasionally he would grab one of the children and swing him or her around in a circle before setting them down to run away. When they arrived, they were taken aside to bathe, something all of them appreciated. Before Hermione entered her bath, however, an old hobbit, Eleanor, wife of the Took, asked her indulgence. One of her maids quickly took measurements, and they left Hermione to her privacy. Eleanor returned to find Hermione still soaking in the warm water and, asking her indulgence again, laying a garment on the table. She then bowed and left. Hermione got out of the bath, dried herself, and went to the table. She picked up a simple robe, light yellow in color, with a matching sash. She dressed, and went to the next room to find Eleanor and her servants waiting. "I thank thee for this fine gift, Lady Took," Hermione said, remembering her role. "It was all we could do in such a short time, Lady Hermione," Eleanor said, pleased at Hermione's words. "My grandson's eldest, Faramir, told us that you came without belongings. If you will let me, we will make you a full wardrobe." Hermione marveled at the generous offer, but knew this was the nature of hobbits and she should not refuse. Then she thought of an excellent way to thank the old woman. "I am in your debt for such a gift, my lady. It is true that my companions and I were forced to leave in great haste, and to travel far and fast. From my heart I thank thee, Meldus Eleanor." Eleanor Took beamed at the use of the elvish word. Her servants were sure to brag about how their mistress was a friend of the Lady Elvelyn, as they had already begun to call her. Hermione had more than repaid her debt. "You will need an escort to the feast, Hermione," Eleanor said, feeling free to talk to her as a personal friend. "With your permission, I will arrange for a suitable gentlehobbit." "Faramir will do it," one of the servants said with a giggle. "That boy has no sense," Eleanor said to the servant. "He knows he's too young. The lady needs an escort closer to her own age." "By your leave, Lady Eleanor," Hermione said, "but Faramir, if he is willing, would be most appropriate. He is, to speak truly, on eye." When Eleanor gasped, Hermione covered herself by saying, "I mean no insult by what I say, and if I have done wrong, please correct me. As it is with Faramir, it is with me. I have not yet reached the fullness of age." Judging by the reactions, Hermione had said the right thing. Eleanor was even more impressed that she was an elf friend and still a child. Her attitude rode the towering girl change from that of personal friend to motherly figure. After all, Hermione had asked her for advice. She sent the servants to get Faramir, and sat the young girl down. Eleanor said the time explaining to Hermione who she would meet, how she should address them, and most of all, how to impress them. Faramir arrived, looking far more impressive than the boy hiding in the bushes. He was scrubbed clean, and dressed in his best clothes, including a burgundy jacket with gold buttons. Not one hair was out of place, head or foot. And he shook with excitement at being Hermione's escort, that he almost stumbled. Something unheard of in a hobbit. They reached the Took, Thane of the Mark, who introduced himself with a bow. It surprised none of the travelers that his name was also Peregrine. The three, in turn, introduced themselves. Frodo simply repeated his earlier introduction. It was more than enough. Harry, who was dressed in a green robe, took great care to state his name clearly, adding that he was an apprentice to the great wizard. He then bowed deeply to the Took, then once each, to the crowds on either side of him. The crowds loved it. Hermione took a different tack. She understood this was entertainment. She stood before the Took and curtsied. "Quio me, my lord, I am Hermione," called Elvelyn. "I thank you for letting me attend you this day." She curtsied again, and backed away, until she stood next to her escort. After the speeches were made, which were short, the food was served. Harry ate heartily but saw that even a very proper and well-dressed Faramir Took was eating more than he was. Music began to play, and the younger couples began to get up. Harry looked at Hermione, who had paused in her conversation with the Grand Dame of the Tooks. "I know I'm not Ron," Harry said. "But would you like to dance?" Hermione smiled agreement, and they walked to the dance floor. They danced slowly, enjoying the chance to relax. "Thank you, Harry," she said with a smile. But her thoughts were far away. For a brief second she even saw Ron's face when she looked up. "I miss him, Harry," she whispered. "I don't even know what happened to him." The music changed pace, and they moved aside as hobbits of all ages began to dance to the quick time. Frodo was in the middle of the floor with one of the Took's daughter, dancing away with delight. Even Faramir had corralled a young lass, and was testing his legs. Harry understood what Radagast had said. But for circumstances, even he could have a pleasant life here. Hobbits were a good people with simple wants, and the blessing of being able to live the life they wanted, thanks to magic older than man. "My head hurts," Harry complained. "It is your fault," Frodo told him. "You told me last night that you drank beer before." "That was butterbeer," Harry said. "Ah," said Frodo, "when you use barley instead of butter, beer has a different effect." Ron and Dennis rode easily on the unicorn's back, despite the speed at which it raced through the trees. After an hour the unicorn slowed, then stopped, letting the riders dismount. It flicked its horn toward a small path, and ran off into the forest. The two boys, having no choice, followed the path, and in no more than 5 minutes they were out in the open, looking at a highway 20 feet away. "Where are we?" Dennis asked. "The 810 about 2 miles outside of Cambridge," Ron told him. Looking at him, Dennis noticed the sign just behind Ron, and said, "Oh, right." The boys watched the traffic pass by for a few minutes, then decided to talk. Their chances by walking back into the woods. It didn't make them feel any better that the trees ended after only a 2-minute walk, and they found themselves looking over a fence at someone's house. "What do we do?" Dennis asked. "Call the night bus." "And go where?" Ron asked in return. "Less than 2 hours ago we fled from the Minister of Magic, himself, and drew half the Aurors in the government into a battle with the centaurs. Or didn't you notice? Those centaurs had bows. And those staves could easily be their versions of wands. Remember all that noise we heard? That wasn't a game of Quidditch." Dennis looked at Ron, his lip quivering. What's going on?" he asked in honest fear. Ron looked down at his teammate. He realized what had happened to Dennis. The boy had walked out of class angry at the teacher. Now he was stranded near a Muggle highway, and didn't even know why. Ron led him back to the highway, and sat down with him on a grassy knoll. "Dennis, you've stepped into the biggest can of worms you can imagine," Ron said, "but for right now we are safe, just remember that." He looked over to see that his words did nothing to help, until he thought of what to say. That was quite a prophecy Trelawney made. It would have come true no matter what you did. It worked. Dennis stopped shaking and said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Trelawney's prediction, Hence she spoke in that funny voice saying that you would fail Harry. "Because of you, I got detoured, and now neither of us will be able to help him. I know I'd feel that lose if I were him. So I have stayed where all that fighting going on," Dennis said in anger, adding sarcastically, "Thanks, Ron." "No," said Ron with equal heat, "you shouldn't have come along at all." He paused for effect, then added softly, "But then Hermione would have died, and I know Harry would have felt that loss." Quite a prophecy. Dennis looked up, biting his lip, saying nothing. Ron decided to bring his point home. Remember, Dennis, we have to live with the choices we make, good or bad. And you have to live with the fact that Hermione is alive because of a choice you made. Dennis looked away, and Ron couldn't help but notice the tears on his cheek. He said nothing for a while, letting Dennis recover from the shock. Suddenly Dennis spoke up, as though asking about lunch. So, what is all of this about, anyway? Dennis, remember that strange kid that appeared on the Quidditch pitch Tuesday? That's what it was all about. That stuff about him discovering he had magic by suddenly apparating was just a lie. That was the kid in the common room. I was wondering what was going on, but I was still too mad at Trelawney to ask. That's right, except he's not a kid. He's about 50 years old and he's a hobbit named Frodo Baggins. What's a hobbit? They're a short people, smaller than dwarves, but what's important is that he has a magic ring with him, and if anybody decides to wear it, they'll destroy the world. And I'm supposed to believe this. Ron, this is something out of a fairy tale. Ron laughed, saying, you don't know how right you are, but think about this. Draco Malfoy, the biggest coward in the school, tried to kill him last night. Then the Minister of Magic brings Dementors to the school and begins attacking us because Frodo is with us. Dennis, Fudge is supposed to be one of the good guys. What do you think the bad guys are going to try to do? And what do we do? Dennis asked with a frown. One thing we don't do is use magic, Ron told him, don't even think about it. They're watching for us, any of us. Just in case. I'm willing to bet that someone is checking for us all the time. They don't know where we are now, but if we cast even one spell, they can find us and we're goners. On the other hand, we stand out like sore thumbs with these robes on. We have to find a place to hide, Ron said. Even if we don't do any magic, somebody will notice us. But what about our parents? Dennis asked. We have to tell them something. If we can find an owl, maybe. Otherwise, we can't risk it, Ron said, watching his friend's spirits drop. The Ministry. Hopefully, Dumbledore will do something. He added, without much enthusiasm. A police car pulled over while the boys were thinking. The officer stepped out of the car, and called to them, do you boys need any help? What do you think? The police officer asked. The caseworker sighed. I can tell you right now, the redhead is lying about his age. He's probably 17, or close to it, but he knows how about the law to present himself as a minor? It's probably to stay with the other boy, so I'm not going to challenge him on it. They're not brothers, either. I can tell by looking at them, but from what they said. They may not even know it. They don't know a lot of things, the policeman said, but they aren't stupid either. The younger one asked what my phone was. The other one told him, saying he had used one once. The caseworker shook her head. It's like they've been living in another world. The younger one worries me though. He's scared of almost everything, and he's doing a poor job of hiding it. I've arranged a placement for the two, out of hours, to get him in a stable environment as soon as possible. I know what that boy is like. If we gain his trust, he'll tell us everything he can. And his brother. His brother wants a safe place. He'll tell any lie to get it. I wouldn't trust him, except I think he's doing it for Dennis. They should be fine, though. I asked their interests, and they said books and volcanoes. After the officer stopped laughing, she said, it works out perfectly. I have a couple, she is a child psychologist, and he maintains the equipment for EVRSG Volcano Remote Sensing Group at the college. William Oakley escorted the two boys to his car, feeling lucky and nervous at the same time. Dennis, as he asked to be called, seemed afraid of his own shadow. But Ron, distant at first, couldn't ask enough questions when he found out what Will did for a living. He drove them home, showed them their bedrooms, introduced them to his wife, Mary, when she came home, and tried to help them relax. The four took a trip to buy clothes for the boys, an easy and difficult job at the same time. Ron was staring at everything, and had to be led around like a child. While Dennis did nothing but cling to him. They ended up guessing his size and buying clothes off the rack in hopes they would fit. Do you know what's wrong with him? Ron asked, when they returned to the car. He's had quite a shock, Mary said. Taking him to the mall was a bad idea, it seems, but he should be fine with a good meal and some rest. It would help him, Ron, if you could tell us what happened. Your caseworker said you were deliberately vague with your answers to her questions. Mary sighed when Ron only shrugged his shoulders, and kept quiet. Ron slumped into his seat, upset that he could not say anything. The couple seemed nice, but there was no way they would believe the truth. He looked down and shook his head. Dennis was fine, but as the day wore on, he became more and more withdrawn. He had no experience with muggles, and the knowledge that he could not contact his family hurt him. He was truly alone for the first time in his life. Mary took some time off to stay with Dennis, and watched him recover. He became inquisitive, and asked a lot of questions, but would begin to withdraw when she asked about his past. It was frustrating for her. The two boys were keeping a secret, and there was nothing she could do to gain their trust enough to tell her. Otherwise, they were wonderful. Ron talked with Will every chance he got, and read voraciously anything her husband suggested. It was almost an obsession, but Ron and then Dennis took to anything Will suggested. When he learned that the boys knew almost nothing of football, Will was adamant. EY were taken outside for their first lesson. After a bout of objections, Will's enthusiasm won them over. It's simple. You don't use your arms, only your feet or your head. Try it. Go ahead, Ron, Dennis said. You'll finally have a use for that noggin of yours. Will laughed heartily at that. In the week he had been here, that was the first time Dennis had made a joke. He was heartened when Ron tried a few practice kicks, and the boy began to listen intently as Will gave him some advice. Ron seemed to be the type who wanted to excel, and was upset with himself that the game was not as easy as he thought. Dennis tried a couple of practice kicks at the makeshift goal, missing it impressively. Will tried to help him, but then Ron said something strange. Dennis, think of it as a bludger, but you have to use your feet. Dennis looked up, then gave a little dance as though feeling his legs. He kicked the ball, which went straight to the goal but high. He proved to be a natural, and kicking the ball with amazing accuracy. Will showed him how to run with the ball, and Dennis was soon, not an expert but more than a novice. When Will later asked him what a bludger was, Dennis told him it was a ball that you would hit. Then it would curve around to come back at you. Will thought of a tetherball, but it made little sense. But then, neither did many of the chance remarks either boy made. The boys were put in school with an interesting result. They fit in. They knew almost nothing of history, and Will and Mary tried to tutor them, but that seemed to be the biggest problem. Then it happened. Dennis had been talked into joining the local football club and, to celebrate, Will had gotten tickets for his favorite club, Manchester, for November 21st. They drove off early in the morning, to make a day of it. They watched the game, Dennis and Will in their matching red sweatshirts. When Will handed the boy a soft drink, Dennis, not thinking, said, "Thanks, Dad." Will looked down in surprise. As the boy began to cringe, he patted Dennis on the shoulder, and it all seemed to pass. When they arrived home, Mary watched as all three walked in. Ron was angry, clearly at Dennis, who looked resentful. Will looked dazed. "We had a wonderful time," he said. "He called you, Dad," Mary said. "That's wonderful. If he made a slip like that, it means he trusts you." "Maybe," said Will, "you're the expert at this." But that look on his face after he realized what he said. He was terrified. He looked the same as he did that first day, when we tried to take him shopping. I spent most of the second half telling him that it was all right. Mary hugged her husband. "You did the right thing, Will, but it scares me what this might mean. I know Ron won't talk. He doesn't want to go back to the way things were for him." Dennis always seemed lost, though. He may not have had a good life, but it was familiar. "We are still strangers to him. He'll come around," Will said. "I can see it. He has a good heart. And he tries so hard to fit in. If I try to tell him anything, he gives me his full attention. And if I dare compliment him, he smiles as though I told him it was Christmas." Will paused, and said to his wife, "If we ask him, I think he'll say yes." "How could you call him that?" Ron hissed. "Now they're going to be after us more than ever." "It just slipped out," Dennis snapped back. "He was acting the same way my father does. I didn't mean to call him Dad." "And what do you think we should do?" "I've still got a lot of work to do. I'm no closer to finding Mount Doom than when I started. I've got a couple of leads but they don't look promising." Dennis just glared at Ron. "I didn't want to be here. I don't want to be here." You keep saying we can't trust anyone, but if we don't, we'll be stuck here. Don't you dare tell them. Ron threatened. Or what? Dennis asked. You said yourself that you were out of ideas. Will knows people who already know the stuff you're reading. He can help. Ron sat down, defeated. They won't believe us. They'll tell the caseworker, who will tell her boss. Her boss will pass it on until someone spots it. By next week we could be in Azkaban, if we're lucky. The next morning was sunny and cool, a perfect Sunday for autumn. Dennis came out of the house wearing his uniform, ready for Everett bench warming. Will followed. After a failed effort to get Ron to join him. Ron seems upset, Will said as he started up the old Anglia. Dennis gave the man a warm smile. He's upset that I like it here. He says we shouldn't get too comfortable. Dennis, Will said, returning the grin, you have my permission to get as comfortable as you want. Will was having a great day. Dennis was opening up to him, and now the boy was getting a chance to play. It was because of some good and bad luck. The opposing team were having a bad day, and were already down by 5 goals by the 40-minute mark. Then, the bad luck hit, as one of the forwards tripped and came up limping. The coach used the time to give some of the new boys a chance on the field. Dennis was racing across the field, holding his own against the more experienced players. He even managed an assist, which Will would brag about for the next week. After the game, and some pizza, Will drove them home. Dennis looked over and asked Will a strange question. Why didn't they heal Roger when he got hurt? What do you mean? Asked Will. They took him to the hospital to be checked out. He should be fine. But there was a doctor on the field, Dennis persisted. Quote, why didn't he heal Roger's ankle so Roger could keep playing? Will answered, the team doctor can't just wave a magic wand and make Roger better. Then, what good is he? Dennis asked in frustration. Then he gasped. Muggles don't know how to do that, do they? Carefully, Will asked, what's a muggle? You are, Dennis answered softly, adding sarcastically, and for what it's worth, I might as well be one, too. It was Wednesday night, and Ron was working feverishly at the computer. It had become a routine for him. Searching the internet had been fun at first, but it was hard to find exactly what he was looking for. His two best possibilities were both underwater. One volcano was off the American west coast, and the other was near Samoa, almost half a world away. He also found the Swedish bikini team. But that was a different story. Dennis knocked and came in. Ron, we're having a family meeting downstairs, and Will would like you to join us. I'll be down in a minute, Ron said, glancing at Dennis. He then looked back. You have blonde hair, he said in surprise. When did that happen? Last night. Jennifer wanted to dye her hair, and asked me if I wanted to as well. It makes for a good disguise. And Jennifer likes it too, Ron finished. I've warned you, Dennis. Don't get too involved. It's nice you have a girlfriend, but what if something happens? Keep your distance from people. As he shut down the computer, Ron asked, how did they react to your hair? It wasn't a problem, Dennis said. I asked Mom about it first, and she said I could. Mom? Ron asked in surprise. Yeah, Dennis said. She and Dad took me to court yesterday. They're now my permanent foster parents, and because we never gave them a last name, the court ruled that I should use their last name as well. You're Dennis Oakley. Now, your folks are going to love that when they find out. Ron, Dennis has told us everything, Mary said. Let me say a few words to give you an idea. Hogwarts, Gryffindor, Frodo Baggins, unicorns, Quidditch, Harry Potter, and his scar. Ron looked at them, and shook his head. Thank you, Dennis Creevy. I hope you haven't ruined everything. Dennis Oakley, the boy reminded him. Since I may have to stay a muggle, my foster parents will make it permanent. Will added, this was not a rushed decision. Mary and I had worked on this in hopes that Dennis would agree. Remember, he told us why the two of you are hiding. Think about it, he now has regular parents, on paper at least, and he goes to a regular school. He even belongs to the local football club. The people who are after you are looking for two fledgling wizards, not a muggle schoolboy. And not a blonde one, either, Ron added. Mary answered with a smile. As for you, you are 16. Old enough to be considered an adult. No one will be keeping track of you. As long as you don't go shouting about, no one should find you. It's not a perfect solution, but it's the best one under the circumstances. You haven't made it easy for us to help you. I'm sorry, Ron said, sincerely. I couldn't risk letting you get too close, in case something happened. Then the thought hit him. How is it that you believed Dennis when he told you all of this? Mary looked at Will. Will nodded and said, it was such a stupid story he told us. He said that the two of you went to a magic school to learn to become wizards. Then government agents attacked you with the help of monsters. You escaped on flying brooms, were rescued by centaurs, and were then whisked away to Cambridge on the back of a unicorn. That's right, Ron said. I love the way you can say that with a straight face, Will said. Anyway, as absurd as the story seemed, there weren't any flaws we could find. On top of that, Dennis was able to explain a few odd comments that you had made. Ron understood. This is the best thing that has happened since we got here. Thank you. I see, now, why you are going to move to adopt Dennis. That's great. Dennis shook his head. No, Ron. That's why I told them everything. They really care about me and I may have to hide for a long time. They had to know about my parents, because something could happen. And we could go home. He looked at Mary then looked back at Ron. I need them, and they want me. So I'll be staying with my new mom and dad. Can we talk privately? Ron asked. Will nodded, and led the boy to his study. What do you want to tell me? He asked, as he closed the door. You didn't believe any of that, did you? No, we didn't, Will answered, and I don't think you are surprised at that. Now let me ask a question. Why did you encourage him in that fantasy? Was it to make him feel better? Because if it was, you've got it wrong, young man. Dennis has to learn to face reality. And you've only made it harder. Ron smirked at Will's remark, irritating the man. Dennis is doing a great job at facing reality. Do you know why? Ron, stop this nonsense, Will said, but he was interrupted. That means you don't. Did Dennis tell you how wizards communicate, since we don't have telephones? No, Will answered carefully. We use owls. Intelligent owls who can find anyone. Wherever they are, even if the person sending the message has no idea. Even if they are moving at the time. I've seen wizards receive mail while on a train. On top of that, if they are hiding, it's not a problem. Because owls can't be followed. That's very convenient, Will said in an even voice. Isn't it? Ron asked sarcastically. Then answer this question. Dennis has 2 parents, and a brother. And they are very close. I have 2 parents, 5 brothers and 1 sister. Add to that, friends, classmates, and teachers, and you have a fairly large list of people. Can you explain to Dennis why? In all the time he has been here, no one has said either of us an owl. Harry walked out to the festival field after grabbing a quick breakfast of bread and cheese. He admired the new clothes he was wearing. Although the hobbits insisted on making everything a shade of green. Eleanor said it was because of his eyes. That color was not known among hobbits and, for them, it was his most striking feature. The Grand Dame apologized for the lack of shoes, but that was one skill that had never been needed in the Mark. He rubbed the grass with his feet, in amusement, looking back at the house of the Took. Harry had dared to ask the old hobbit why he did not live in a hole, like the others. The Took waved his hands to indicate his children and grandchildren, cousins and nephews and nieces. Then he smiled and said, because there are no mountains in the Mark. Harry was remembering the laughter that followed when he heard the sound of a horn. He knew at once that something had happened, something serious. To confirm his suspicions, other horns began to sound and the field was quickly crowded with hobbits with pikes, stored in nearby sheds. Harry walked to the Took when he appeared and asked what he could do. And was told to wait until they knew what the problem was. He stood by, and shortly a messenger came running up shouting about giant spiders swarming out of the forest. I've dealt with them before, Harry said, remembering his 2nd year at school. Fortunately, I had the option of running at that time. They will be organized. I've seen them, the messenger said, they aren't organized at all. They're even running over each other. Then something has panicked them, another hobbit said. It will give us a better chance in battle. Orders were given the lines of troops began marching toward the forest. Other hobbits, singly or in groups, were swelling the numbers. The hobbits, faced with a fight, were prepared to make one. They remembered their history. Meanwhile, Harry mulled over the question of what could cause the spiders to panic, if that was true. His unspoken fear was of what they would find if they survived the assault. The Took ordered the lines to stretch out. Once the spiders were spotted, he made sure that the pikemen would stand across the entire path the spiders would take, and possibly flank them. He quickly gave orders for the line of archers to fire. The leading Ittercops fell under the sudden hail of arrows. They faltered, giving those few hobbits fleeing their advance time to escape. Harry took out his wand and began to cast simple but effective fire spells, one after the other, killing dozens of spiders. He was relieved to see Hermione had joined them and, from her position, was following his lead. Even the archers, well supplied, were taking their toll. Hundreds of spiders were dead, but thousands still swarmed. Then they met the lines of pikemen. The first spiders were impaled, but their brothers crawled over the dead bodies. And hobbits began to fall. A second line of pikemen rushed forward. The swarm was briefly repelled but fell forward again. The third line advanced while the others reformed, but losses were mounting. The only advantage the hobbits had was that the enemy was too numerous, and more often than not, they got in each other's way. There was a pause, as though someone had called for a break, then another rush forward. The largest spiders had organized themselves and launched as a group at a section of the line. Harry watched as dozens of hobbits fell. More were forced to scatter, and the line was breached. Archers stood in the way, firing volley after volley, then threw down their bows, and grabbed pikes. On either side, hobbits ran to help and a new line was formed. Suddenly, the pikemen shouted, and the spiders were thrown back. Then it struck Harry. He had been using fire spells. He turned to the nearest hobbit of rank, the Lord of the Western March as it turned out. They hammered out the idea. Oil for the lamps were fetched from any and every home and business, even drums of oil from the Took household. Hasty torches were made from anything, sticks and broken pike handles, rags and cloth. Harry even tossed his new cape to be used. As quickly as hobbits could run, and that was quick indeed, the grasses of the field were set on fire. Soon a wall of flame separated the hobbits from the predators. The Took ordered those who could be spared to begin spreading the fire to encircle the swarm. As hobbits tended to the fire, and kept what few spiders who tried to flee from escaping, Harry went to seek out Hermione. She was casting curses on the wounded, causing them to petrify. She explained to him that antidotes to the spiders' poison were being prepared. He spell she was casting would freeze the victims as they were, and the spell could be cancelled when the medicines were ready. Harry quickly joined in, and found himself as busy as when he was fighting. Harry helped as wounded were carried to the makeshift hospital. He was amazed at the capacity of what hobbits could do. Hermione had told a few of the hobbits how to make the potions, but dozens were already involved in the preparations. Antidotes were given to the mild cases already, while the salves and sleeping draughts were prepared for the more serious cases. At one point he ran into Frodo, who was as dirty and tired as he was. "You look a fright, Harry," the hobbit said. "No one will think you're a wizard now." It was a poor joke, but Harry laughed anyway. It was a relief. "And what have you been doing?" he asked in return. Frodo smiled, touching the chain around his neck, and said, "Everything I could." Frodo never said anything else about what he had done that day, although here were stories of spiders dropping dead of wounds, and no one was near them. Night had fallen when the Lord of the Western March, one Peregrine no surprised Boffin, asked Harry for one last favor. He held out a cup of tea to the young wizard, then poured the sleeping potion into it. Peregrine Boffin then pointed out Hermione. While Harry had rested whenever he could, Hermione had not, and had pushed herself to the brink. Harry approached, thinking of how to talk her into drinking the tea, but he needn't have bothered. He held out the cup, and she took it and drank most of it in one gulp. Handing the cup back to him, Hermione turned to a nearby hobbit, asking, "What else needs to be done?" From the hobbit's reaction, this was not the first time she had asked the question. Then she said, "I feel so tired." And Harry helped her sit down. She fell asleep leaning against him. "Thank you," the hobbit said. "We could not get her to stop." Hermione loved the new clothes, although she felt like she was being dressed for a Renaissance fair. The lack of shoes worried her, especially with winter coming, but the mark was unseasonably warm. Harry was also going barefoot. Neither of them had thought to wear shoes that would hold up to their 10-day forced march, not that they had a chance to plan. Hermione made a mental note of the date, November 8th, and went to find Harry. She walked out of her room into the garden. The Took had given her a room leading directly to the outside, for which she was grateful. One day of walking down 5-foot-high hallways was more than enough for her. Then she heard it. A horn, sounding in the distance, from the direction of the forest. Another horn sounded, much closer, and then someone began ringing a bell, somewhere in the large compound the Took called his house. She went to the festival field to see hobbits lining up in ranks of pikemen, pike hobbits. Faramir ran by her, flashing a grin, with a bow in his hand and a quiver of arrows on his back. Frodo joined her, and answered the question she was about to ask. Every hobbit in the Mark has read the Red Book. They know what can happen if they are unprepared. They don't like it, but they make sure they are ready. And now they need to be. Is it an attack? Hermione asked. Who? But Frodo only shrugged. Spiders, a runner shouted, giant spiders. They're swarming out of the forest, all along the Buckport Trail. Hermione and Frodo followed one of the marching units. Her calm veneer almost shattered when she caught snatches of conversation from the hobbits. They were talking about her, as a good luck charm. Frodo gave her a supportive smile, but she noticed his hand on his dagger. His knuckles were white. The hobbits mounted the crest of the hill and looked out over the farmland. Swarms of spiders, some as big as she, were racing across the fields, with handfuls of hobbits fleeing before them. Hermione cringed, as she saw a pair of them fall to the attackers. Arrows began flying through the air. The first spiders fell. Hermione saw a jet of fire fly into the swarm, then a second one. She looked down the line and saw Harry, wand drawn, casting fire spells as quickly as he could. She pulled out her wand and began doing the same. The attackers were slowed, not by much, but enough to let the fleeing hobbits reach the front line. To her surprise and admiration, those without children grabbed pikes and joined the ranks. The spiders, despite the losses from the archers, pikes. The first spiders died, but those behind them kept coming. Each of the 3 lines of pikemen would charge forward in turn, letting the others reform. It was effective at holding back the spiders, but the hobbits were still losing ground. Hermione could not get any clear shots and looked for a high spot. She was one of the first to spot the surge. 50 yards to her right, the line was breaking. The largest spiders had massed, and crashed into the front ranks. The hobbits began to retreat, but the spiders overwhelmed them, and breached the line. Hermione ran forward, shouting spells to help the hobbits get clear. As though it were planned, the advancing spiders made for the line of archers, who kept shooting until the last arrow. The archers then dropped their bows, and picked up pikes they had with them. They formed the start of a new line. Hermione found herself in the front of a reformed line of defense. The pikemen around her shouted taunts at the spiders, while they slowly retreated from the advancing host. She spotted a small figure at her side. Faramir had grabbed a pike as long as she was, and had joined the fight again. When do the heroes come? He asked as a joke during the brief respite. The heroes are already here, Hermione asked, not really thinking, and she quickly forgot what she had said. The spiders were massed in front of them, and began to attack again. Hermione shouted spells as quickly as she could, and the hobbits around her shouted as one as they joined in the fighting. A spidery leg knocked Hermione's wand away. She turned in time to see Faramir jump between her and the spider, to be impaled on the pincers of the attacker. It threw the limp body away, as someone thrust her wand back into Hermione's hand. In a flash, she shouted, Avada Kedavra, and the huge spider fell dead. Around her, hobbits began shouting a cheer, and rushed forward, casting back the attackers. Suddenly, fire began to spread across the line. Harry and one of the hobbit commanders had a plan. They were setting fire to the grass and anything in front of them that would burn. In minutes, a wall of fire was being built in front of the spiders up and down the line. Then Harry started to set fire to the grass and trees behind the spiders. Hermione joined him, as well as the few remaining archers, shooting flames and flaming arrows into the air. Hobbits with torches ran and filled in the gaps. After that, it was only a matter of time. The spiders could advance or retreat from the fire which literally surrounded acres of land. The hobbits kept the fires advancing, and the end to the plague was finally reached. As soon as she wasn't needed, Hermione tried to rest. But when she turned away, she saw the wounded, many slowly dying from poisoned bites. She called some hobbits together and sent them to gather various plants and herbs, carefully describing them. She then walked through the field of dying, casting the petrifying curse on everyone who was seriously injured. Harry saw what she was doing, and after a quick explanation started doing the same. As more and more hands were freed from the battle, the stone-hard bodies were moved to an open area away from the carnage. Carts carried the wounded in from the furthest part of the battlefield, and Hermione, near exhaustion, cast spell after spell, pausing to describe the remedies she needed and in what proportions the ingredients should be mixed. She found herself thanking Professor Snape for being so thorough. When she had dared to ask about healing potions, everything was ready, and Hermione began the long process of unfreezing the wounded, who would then be treated. At one point, she recognized Eleanor took a pike still in her hands. 4 dead spiders lay in front of her. One of the servants said she was hurt after attacking the spiders with a pike, while her servants evacuated a farmhouse about to be overrun. She was saved from death by a sudden rush of pikemen to that spot. Occasionally, someone would hand her a bread roll or something to drink. She always took it, knowing it would keep her going. It had been dark for some time when Hermione found no injured around her, and she asked who was next. Someone said there were no more. Everyone was accounted for. Harry came up to her, handing her a cup of hot tea, which she drank. She kept looking around for something to do, then slowly sat down on the ground. A short while later she closed her eyes, and began snoring. Harry took the remainder of the drugged tea, and poured it out. The healer needed healing now, in the form of rest. Harry awoke the next morning to find it was almost dusk. He asked about Hermione, and was told she was still asleep and would sleep through the night. Going to the makeshift kitchen on the festival field, he got himself some dinner and joined in the conversations around him while he ate. Several hobbits congratulated him on his efforts of the previous day, and then returned to the main topic, Hermione. Harry listened to the tales about her while he ate. They talked about how she marched with the troops, and following the wizard's, Harry's, lead, cast flaming spells at the spiders. Then the line was breached, and she ran to close the gap, spreading death among the Ettercops as she went. It was there, in the newly formed line, that someone dared to ask when the heroes of legend would arrive to save the day. And Hermione said, "No, not Hermione," the Lady Elvelyn said, "the heroes are already here." Every hobbit in the field kitchen stood a little taller on hearing that. Then they talked about the healing. The dead and missing were listed in the dozens, but the wounded had numbered in the hundreds. Some said more than 1,000. The lady stayed until the last had been attended to. Any hobbit could name at least a dozen who were alive because of her. Harry thought about it. He had done most of the same things as far as the fighting was concerned. He even brought up the idea of the fire, which ended the battle decisively. Hermione and her healing had topped anything he had done. Killing was easy, Harry found, if you didn't care about who or what you were killing. But to heal, to steal from death, is never as easy. For the rest of his time in the Mark, RRY would always be known as the friend of the lady. Hermione woke up to find the sun already climbing the sky. Her last memories were of laying down to sleep in a muddy field. Now, she was lying in her bed, and she was clean. Rising slowly, she dressed in the new clothes laid out for her. With them were a pair of boots, clearly handmade, which fit perfectly. Dressed and ready for breakfast, she stepped out into the garden. Several hobbits looked up immediately, and bowed. She gave them a polite, if confused, curtsy, as 2 of the hobbits ran off in front of her. She followed the path to the festival field, with hobbits stopping to bow to her as she passed. Embarrassed more than anything, she walked quickly to Harry when she spotted him, trying to smile. Harry saw her approach, and did the unthinkable. He bowed to her as deeply as the hobbits, saying, "It is my hope that my lady slept well." Hermione stopped dead in her tracks. She was surrounded by a sea of hobbits, all looking at her like a favorite pet. "Harry," she asked, "what is going on?" "Well, let me see," said Harry as he led her to a table. 2 days ago, we had a terrible battle, do you remember that? It seems that you did more than your part. You've become a legend to everyone. They will tell their children and grandchildren about you. One couple, their daughter Hermione, was born last night. As she ate, Harry began to recount the tales about her. He was quickly, and politely interrupted by others, who were there, and knew the truth. They regaled her with stories about herself. The lady, standing in the line. The lady racing into the breach. The lady who healed an army. When she could finally excuse herself, she found Eleanor waiting for her. "I have a cart waiting, if you would care to ride with me." It was a request that could not be refused. Hermione climbed in the back of T.D. Dame, and the drover began leading the ponies down the road. Just ahead is the graveyard where everyone was buried. The spiders did not kill many. Considering how many they bit. There are barely 3 dozen graves. "So few?" asked Hermione, "but I saw dozens fall when the line was breached." "The spiders do not bite deep, but they poison their victims." Eleanor told her, "A poison that paralyzes quickly, then kills slowly." "Don't you remember, you are the one who told us." "I am sorry," Hermione said, "everything is still blurry in my mind." "You did many a great thing that day," Eleanor said soothingly, "in time, you will sort it all out. As I was saying, the poison kills slowly and, thankfully, you knew how to prepare the antidote. And you and your companion helped keep many alive until they could be treated. We are so grateful to you, but we did not know how to express out." "Thanks. What are those?" Hermione asked as she noticed small bushes. "Freshly planted every 10 feet, along one side of the road. Roses, mostly. And any flowering shrub that someone likes," Eleanor said. "I don't know who started it, but shortly after the first burial. Someone planted the first bush. He said he did it because he was still alive, and showed his scars from where the spiders had bitten him. Not long afterward, a second bush was planted. Now, everyone who was wounded and has not done so, is trying to find something to plant." Hermione watched as they passed bush after bush, for over a mile. She finally had to ask, how many were wounded? "Over 4,000 hobbits fought, and more than 1/4 of them had injuries," Eleanor replied, "and all but a few survived them because of you, Hermione. Do you understand? Each rose bush represents a life you saved." The cart stopped and the drover helped the Grand Dame down. Hermione looked in surprise to see Faramir standing next to a recently planted bush, with another one in his hands. There was a gap that it was intended for, and Hermione saw others, ahead planting bushes of their own. Gran, Faramir said, "I saved you a place next to mine, so we could be together." Hermione had to look away. She was overwhelmed by what she had done. She cried for no reason and could not stop. "My lady," Faramir said in greeting, when Hermione came out of her room. Her eyes were still red from her crying fit, but she could now bear to look at all of the grateful eyes. "My thanks for waiting to attend me, young sir," Hermione said, returning to her flowery prose. "A boon, my lady?" Faramir asked, nervously. "If it is within my power, Faramir, it is yours." Faramir knelt on one knee drawing his sword, which was little more than a dagger. He held it by the blade, hilt up, and said, "By your leave, Lady Elvelyn, I would swear myself as your protector, now and forever." Impressed by his sincerity, Hermione smiled. She gave him a deep curtsy, while she thought of what to say. "Thy gift honors me greatly, Meldear. I am grateful, now and forever." Faramir looked up and smiled as she clasped her hand around the hilt, taking his sword. She then held it out for him, so that he might take it back. As he escorted her to dinner, again in the festival field, Hermione noticed as he gave a smile of victory to a young girl his age. The smile was returned, and a very happy hobbit brought Hermione to her table. "And how is my Lady Elvelyn today?" Harry asked. "Everyone has been calling me that," Hermione said. "Have they forgotten my name?" "Condella Proudfoot hasn't," Frodo said. "Her daughter, Hermione, is thriving at the grand age of 1 day. Tansy Boffin over in the West March says they're naming their girl Hermione as well," Faramir added, "Herman if it's a boy." Hermione blushed at that statement. "We had best depart soon, Harry, or everyone will be named after me." After a pause, Hermione asked Harry a serious question, about the boots. "The centaurs made them," Harry explained. "They are also trying to make it up to the hobbits for the trouble they caused." "What trouble?" "Remember when the centaurs came out to fight the Ministry agents and the Dementors? Apparently, someone, we can guess who, talked the giant spiders into attacking. The centaurs had an easy time handling the spiders, and after the Ministry backed off, they dead to get rid of the spiders once and for all. The centaurs chased them all the way into the mark. They didn't know about the hobbits, Hermione said in understanding. Then we are to blame for the battle. No, my lady, you are not. The Took said, standing up at the head of the table, all you did was to cause it to happen now, when you were here to help us. That is much better than sometime in the future, when you will not be here. Quote. Loud cheers from everyone echoed through the field. Hermione would remain a hero, regardless. It was morning, and Hermione was dressing in her riding clothes. Radagast had returned quietly after dinner, and gathered Harry and Frodo into her room to discuss affairs. Faramir was there as well. He discovered the meeting, and demanded to be a part of it. The centaurs, it was explained, had no knowledge of the mark, and had driven the spiders in front of them while they continually depleted their ranks. The giant spiders had become vast in numbers, but were no match for the organized centaurs. Radagast rushed to them, and quickly told them of the situation, and the matter was soon remedied. The spiders were corralled in time, except for one small group. That phrase made Hermione cringe. The hobbits, to the delight of everyone, handled that problem. The centaurs had offered anything to make amends, and the Took made his demands. They had to swear eternal friendship with the hobbits, and were warned not to hesitate to ask for help if they should need it. They were also ordered to help the travelers as best they could. Provisions and transportation were promised, and boots were made for Harry and Hermione. Faramir helped his lady pack her clothes in the travel bags, and helped carry them outside. The centaurs were standing in the field with 3 horses. Her travel bags were placed on one of the horses, and Hermione sighed. They would have to give me a white horse. It's a pack horse, Harry said, we'll be walking again. This fulfills our bargain. A centaur said irritably, now we are done with our fetching. I apologize for causing you problems, Hermione added with equal irritation. The centaur rubbed his brown beard and said, we do not object to helping you. We object to the lack of dignity involved. Hermione was incensed. The centaurs had offered to make amends, and now this one was complaining about it. She glanced at Harry and saw that everyone was watching her. Then she lost her temper, and smiled at the centaur. Please, sir, it was not our wish to demean you and your kind. It would be best, then, if we took none of thy gifts. Lest we give unwanted offense. You may take back these horses, they will not be needed. The centaur stared at her, and she turned away from him. Faramir, you have sworn to aid me in my need. Please help me remove these boots. They hurt my feet. Faramir knelt to help, when another centaur came racing up. Please wait, Lady Elvelyn. Bren did not understand, as the centaurs walked off to argue. Harry leaned forward and whispered, Hermione, you've done it again. One more story about the great lady. Harry, you know how obnoxious they can be. I just wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine. Why don't they just walk off like they're supposed to? That one that asked you to wait, I know him. His name is Firenze. He's the one that carried me out of the Forbidden Forest that time in our first year. Bren came back, abashed. I apologize, Lady Elvelyn, the centaur said loudly. We have dealt with men recently, in a much different and difficult manner. Did not known that you are ones we had helped that day. My ignorance is my shame. These are hard times, Hermione said, and tempers flared too easily. It is I who bear the shame for provoking you. I ask thy forgiveness. She concluded with a curtsy was impressed. Hermione was getting very good at her fancy words. He was willing to bet she was also having a wonderful time being the center of attention. He was started to say something to her, when someone called his name. Harry Potter, Firenze said, we come together far from home. You have grown since we last met. It's good to see you, too, Firenze, Harry replied. I guess we're still causing problems for you. Firenze laughed, that is an understatement. All the world of magic is shaking from what you had done that day, fleeing into the woods. This world will never be the same again. The times that the stars have foretold have come upon us. Do you remember Hermione? Harry asked, sending gasps went through the crowd of hobbits. He had added another chapter to the stories they would tell. I do, Firenze said, with a grin, she has grown as well. But to the business at hand, we must ask that you delay your travels for one more day. Tomorrow, we shall see that you travel as fast as you need to. The stars tell us that you will have need. Lady Elvelyn, the centaur said, bowing, the mare is Deneth. We give her to you, as well as her mate, gray-haired deer. They are elvish steeds, left to our care. The bride and the groom, mused Hermione out loud, a remark that impressed the centaur, who hastily continued his speech. These two, he said, displaying two off-white ponies, are their children, not yet named. They are strong enough for your small friends to ride. Please honor us, and accept these gifts with our gratitude. It's showtime again, thought Hermione. You are mistaken, sir. It is you who honor us with such presents. They place upon me a value greater than my worth. I must accept out of need, and forever shall I remain in thy debt. For this kind gift. Thank you for the kind words, the centaur said. And meant, sir, Hermione said, you have aided us greatly. Then we ride, said Radagast from the back of another horse. Brown of course. Hermione mounted Dineth bareback, but without any problems. It was almost as if sitting in a chair. She was also willing to bet that the ride was smoother than a unicorn. Harry mounted Deer, and rode up to her, with Frodo riding up on the other side. What are you doing? Shouted the Took, and Hermione turned around to find Faramir riding the other pony. Hermione, Harry asked, what's going on? Harry, Faramir asked me yesterday to accept him as my protector. Please don't tell me you said yes, Frodo said, he's a nice boy, but he'll never stay behind. I know the type. Frodo looked up, and seeing Hermione's face, added, I'll get rid of him, nicely. Frodo rode over to where Faramir was arguing with his relatives, and interrupted him. Listen to me, boy, and listen well. The Hobbit said, I know all about your oath to the Lady Elvelyn, to be her protector and all that. What you fail to realize is that she is helping me, on my quest. Nobody joins my quest without my permission, and I don't recall you asking. Frodo counted the seconds, while the Took considered the situation. Mr. Baggins, the Took said, I appreciate your honesty, but I know this boy too well. He'll run off and follow you unless we tie him down. If you could ask the lady to talk to him. Grandfather Peregrine, no, objected Faramir, I can help, really. You said I get in the way all the time. But if I didn't get in the way during the battle, the spider would have gotten the lady, instead of me. Please, Mr. Frodo, you might need someone like me. Frodo frowned at Faramir's little speech. He hadn't known how Faramir was injured, but he should have guessed. Is your mother a brandybuck by any chance? Yes, sir, Faramir said, in wonder. How did you know? I can see it in you. Frodo said with a smile, come on, we have a lot of riding to do. My lady, Faramir asked when they were well away from the mark, where are we going? I have no idea, Hermione answered. Then, how will we know when we get there? That's easy, Harry answered. When we have no other choice except certain death, then we're there. Faramir looked around, but everyone looked serious. Excuse me, Radagast. He is joking, isn't he? Hopefully, he is, Radagast said. Hermione called to Faramir, and told him. Remember, young sir, you may leave at any time. You do not have to remain. I know, my lady. I only want to know what to expect. That's easy to explain, Faramir, Harry said. Remember the day of the battle, just before the first horn sounded. That is what this trip will be like. Except sometimes there won't be a horn to sound the warning. And sometimes the warning might be elsewhere, said a voice from behind. Bren trotted up to the small party and said, it was decided. You should have someone with you who can read the stars. I came because I need to repay a debt. Bren, you have no debts to me, if that is what you mean, Hermione told him. Not to you, perhaps, Bren said. But to myself. Also, I have always wanted to meet the elves. Elves? Asked Faramir, his eyes lighting up. Elves, Radagast told him, adding with a grin, did I forget to tell you about that? Radagast made camp for them that night, warning them that he had to leave. Old evil is rising up, and vies for my attention. I will be away in the morning, but I want to set your path for you. Your enemies are far behind, and will have difficulty getting to you. The wizard drew them a small map in the dirt, showing them the trail. By midday, you will reach this cavern. And then you should be safe from pursuit. I warn you to go quickly, once inside. When last I was that way, the path was safe, but things change from day to day. Ride through the cavern, fast and hard, just in case. Bren looked out at the night sky for most of the night, then talked to Radagast about what he read in the stars. I do not know why, but doom awaits us. I have read every trail the stars make in the sky. And even if you stay, it will not change our fate. And what will, old friend? The wizard asked. I know you too well. You insult the heroes of the hour, then make up an excuse to join their company. Now you tell me there is doom. You did not see this tonight. Be honest with me, please. It is true, Bren said, I saw this doom years ago, the day the child Potter was lost in the forest. And Firenze broke the taboo by riding the boy out of the woods. Mars was unusually bright that night. Bren pawed the ground in his nervousness. I did not know what would happen. Only that the Potter, Harry, would be involved, as well as evil with two faces. I read in the sky that night, that if I were there I would be able to find the safest course. The halfling, Faramir, must go. I do not know the why of it. But if he remains with us, we will never pass through the cavern. Even if he leaves us, I see little hope of keeping the ring out of the hands of someone who will use it, but I do see hope. And this became clear after you found out that I was leaving. Radagast asked, then added, I'll think of some important message that he needs to take back to the mark. Then he smiled. I'll tell him elves are heading there, and they need to know where we've gone to. The boy will love having to travel with elves as a compensation. I can ask a couple of friends to show up. You don't have to do that. Faramir said, walking out of the shadows. It's almost light, I'll ride back now. Would you like some breakfast first? Radagast asked, but Faramir only shook his head. Don't you want to say goodbye? He asked the hobbit, but he received no answer. It is for the best, Bren told the hobbit as the boy mounted his pony, but turned away when he saw the tears run down the boy's cheek. It is hard, Bren told the wizard, to be told by everyone that you will only get in the way, and then the stars tell you the same story. I'd best go now as well, old friend, Radagast said, with a sigh. Tell them I took the boy with me. The stars can spare them their friend's embarrassment. Radagast mounted his horse, and rode off. Faramir hated himself. His friend's Ives depended on he could not even imagine how that could be a good thing to hear. Now he faced 5 days, alone, on his way back to the mark. He had ridden only a couple of hours, when bad luck began to hit. He dropped the water pouch as he loosened it to take a drink. It fell in a perfect way as to spill most of the contents. He dismounted to retrieve it, and the pony startled at something unheard, and bolted. Going back down the trail, toward the camp. Great, shouted Faramir, kicking the empty water pouch. No food, no water, no ride, no friends, nothing. Why don't you make it rain so I can get hit by lightning? He shouted at no one in particular. Not caring any more, he began to walk back toward the camp as his only hope of finding the pony. He was back, and then some, when the sun began to set. That is when he heard the noise, someone shuffling about, ahead of him. Thinking as fast as he could, he decided to grab a good-sized rock. And then hide up the nearest tree. If I need to run, I'll get in one good shot first, he thought, as he waited for the figure to approach. It was a man, Harry's age, with white blonde hair, bent over searching the ground. He ignored everything else, outside the width of the path. He was looking for something that might have been dropped. Just as Faramir realized what that might be, the man picked the something up, and chortled, I found you, my precious. The man looked up, when Faramir gasped, and laughed. You're too late, the man said, his madness clear in his voice. As Faramir readied to throw his rock, the man put the ring on his finger, and disappeared. Faramir stood still, not moving or saying a thing, listening to every sound. He may not be able to see, but he could hear. Then he heard the insane little laugh, little more than a whisper. And threw the rock with all of his might. The rock hit something 5 feet off the ground, and it fell. The hobbit jumped down, quickly searching for the body. He found it, and then the hand, and then the ring. He pulled, and it came off too easily. Faramir looked down and saw why there was no resistance to his efforts. His shot had been true. The man was still alive but barely. When he fell, he had hit another rock on the ground. His skull was cracked, and he was bleeding profusely. Faramir left him, knowing there was nothing he could do. Then voices were heard, coming quickly. Luck and more bad luck, he thought, and put the ring on his own finger, backing away from the body. I told you I heard something, the one man said, running to the body. Cursing, he added, we had better take him back and find out what to do. The 2 men picked up their unconscious companion, and disappeared. The audible popping noise convinced Faramir that they had left. The hobbit ran quickly and quietly, no longer worried about himself. If Frodo had lost the ring, and not gone to search for it, something must be wrong. He did not have to wait long to find out what it was. There was a camp ahead of him, with people appearing and reappearing inside. He could see no sign of the lady or of Harry. Bren was standing there in plain sight, frozen in place but not as it had been done in the mark. It was obvious he could see and hear everything around him, but he could not move. Frodo was also there, talking to a hooded figure, whimpering and crying about something. Faramir leapt into the camp as quickly as he could. He came as close as he could, to Frodo and listened. Frodo was staring into empty space, constantly repeating, "I do not know, Master." Nor was anyone paying attention. The two men were there with the body of the blond man between them. They had obviously been waiting for a while. "What happened?" asked the hooded figure. "He fell and hit his head," one of the men said. "We could heal the wound but he'll still be asleep for hours. What should we do with him?" "Leave him there," Voldemort said, "it was a waste using him anyway." "The little traitor." "My lord," said the man next to him. "Draco meant only to take it for you, and he was right to try. You heard what the Minister of Magic did." "Lucius, don't try my patience," the Dark Lord said, "try. To steal the ring for himself was the only decent thing the boy ever did, the only time anyone in your family ever showed some guts. That is why he is still alive. If he had succeeded in his task, I would have even restored his sanity. So he could be a proper Malfoy again." Lucius Malfoy said nothing and turned away, looking directly at Faramir, but not seeing him. "It is not him I am concerned about, Master. He was always a disappointment. You need not worry, Lucius. I know you are loyal to me, and you have earned my trust. Once I have the ring, you will have all the resources you need to perpetuate your bloodline. If you choose." "If I choose?" Lucius asked, looking back in confusion. "Of course," Voldemort said, "once I have the ring, I will be immortal. And I will be able to share that gift with anyone I choose." Faramir watched in horror, as Lucius Malfoy dropped all pretense of compassion from his face, and smiled as viciously as the man he was standing next to. The hobbit slipped away into the shadows. To get away from the men, as well as to find his two missing friends. They were easy to find. They had both been beaten, from the way they looked. They had also been tied and gagged, and left to hang upside down from a tree branch. Faramir had no knife to cut the ropes with, but that didn't matter. Too many people were standing around, anyway. He tried his third option, going for help. He was tired already, but he had no choice. He passed through the camp and began running as fast as he could in the direction of the cavern. The elves were supposed to be on the other side, and he prayed it would not be far. The one thing he made sure of was to remove the ring as soon as it was safe to do so. Faramir came to a stream and stopped to drink, when a shadow loomed over him. He reached for his pocket. But a soft voice told him not to try. "If you are a friend, you need not worry," the voice said, "and if you mean us harm, you are already dead." Faramir stood up when he was told to, and turned around. The elf, it was obviously an elf, thought Faramir, stepped back and gave a polite bow. "We were told to expect you, Mr. Baggins, but not in this manner. But I am confused. I was told you would be taller. I'm not Mr. Baggins, Frodo that is," Faramir said quickly. He explained what had happened, except for the ring, as quickly and with as much detail as he could. The elf listened carefully, asking an occasional question, then told him to wait where he was. Faramir watched the elf run off, and saw the trees around him ripple as though a light breeze had sprung up. He looked around, and saw one elf still there. "When did Radagast tell you we were coming?" Faramir asked. "He told us we would have to pass through a cavern first before we found you." The elf looked surprised. "It was not Radagast who told us. He has not passed the way in many years. Nor did we know you would come here. We were told you would try to find one of our places, and this one was most likely. When others began to appear near the caverns, we began to watch on this side, to help if needed." "You made the right choice," Faramir said with a smile. Harry awoke as the sun came through the trees. He noticed that Radagast had left already, and was not too surprised. Then he noticed Faramir was gone as well. "Radagast took him," Bren said. "He was best suited for a task the wizard had. He went eagerly. You'll have to lie better than that if you're going to convince Hermione, Harry said. There was a good reason, Harry Potter, the centaur said, sadly. I am not free to explain. Harry nodded, waking up Hermione and Frodo. When Hermione looked around, Harry said, Faramir went with Radagast, for some reason. They didn't say why. Hermione took this in stride saying, I wish that wizard would explain things sometimes. I didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. Harry looked at Bren, who gave him a grateful smile. The four had a hasty breakfast. The safe, and comfortable, was appealing. They broke camp and began the last leg of their journey. After only an hour, Frodo stopped his horse. The ring, it's missing, he shouted, my precious, I've lost it. We'll find it, Hermione said. When did you last have it? When we broke camp, Frodo said, and about 10 minutes later, I noticed the chain was loose, so I put the ring in my pocket, or thought I did. Then Frodo looked up, saying, he's coming, but I don't know how. He seems to be in one place, then he is suddenly closer. He's getting very close, very fast. He's apparating, Harry said, hurriedly, he could be here at any time. I could be here, now, said a familiar voice, as for you centaur, immobilaris. Before Harry or Hermione could react, their wands were taken from them by Death Eaters who began appearing all around them. They were dragged from their horses and thrown to the ground. Voldemort looked at them in contempt, and turned to the hobbit and said, do you know who I am? Yes, master. Frodo replied tonelessly. Then give me the ring. I lost it, master. I do not know where. When did you lose it? Voldemort asked in anger. Somewhere on the trail between here and our last camp, Frodo said. Voldemort fumed, it is a small delay. Lucius, fetch your son. Lucius Malfoy bowed and disappeared. Voldemort smiled down at the two Hogwarts students, saying, I don't want to kill you yet. Although I should, but I will have some fun first. The Dark Lord removed and smashed Harry's glasses, then began kicking him. As though it was a signal, the Death Eaters joined in, sparing neither him nor Hermione. When both were beaten into unconsciousness, Voldemort had them tied up, and then hung by their feet from a strong tree. Frodo watched all of this with a blank face. Lucius returned with a very frightened Draco, pushing the boy down on his knees. You think I'm disappointed in you, Voldemort told the boy, but I am not. I admire initiative in a young pupil, but you need to know your place. Voldemort smiled, and moved his face closer to Draco's. I am giving you a second chance, boy. Don't forget, this time, who your master is. On this path is the ring. It was dropped. Find it and bring it back to me. I will, Draco said quickly, I will, I promise. I know you will, Voldemort said, closing the boy's eyes with his hand. He pulled out his wand and said something too softly for anyone except Draco to hear. Then he backed away, telling the boy, go, now. Draco opened his eyes and got up, stumbling along the path. Anyone who looked in his face saw only madness. Frodo awoke from a terrible dream. The first thing he did was clutch for the chain around his neck. It was a dream, he thought, I still have the ring. He rolled over in the bed. Bed, he said to himself, where am I? In a safe place, an elven maiden said, you are fine, as is the centaur, but the 3 men with you were injured greatly. We have healed them and they will recover with rest. Do I know this place? Frodo asked. This room seems familiar. This place was built in memory of lost Rivendell, and you know of Rivendell. We are not sure, but we think this would have been the same room. It is beautiful, said Frodo, looking out the window. Does this place have a name? The elf laughed softly, saying, we have never named it. We made it too much like our memories. We will not name it after the place of old, and we do not wish to hurt our memories by giving it a new name. Only elves would have such a problem, Frodo said, we would argue for days on naming something. Then give it a half-dozen names, and see which one wins out. Frodo turned away from the window, and asked, what happened? I remember when the Dark Lord showed up, and that is about it. Your young friend, Faramir, had left to return home, when he lost his horse. He returned to find all of you captive, and had the wits to run to us for help. He knew you were there. He knew we were somewhere. He did not know how close. We stopped him, and he told us everything we needed to know. We rescued you, although to our surprise, most of the enemy, including this Dark Lord, disappeared. Frodo nodded. And then thought to what she had said earlier, you said 3 men. 3 of the race of men, the elf answered, we know one was female, a woman. I understood, said Frodo. But there were only 2 of the race of men with me. That was a wonderful story of daring, Faramir, Frodo said, and simply told, but you forgot one thing. I left the chain in my pocket, if your story is true. It would not have found its way to my neck on its own. Faramir looked around, nervously, as his companions stared at him. The blond man found the ring, and put it on. I hit him with the rock. It was a lucky shot. But then I was forced to put the ring on, to keep from being found by his friends. I thought if I put it back on the chain, you would all think it was a mistake. Why would you be afraid of our finding out about that? Hermione said, you did a brave thing, and you saved our lives. But now I'll have to leave, Faramir said, the way all the ring-bearers did. Frodo began to laugh out loud, while Faramir turned a bright red. You bragged about how you read the Red Book, Faramir. All of us assumed you finished it. As Harry and Hermione joined in the laughter, Faramir looked up in relief, asking. I don't have to go. You never did, Frodo said. If you read the entire book, you would have read that I chose to go, as did Sam, after his wife died. No one has ever had to go into the West. We were permitted. Then Eveline. Faramir began to say, but turned red again. As everyone else laughed, Hermione put her arm around the young hobbit's shoulder, and said. Eveline will still have to decide if she likes adventurous hobbits. She then hugged Faramir, adding, thank you, again, for giving me my life. Malfoy, quit faking, Harry said, we know you're awake. We need to talk. Harry and Hermione both fumed as the Slytherin continued to lay in bed. Then an elf came up to the bed, saying, good morning, young sir, I bring your breakfast. Draco opened his eyes, jumped into a sitting position and said, oh, goody. He began to eat greedily as the tray of food was placed before him. The elf led the 2 to one side, and said softly, do you see why we have kept him from you? We have healed his physical injuries, and removed the spell which maddened him, but his brain has been hurt. He will never be as he once was, but he responds well to kindness. On that note, the elf left them. Harry and Hermione watched in fascination as Draco picked at his food, all in bite-sized pieces so he would not need utensils. That looks good, Malfoy, Harry said, trying to be nice. You're Mr. Bad Potter, Draco said, not looking up, I don't have to like you. I'm sorry, Draco, Harry said, you're right. Are you? Draco asked suddenly, are you really sorry? Oh, yes. And Hermione is sorry, too, Harry said, responding to the look on Draco's face. We were hoping we could be friends. Yes, Draco, Hermione added, we just wanted to be friends. Draco looked at the 2 of them, as if deciding, then stuck out his hand, and said, if you really are sorry, then we can be friends. Harry shook Malfoy's hand. Then Draco went back to eating his breakfast. As though nothing had ever happened. Nor would he respond to any of their questions. As the 2 left the blonde-haired boy, Hermione couldn't help but comment, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, friends at last. Harry. I hate it. I've always hated Malfoy, but to see him like this. Hermione, Draco is happy, and with the life he had, he never could have that. And he will get better, Harry added. With little hope in his voice. I've talked with the elves, Frodo said as he approached the 2. Our close friend back there will be taken care of. When the chance comes, he will be returned to the care of your people. If he wants. And live the rest of his life at St. Mungo's, said Hermione, as a tear ran down her cheek. She hated Malfoy on this day. She hated him most because she felt sorry for him. It didn't take long for things to get out of hand. Ginny listened to Ron and Hermione as they badgered Harry into going to the infirmary. Trust Ron to mention how important it was to the Quidditch team. They marched off, most likely trying to get out of classes. It must have worked, because Neville and Dean both asked her if she knew what happened to the trio. She returned to the common room to see Harry Potter reading a book. She thought nothing of it, until Ron walked by, carrying the same book. Ginny decided to play it safe, and went to talk to Hermione. Hermione was also reading the same book. The only difference was that she reading faster. What's up? Ginny asked, the 3 of you are all reading the same book. What's going on? Extra credit for Muggle studies, Hermione said. Harry and Ron are helping me. Ginny let her go back to reading. Walking back to the common room, she walked by Harry and sat down. "What are you reading?" she asked. "It's a book," Harry answered. "Harry, if you were Ron, that would be an informative answer. What is it? I'm curious." Harry showed her the title, The Hobbit, and went back to reading. "Looks interesting," Ginny said. "Can I borrow it when you're done? Unless you have to return it, of course." Sure," said Harry, "when I'm done." "Oh good," Ginny said, "I was afraid the book was for class or something." "No. Just something Dumbledore thought I might be interested in." "Thanks, see you later," Ginny said, and left. She thought of talking to Ron, but he would be too clever. Rather than make up some excuse he might forget, he would tell her to get lost, and leave it at that. 3 days later, Ginny overslept. She had been up late the night before, reading the books that Hermione had given her. The Hobbit was an easy book to read. But the sequel was very different, and it came in 3 volumes. She fell asleep when she was almost to the end of the first volume. Ginny heard Harry in the common room, talking. She saw 2 small figures, and some food, as she rushed though, and assumed they were house elves. She was half right. She stopped to look, because they were dressed funny, for house elves. One elf was wearing a robe, and the other was dressed in normal clothes, except that he was barefoot, and the feet were hairy. "Harry," she said nervously, "what's going on?" "That's a hobbit. That isn't proper English," Harry answered. "You should say, he's a hobbit." "Why is he here?" she asked, ignoring the smart remark. Her curiosity overcame her fear of being late for class. "The Hobbit," and Harry looked at each other and started laughing, at some private joke. Even the elf had a wry smile on his face. "Frodo Baggins," the Hobbit said, bowing. "I am here because I am not very popular." "You must be related to Ron," she said. After being possessed by a book in her first year at school, Ginny was quick to accept things as they appeared. Since a hobbit appeared, she accepted it. At it should be the hero of the story she was reading made it plausible. "Harry," she said, excitedly, "you were reading the books because he showed up." Then she paused and asked carefully, "It was only him that showed up, wasn't it? I mean, nothing else, right?" No one answered, but the looks on their faces told her the answer. As confirmation, she noticed the chain around Frodo's neck. "I'm going to class, now. Goodbye," she said, and rushed out of the room. Ginny was glad for once that she had hand-me-down robes. They used to belong to George, and had large deep pockets on the inside. She had brought the books with her to show them to a friend, but now she decided on a different plan. She went to her favorite spot, a large empty room, with plenty of light. It was used mostly as storage for odd bits of furniture. And Ginny had never been bothered by anyone whenever she was there. It also had the benefit of being 2 levels below Gryffindor Tower. She had the feeling that reading Lord of the Rings was more important than classes. Besides, she was a Weasley. They would accept, and not believe, any excuse she gave. She sat by the window, and opened the book, finishing the last few pages. She put it back in her pocket, and pulled out the second volume. She read swiftly, only looking up when she heard glass breaking somewhere above her. Ginny peered out the window to see Harry, on his broom, flying toward the Forbidden Forest. Shortly, Ron flew by, with what looked to be the Hobbit. Glass shattered again, and Ginny watched the shards fall past into the ground. His eyes bulged when she noticed Dementors down there, as well as men. She looked for her brother. Again, to see Dennis Creevey on his broom. He and Hermione were holding on to each other for dear life. Ginny stood there, stunned, as her brother and her friends were chased by man and monster alike. Shoving the book back in her pocket, she stood there for a time trying to figure out what to do. Then the door opened, and the strange elf entered. "Follow me," he said, "there isn't much time." Ginny could only ask, "What's going on?" "Your brother and his friends have fled to the forest with Frodo Baggins," the elf said. "Your minister now wishes to seize any relatives they may have. The brother to the younger one has already been taken. They hunt for you. We must leave." Ginny was confused. Frodo Baggins, the younger one's brother. They seized Colin. Ginny stopped thinking and followed the elf. The two raced through the halls to the kitchen entrance, and into the kitchen itself. "Block the door," the robed elf said to the other house elves, who began to throw anything that could in front of the entrance. Dobby, the elf said, have you decided? Someone must choose. Dobby looked scared, shaking his head. No, Dobby cannot choose. He is good elf. Winky came walking up, with the same expression as the robed elf. Winky listened, and made the choice. Already I remember my name, Henuin. I will remain, Baralas. You may go without fear. Dobby looked at Winky with awe, saying solemnly, if Winky chooses, then Dobby chooses. The elf called Baralas gave his thanks, and summoned Ginny to the fireplace. Wait a minute, Ginny said. I'm not going anywhere. This is too much for me. You may stay as you wish, Baralas said, I am only trying to help you. A loud noise was heard on the stairwell outside the door, and Ginny said. Fine, let's go. Baralas threw flow powder into the fireplace, and named a place Ginny did not recognize. The two of them stepped in, together. They came out in a warehouse filled with bags and boxes of food. Baralas did not hesitate. He called out to the house elves who worked there and ordered them to douse the fire. Something about his tone made them obey. Sand was thrown into the fireplace until there were only embers, and these were snuffed out as quickly as possible. A man who was the supervisor came running to see what was happening, and began to shout. Then he saw Ginny, and froze. What are you doing here, girl, and what did you do to the fireplace? The man said in a distinct Irish accent. We have deliveries to make. Ginny began to stammer about dementors. When Baralas took over, my master was being chased by dementors because of what her brother did. I helped her flee because I know her to be innocent. Them's Hogwarts robes. The man said. What are dementors doing at Hogwarts? They tried to seize Harry Potter, and his friends. One of them was my master's brother. Harry Potter. The supervisor exclaimed, recognizing the famous name. Why? I cannot tell, sir, and my master is still too shaken to explain. The man paused as if making a decision. You're not allowed in here, you have to leave. And I'll have to restart the fire. He looked Ginny in the eye. And added, it may take a couple of hours. Thank you, Ginny said, then stopped to ask, where are we? The man gave a small laugh. Go up those stairs and out the door. You'll be in Fenian Square. O'Connell Street is to your right. When Ginny just stared at him, he added, with a smile, ass. Welcome to Ireland. As Ginny walked out into Fenian Square she gasped in surprise. It was Dublin's version of Diagon Alley. She could even see the local branch of Gringotts Bank. Baralas led her to a bench where she could catch her breath. He then tried to explain things. How familiar are you with the name, Frodo Baggins? He asked. Ginny nodded. He's the main character in the book I'm reading. I've just started the second volume. What about the book? Did those things really happen? Yes, and in the end the ring was destroyed. It seems that there was a division of some kind, before that happened, so that there were 2 hobbits and 2 rings. Our Frodo Baggins survived all of this time as a spirit, until he was called back into flesh. Ginny digested the information, and said, I can follow that. Too many strange things happen with magic to say it couldn't be true. Now, what about the Dementors? It is a simple explanation, Baralas said. The Minister of Magic learned about the ring, and tried to seize it, to use against his enemy. Trying to remain calm, she then said, okay. The minister tries to grab the ring, but Harry and Ron get away, with Frodo. I saw Hermione and, I think, Dennis Creevy. That is right, Baralas said, it was his brother that the minister took. Why Colin? What did he have to do with it? He makes a perfect hostage, Baralas said calmly. What would your brother do, if they had taken you? Ginny nodded grimly. Where do we go now? I do not know, said Baralas. I thought to take you as far from their reach as I could. There are places of safety, but I do not know where they are. Places of safety? Ginny asked, as in elvish places. Like Rivendell. Yes, that is it. I even remember hearing of Rivendell, but in the past tense. I am sure it is gone, but there must be others. Men would not know of them. Unless elves chose to reveal themselves. In time I will remember things more clearly, but I made my decision only recently, and it takes time to recall my life. Ginny decided to ask about that later. She had to think about what to do. Baralas had gotten her away, safely, but time was running out. I have an idea, she said, but I don't think I have enough money. Easily done, Baralas said proudly. Dobby is paid, as you know. He let me have some of his wages. Is 5 galleons sufficient? Ginny nodded. Here's what we do. We go to the bookstore, and look for a book on weird places. If we find a likely place, we take the night bus. Ginny found the book she wanted very easily. With Halloween so close, such books were very popular. She even found one called Places and Displacements in Ireland. She bought the book, and a map of Ireland. As she was leaving, she admitted she was a stranger, and asked about the night bus. The clerk told Ginny her accent gave her away. She added that in the Republic the bus was called the Express. Ginny went to the spot where she was told to call the bus, and sat with Borales, poring through the book. They had to find something quickly. The man in the warehouse said they would have 2 hours, and one of those was gone already. Borales scanned the book. Most of these chapters are about houses or other buildings. There are 2 possibilities, though. There is an area in County Antrim in the north, and another one in County Kerry in the west. He closed the book and said, "Which do you choose, the short mile, or the phantom fishing boat?" Ginny laughed at his descriptions. "Let's make it easy, Antrim will put us back in the United Kingdom. Let's go to Kerry." They figured out where they wanted to go, and Ginny put her hand up. Immediately, a green bus stopped in front of them, and the 2 boarded. "Where to, miss?" the porter asked. "County Kerry," Ginny answered, paying the fare. When the porter asked her to be more specific, she pulled out the map and showed him a spot about 20 miles southeast of Dingle, carefully explaining that she was meeting friends for an outing. Satisfied, the porter gave her the change, and wished her a good holiday. Ginny figured he would tell his boss at the first chance, but they would hopefully be gone by then. She was praying for luck, because she did not know how far they would have to go, once the bus let them off. As she settled onto a bed, she turned to Borales. "Why did you say I was your master, Borales? I thought elves couldn't lie." "I did not lie," Borales said, "I merely implied. In one sense, you are the master of my fate, as I would have had to explain if asked. It was the same when the man in the warehouse asked why we were there. I said that I could not tell, not that I did not know." Ginny smiled at the answer, then went on to her next question. "Why are you called Borales? All the other house elves have names like Winky and Dobby and Iffy." Then she added, in a confused voice, "And what is this about a choice and Winky saying she had a different name?" Borales looked at her and said, "It is something you should not be told. But if you return to your school you will guess. As others have already." The elf made sure they were not overheard, and said, "We are immortal. When we die, our spirits are reborn in new bodies, with all of our memories lying dormant. We age almost as quickly as humans to a certain point. This is the point at which house elves now exist. It is difficult to understand the idea of remembering such a great past, and we are permitted a period of childhood to adjust to the world. When we are ready we make a conscious decision to mature. The first thing we remember is our name. Over the decades, as we mature, more of our memories return. When we are adults, we are as though we have always been." Ginny stared in awe. She was looking at an elf child, one that was slowly growing up to be as Elrond and Legolas. "How long ago did you make the choice?" she asked. 2 days ago, the elf answered sadly. "I am forcing myself to remember things that would help, but I do not know enough, yet. I only know there is a place of safety. I do not know how. Or why it is safe." "What happened to the adults?" Ginny asked, a note of fear rising in her voice. "I do not know," Borales answered, and hid his eyes. They said nothing for the rest of the trip. "Where do we go from here?" Ginny asked. "The phantom ship always appears and disappears somewhere between this point and this spot here," Borales said, pointing to a spot on the map that was 2 to 3 miles away. There was no problem at first. Borales led the way along the coastal side of the road, looking for anything familiar. He spoke of a feeling that was slowly getting stronger. He said he should know when they were there. Then a lady stopped her car and called across the road, asking if they needed a lift. A boy, half Ginny's age, popped his head out of the rear window and looked Borales straight in the face. When the elf looked up, "Mom," he shouted in glee, "it's one of them. One of the little people." The boy blessed himself in the Catholic fashion and smiled even wider when the elf was still there. His mother stared out the window and did the same, muttering a prayer under her breath. "We're fine, Mrs. Ginny said, thank you for asking." The boy hid in the back seat again when his mother told him to, and the woman quickly drove away, only to stop when a man suddenly appeared in front of the car. Ginny looked up to see a half-dozen men apparating around her. Somehow, 2 Dementors were there as well. The man in front of the car pulled out his wand, and a green light struck out at the woman in the car. Another man raised his wand and pointed it at Barelas, only to fall dead with an arrow sticking out of his neck. As Ginny watched, man after man fell to the ground. Then each Dementor was hit with a glowing arrow, one with magic attached to it. And they fell away into nothingness. An elf, an adult elf, walked out of the trees near them. "Young one," he asked Barelas in Sindarin, "are you unharmed?" "Yes, I am," Barelas replied, "but the woman in the car." "She is dead," the elf answered. "We did not think to act, until WWE acted too late." "And her child?" Barelas asked. The elf signaled, and 2 others separated from the trees, and ran to the car. They removed the child, and returned to the woods. Others took the bodies of the men and disappeared with them. "I am Galdor," the elf said, turning to Ginny, "I must ask you to come with me. Others are trying to reach this place. We will take you to safety as it is your companion's wish." "At least we made it," Barelas said. He and Ginny followed the elves, the adult elves, into a grove of trees which grew into a forested trail. With them was the boy, who was being carried. They followed the path down to the water's edge where they found a small harbor. A path led them to a house that seemed to stretch and blend into the trees. They walked up the steps, and were met by another adult elf. "What is this?" the elder elf asked in anger and surprise. "Why do you come here? And bring men's children as well?" "They were in danger," said Galdor. "The girl is a witch, and was being led here by the young one." "I am to blame," said Barelas. "I am young and knew no other safe place. I did not even know there would be anyone here." "He only made his decision 2 days ago," Ginny said. "There weren't any adult around to help him, so Barelas didn't know he was doing anything wrong." The elf smiled as Ginny jumped to defend Barelas. He moved to reassure her. "I forget my manners," he said. "I am certain. I welcome you to the Grey Havens. Enter as a friend." Galdor entered Ginny's room after she had finished eating tea. "How are you, child?" he asked. "Scared," Ginny answered. 4 hours ago I was reading a book, and worrying that I'd get in trouble for missing class. This is a big change." Then she added, sadly, "I've never seen anyone killed before." Galdor gave her a smile filled with compassion. "Death is never easy, even when you are immortal. The boy is sleeping, by the way. I know you will want to know. He will be fine. We have helped many like him before." To help Ginny relax, he asked, "If you like, I will show you the gardens. The flowers are always in bloom. You may find it refreshing." As Ginny walked with the elf, she found herself easily answering his questions. Galdor had a manner about him that made her trust him completely. Part of it was the way he avoided talking about the main subject of why she had come to the Havens. As the subject finally came up, Ginny asked, "Do you know about Frodo Baggins?" Galdor looked at her in curiosity, an odd question. He said, "To answer truthfully, yes. I have even met him. But I would ask how you know of him." Ginny bowed her head, saying, "I met him, too." It is a difficult thing, Ginny Weasley, to surprise an elf. But you are coming very close. I saw Frodo Baggins board a ship and sail the straight path to the western lands. I must ask, of course, how old you really are. Galdor added the last line with a smile, and was pleased to see Ginny return it. "I'm only 15, she said, "and I guess he must have sailed back, because I met him this morning." When Galdor said nothing, she added, "I was reading those books everyone started to read, when he showed up. I didn't know why, but—" "Books?" asked Galdor suddenly. In response, Ginny pulled out the first volume, called The Fellowship of the Ring, and handed it to the elf. "I've finished reading that one already." Looking at the book in wonder, Galdor said, "I do believe you have surprised me after all, Ginny Weasley. I must ask to borrow this to read. I promise to return it to you when I am done, and I will tell you how much of it is true. But I must ask one important question. About the ring," Ginny said, making an accurate guess. "I didn't see it, but Frodo had a chain around his neck, and he clutched at it when I asked. Barelas should know more, he was talking with Frodo when I met him." Gald. or showed none of his impatience to be gone. Although almost an adult, this girl was still young, and had been through a difficult time. Like the young boy, it was best to let her know she was safe and with friends. Even elves needed such reassurances on occasion. Instead of hurrying off, he spent time talking about Barolas. The young one was already in the library, reading. He would come into his maturity quickly. As elves measure time. Are you sure? Cerdin asked, is there any possible doubt? I am mentioned in the story as well. The book tells that I accompanied Legolas, son of Thranduil, to the meeting at Lost Rivendell. Galdor said. I talked with young Barolas, as well. Frodo Baggins is here, in this time, and he has the ring. And the children. Barolas said so. They are slaves, and they do not know better. He only made his decision as a child's dare. Cerdin was dismayed. We have remained to ourselves too long. We will make contact with the race of men, and begin to reclaim our brethren. We will start with the man Barolas told you of. This. Dumbledore. What of the manchildren? Galdor asked. Find out from the boy as much as you can, and try to return him to what family he has. Cerdin said. As for the girl, we will look at her means of using magic. It may be something we can duplicate. Men have given us most of our machines of war. We have proof they have found uses for magic as well. How is Barolas? Ginny asked. I haven't seen him for days. He is spending his time in the library, Cerdin told her. His thirst for knowledge is great, and will not easily be sated. If you like, I will take you to see him after we are done here today. Ginny nodded, saying her thanks, and took the wand that the elf offered. We have examined your wand, and have seen how it is used. We have designed this one for you. It is made from a branch of the linden tree. Its core is a Corinki feather. Please try this. Ginny picked up the 12-inch wand, and felt a sense of power stronger than she had ever felt from her old wand. She thought about what spell to try. Then she thought of the feather core, and decided to try a spell she had once heard during her 3rd year. She waved the wand in the proper manner, concentrating as strongly as she could. Avis, Ginny called out, and several small birds with scarlet feathers appeared, and began flying around the room, then into the forest outside. Elves came from everywhere and began to gather at the windows in wonder, as the birds sang in their high-pitched warbles. After an hour, however, the birds faded away. Cerdin looked down at Ginny, saying, that was an excellent spell. I think that is the first time the Corinki have sung their songs east of Amon. Ginny blushed at the praise, knowing she had done much better than she could have hoped. Before her arrival, the elves had not concerned themselves with the race of men, paying little attention to the world around them. They were not ignorant, however, and knew that men had found a way to increase their skills in magic. Now, Cerdin was having the elves develop wands of their own. Ginny's new wand was the first attempt to make a wand specifically for one of the race of man. Mr. Ollivander won't like the competition, she said. And does he have a name? Cerdin asked. That is his name, Ginny said. It is a curious name, then, Cerdin said. In our tongue it means, keeper of the tree. I thought it a strange title. I know he's not an elf, Ginny said. He doesn't have the ears, for one. Let it pass, child, the elf said with a laugh. It is one of those coincidences of language one comes across. My own name, in one of the dwarvish tongues, means small bread roll. Ginny laughed with the elf, and prepared for her next task. I've tried this before, but I could never do much more than get a soft glow. We call this the Patronus charm. Ginny cast the spell, and a Patronus appeared. Cerdin examined it with interest, saying, I recognize the power you are evoking. It is the same as that which we place on our arrows. I believe you have seen what such magic does to the wraiths, the Dementors. Ginny blushed in embarrassment. What Cerdin did not mention was the form of the Patronus. It was a ghostly dew. Remembered how she felt when Harry Potter found out she had a crush on him. The Patronus was an expression of her feelings. Abo. Oot, the first adult elf she had ever seen. She had fallen in love with his image, and now it appeared, to her discomfort. Cerdin read the emotions on Ginny's face and gave her another one of his smiles. I will not embarrass you, he assured her. I understand the impact an elf makes on the unprepared human. I will see that you have no need for worry. As the first of the elves came to test their wands with the new spells, Cerdin explained what Ginny had shown him, adding details that would make the spells more familiar. Then Ginny would perform the proper spell, and the elves would repeat it. When the time came to perform the Patronus charm for the group, Certain prefaced it by explaining how the spell takes the form of trust, pointing out that for Ginny Weasley, it was the form of Galdor, who had saved her life when first they met. Galdor did not seem surprised, saying he was pleased to have made such a positive impression. Nor did any elf present think it unusual. All were amazed at T. He familiarity of the magic they frequently used being put to a different form. As the elves performed the spell in turn, they would each pause. Ginny realized after the first two had performed the spell, that they were deciding what shape it should take, something she had not known could be done. When Galdor's turn came, he smiled and said, "I wish to return the honor you have given me. Please tell me if I offend." He cast the spell, and the ghostly form of an elven maiden appeared. "She's beautiful," Ginny said, not understanding why she should be offended. Then the figure turned, and she was staring into her own face. She turned pale. "Are you offended?" asked Galdor. "No," Ginny shouted, "I'm just surprised." "Then I have returned the favor," Galdor said. The smile on his face could have come from Fred or George. Ginny had been asked to play with the young boy, Cathal, to help him adjust to the change in his life. It was one of the best parts of her day. She had to run around, and act as childish as possible. The boy came running through the halls, barefoot, forcing a smile on everyone he passed. Running up to Ginny, he gave her a quick hug. Then she took his hand as they went outside. As they approached the water's edge, she looked out over the Bay of Dingle. A storm was coming, but she did not have to worry. It would never touch the havens, where the weather always seemed to be late spring. "Are we swimming today?" Cathal asked. He had become avid about learning to swim, once he began to recover from his shock. Ginny encouraged him because it always made him smile, something he was learning to do again. "Go on in," she told the boy, "I'll watch from here to see how you do." The boy removed his tunic and was in the water in a flash, swimming toward the dock. He had learned to dive the day before, and loved it. As she watched him climb the ladder to the pier, and make his first jump, she thought back to what Certain had asked her. "Would you be willing to go back, knowing what may happen?" "If I thought I could do some good, yes," she answered. "We will talk again in 3 weeks' time, when we are ready," Certain told her, and that was 3 weeks ago. "This council is ready," Certain said to those assembled. "We would like to welcome Ginny Weasley to this hall. It has been many generations of their race, since one of their number has attended a council." "Then what the child says is true?" asked one elf. "If that is the case, there is no argument except as to what course to take. We are in ignorance of many things. Those of us that abide in our home are still adapting themselves to the uses of wands with magic. Never before has the need been such, and now our ways are changing within one passing of the moon. Yet in our hearts we do not change," Certain said. "It is that which is most important. I propose 2 tasks, that each enclave set out watchers, at great range if need be. We must find, and aid, the ring-bearer and his companions, as we have of old. The enfolded spaces are no longer secure except for places such as this haven, where we are here to protect it. We know he has not yet been found, but his enemies search for him now. The second task is the more difficult. We must again search for allies. We do not know where the trail of the ring-bearer lies, nor I suspect do we have much time to find out. In ages long past, our friend, Dal Dagda, would have made his journey in the space of a week. Even without the means of magic, a man can travel that same distance in an afternoon. Time is our greatest enemy." Ginny looked around at the handful of elves, and said, "I guess it's not for me to say." "Speak always your mind, child," Certain said with a smile. "If it is wise, we will listen, and if it is foolish, we will put it down to your youth and forgive you. But to say nothing would be the worst thing you could do." Heartened, Ginny spoke. "I know that we're divided on this, the race of men, but if there is a way to contact my school, I know Professor Dumbledore will help. He knows a lot of people, including the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest." "We may not ask the centaurs for help," Dal Dagda said. "It is not our place to ask. And I fear that they are too proud and ashamed to offer." "That is true," Certain replied. "It is no longer our place to judge that race. But the child is correct. The headmaster is a leader among his people. And he would be a strong ally. Once the ring-bearer is known to be safe, we will make overtures to him. May I object? Galdor said. If Ginny is correct, the school has been overrun. We know we have the means. Should we choose to use them, to travel such a distance? Ginny is familiar with the area, and can guarantee a safe arrival, if not a safe stay. Travel light and fast, Dal Dagda said. Take only a handful. If conditions are good, act. If not, observe. Then return to tell us what we need. Our numbers are few, but we can still command an army if needs be. If Ginny Weasley is willing, I suggest you make your plans, Certain said, noting the exchange of smiles between the two. We must risk contacting the dwarves. They will be intractable. We could offer them Moria, suggested a dark-haired elf. Several elves laughed at the suggestion, but the dark elf persisted. I know the history of the dwarves. If they know where Khazad-dûm is, they will try to rebuild. Even today, it is the legendary Lost City. It is true, it has fallen beneath the waters, but there are paths, through caves that lead to the old entrance. The laughter stopped, to be replaced with serious thought. How do we convince them to take the gift of a city filled with water? We offer to help, the elf said. When these troubles are over, we work with the dwarves to rebuild, if they choose to do so. It is another change for us, but then, today, I have traveled further in a single minute than I have ever before traveled in less than a fortnight. You might even ask the mer people for help, Ginny suggested. That is impossible, child, Dal Dagda said, or is it, Certain? I have dwelt by the sea too long, not to make some friends, Certain said. It may not be to their liking. But I will bring the subject to them, if the time comes. I have already talked with them about our needs. They are willing to help, but doubt that there is little if anything that they can do to aid us. Suggestions were made as to other races known to the elves. The giants had been approached already by the wizard, Dumbledore. He, it was decided, would be their link to men. What of the Astari? Someone asked. Little is known of him in many years, Certain said. He spends his time in the Great Wood, consorting with the beasts. If he chooses, he will contact us. The meeting concluded, with most of the elves disapparating. Ginny commented that she had never read anything in the book about elves using magic like that. Galdor assured her that, except for great need, they would not. For an elf, the journey is as much a part aid. Why appear instantly when you have the chance to travel through all the spaces between here and there? Yes, Ginny agreed, but you have time enough to travel the world. I don't. The bane and gift of man, mused Galdor, it limits you, yet gives you such a passion. But enough. We have plans to make, you and I. It was Thursday, November 17th, and Ginny was heading back with Galdor. And two other elves. They had taken the express, Ireland's version of the night bus, to Dublin, and Fenian Square. By the simple method of leaving the hoods up on their robes. The elves passed easily as fellow wizards. They were clearly strangers, and Ginny was acting as their guide, so it was assumed that they were tourists. The easy part was retracing their steps to the warehouse. The hard part was convincing the supervisor. When he had finally relit the fire that day, the first thing though was a Dementor. The British ministry and the Republican government were still in an uproar. The Minister of Magic claimed his men were following escaped criminals, and the Dementor was sent through as a defensive measure. The minister apologized for not realizing that they were entering Irish territory. Arguments followed about treaty infraction, but the Republican Parliament, in a secret meeting, banned all magical cooperation with Great Britain until a full investigation was made. None of that really mattered as far as the supervisor was concerned. He had been no more than 5 feet from the fireplace when the Dementor appeared. He wanted nothing to do with Ginny or elves or anything. I'll tell you this much, he said, for the way those British are acting, I think you were right to get away. But I won't do no more to help you. Galdor removed his hood, and the man stared. As did several house elves. He chose the house elf closest to the man and said, Quio me, hen. The young male elf said in a startled reply, Me gowanan, Einir. What's that you're talking? The man asked in surprise. I merely asked the boy how he was, Galdor said. He told me he was fine. Boy, the supervisor asked. They're children, Ginny said, waving her hands to include all the house elves. These, she added, pointing to her companions, are adult elves. I have been talking with one of the children, one of the other elves said. She likes you and says that you have taken very good care of them. We thank you for this. You're welcome, the man said, stunned. He shook his head and muttered, children, of all things. He looked back at Galdor and added, it does explain a lot. You know. And, will you help us? Galdor asked. I'll talk to the warehouse manager, the supervisor said. I can tell you know all I want, but for something like this I can't say yes. The affair became more complicated and more simple very quickly. The supervisor returned with the manager, and another man, who introduced himself as Eamon Finn, Republican Magical Liaison. He pointed out that as they were elves, Ginny's friends were a separate species of intelligent beings. Consequently, they had to make their requests through the government. It is almost 1 o'clock, he said. And the delivery to Hogwarts is not until 11:15 tonight. Please, join me for lunch, and we will discuss this. Retiring to a private room at a nearby restaurant, the liaison officer and the elves talked while they ate, telling each other as many of the facts as they knew. Eamon Finn was mostly on the receiving end, but he also revealed some things of his own. He knew about the ring, but did not truly believe it until he received the message earlier that elves had arrived at the warehouse. The truth of the stories explained a great deal about the actions of the British ministry. It also explained Eamon's familiarity with elves. He had done his homework. Finn also knew about the attack on Hogwarts, but could tell them nothing. Irish-British relations were at a standstill. Friends in Britain could find out almost nothing about the school, except that it was still in operation, with about half the number of students. Owls also came back without delivering the letters given them. Galdor laid out his plan, but Eamon stopped him flat. No method to sneak in would work. The entrances to Hogwarts were well guarded, especially the delivery route. He looked sharply at Ginny when he said this. Galdor told Mr. Finn that their plan was not that simple. Their intent was to gain entry, but the initial ruse would work without fail. Too many precedents made that possible. An agreement was made to give it a try. Then the liaison officer brought up a second subject. Leaders of the dwarvish community in Ireland have asked for a meeting. A delegation from Gringotts Bank has asked for one as well. They have reacted respectfully for a joint meeting, since the subject was the same. What was the intent of the Republican government in view of the current crisis, and does it relate to the rumors about the ring? Galdor responded by commenting on how history repeats itself. He suggested the use of an owl, and directed Eamon to send to Certain the shipwright a detailed explanation of why the request is being made. They, as well, were seeking to contact the dwarves. He added that Certain was quite likely to offer his own halls for such a meeting, because, in this, history was indeed repeating itself. As the time approached, everything was made ready. The house elf assigned jumped through with a complaint against a Hogwarts elf named Winky. If Winky was sent to his masters to respond, then he, Koru, would stay until she returned. When the deliveries were finished, a house elf did come back, and it was Winky. Winky is bad elf, she said, wringing her dirty robes, acting as servile as she could. You have no need to carry on so, little sister, she was told. I am Galdor, young Henuin. Ginny Weasley has told us about you, and we asked for you, to seek your help. I see no friends with you. Winky, Henuin said. The manchild had a long day. Sleep took hold of her, and we thought it best to leave her. And young Baralas is so caught up in his studies, we dared not ask him to come and strain his heart with two desires. Then ask, but call me Winky for now, lest I forget myself when I return. I carry the secret of what I am becoming, and it is hard enough. Galdor admired the young elf, for daring him to call her such a childish name. I will call you friend, then, he said, leading her to a safe place to talk. He had one day to learn all that he could, and to decide what to do. The room appeared crowded. Galdor and his companions listened to Winky as she retold her story to the others, prompting her at times to give further details. Eamon Finn was not pleased with what he heard. His superior was outraged, as well. It was a concealed tragedy. They had heard Ginny's details of the attack on the school by the British Minister of Magic. That the intended quarry escaped was luck, as was the escape of the Weasley girl. They were told of one Colin Creevey being seized, and taken to an unknown location. The headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, one of the most respected men in magic, had been arrested, and sent to Azkaban, which had become a British fief. Some students had been permitted to leave, mostly those from the oldest families, but the others were kept as virtual prisoners, confined to the grounds, and not permitted any uncensored communication. Ministry agents guarded all the entrances and the Forbidden Forest was being patrolled on regular intervals. The elves made much of Azkaban, and repeatedly asked questions about it. When Galdor had finished asking his questions, he gave a few answers of his own. The Dementors were known to elves. In the common tongue, they were called Barrow Wights, foul wraiths who ate the souls of their victims, who would in turn become wraiths as well. He then made a simple offer. Help them to free the school, and they would destroy the prison of Azkaban, and take charge of the prisoners. Discussions continued until nearly nightfall, when an agreement was finally reached. The Republic would endorse the Talari elves. They would prepare themselves to issue statements to all the appropriate governments. Eamon Finn smiled, saying they would make the world groan under the weight of their justification. They would also actively participate in the effort to free the students of Hogwarts. Their plan was simple. When the elves launched an attack on the prison, representatives of the Irish government would accompany them as observers. Once Albus Dumbledore was freed, they would approach him about political refuge. If he agreed, the plan followed thus. Hogwarts, the school and the grounds, would be enfolded and moved. In its place would be a large grassy field. The only question was where to put the school. Eamon Finn, after overcoming his surprise that such a thing could be done, recommended a very safe, yet very visible place. That night Winky returned, and Koru, an alias, meaning cunning, came back to the warehouse. He had detailed plans of Hogwarts, given him by the kitchen elves, many of whom, he said, had made a decision. Galdor looked at the house elf, and noticed that he had made his decision as well. It would make for an interesting situation that he hoped to take advantage of. Ginny happily went to bed rather than stay up to listen to the planning. She had nothing to contribute anymore. Her purpose in coming had been to guide the elves to the warehouse, and to make the initial contact. She was welcome to join any meetings, but felt out of place. As a result, she was surprised when she awoke the next morning to find Mr. Finn waiting for her. "I must talk with you, privately," he said, showing her into a room with two other people, a man and a woman. "Privately?" Ginny asked. "Without your friends present," Eamon clarified. The woman identified herself as Mrs. White, and asked Ginny to verify information for her. Ginny told them her full name, address, date of birth, and such. Then the woman asked more specific questions. Ginny recounted how she had fled the school and found the elves. "Have they tried to take advantage of you, in any way, or offer anything that could be considered a bribe?" The question scared Ginny. "No," she answered, then added, "Yes. They wanted to know how we used wands in magic, and they gave me this." She showed them her wand. It has a Karinki feather as its core. The quiet man was suddenly startled. "That bird is only found in the land of the Valar," he said, suddenly. Eamon Finn noted, "Mr. Quigley is here as our Tolkien expert. He is likely as not knows more about elves than you do." "They needed to know," Ginny said. Sticking to the subject. "They didn't force me to do anything. They explained their need clearly and honestly, and asked for my help. You could call the wand a bribe. I call it a gift." "About the boy," Mrs. White said, "how is he?" "Better," Ginny said. "He still misses his mother, but he is learning to smile again, and he has learned how to swim." "That is unusual," the woman retorted. "Our interviews with friends of the family clearly showed that the boy had a great fear of water." Incensed, Ginny replied, "Well, he learned the hard way that sometimes you have to fight your fears." "I have never known an easy way to learn that lesson," the woman said, with a sad smile, then turned to Eamon Finn and said, "I see no problems." "What does she mean?" Ginny asked. He means that I now have to talk to you as an official member of the Irish government," Eamon said. "As director of the newly formed Department of Elven Affairs, I am authorized to inform you that you are recognized as having legal status in the Republic of Ireland, and by the authority of the government, you are to be placed in the care of the Talari elves of the Grey Havens until such time as you can be returned to your family. Or until you reach your majority. Do you have any objections?" "That's what this was all about," Ginny said with a laugh. "Why did you have to do all of this?" "Politics, my dear," the woman answered. "Now, any attack on you is an attack on the Irish government, and an act of war, if we want to go that far. We will inform the British government about this, and, hopefully, your parents. Also, you are here legally, and cannot be forced to return without a judicial review. I don't think the British are prepared to explain themselves, yet. I'm just a pawn in your game, then, Ginny said. I will admit that you are being used as a piece in the game we are playing, Eamon told her with a smile, but you are definitely not a pawn. Things move swiftly, Certain said. Meeting the group when they returned to the Grey Havens. The ring-bearer has been found, rescued from his enemies, and by all accounts, still has the ring. Please, Ginny asked, how is my brother? Certain's words were anticlimactic to the look he gave her. That look had told her everything she needed to know. He was not with the ring-bearer. Your friends were with him, Hermione Elvellyn, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. I hope that is some consolation. Then he had to ask, what is the problem, child? You said two things I don't understand. Ginny said. Hermione's last name is Granger. And Malfoy is not a friend of anyone. Certain smiled at Ginny's concern, saying he did not know about Malfoy. All three were found unconscious, and severely wounded. When they awaken, everything will straighten itself out. As far as your friend Hermione, Elvellyn is a word in our language which means, elf friend. It is a compliment rarely given. Borales gave it to her in response to her efforts to free them. An effort he admits failed because of the house elves' own ignorance. Ginny laughed, remembering Hermione's efforts to get everyone to wear SPEW buttons. She had to explain herself, to everyone's amusement. Then Certain became serious. As humorous as it may have been at the time, Ginny, it did have an effect on Borales, and we thought his saying such a thing to be hasty. However, one of the party is a half-grown hobbit who claims to be her protector. I was told that he insists on referring to her as the Lady Elvellyn. When he was questioned about it, he removed his shirt, revealing many recently healed scars, and would say nothing else. Galdor started to ask what that meant, but Certain stopped him with a motion of his hand. We will find out all we need to know, soon enough. A meeting has been arranged with the dwarves, to be held in the next week. We will meet in the place of memory to Lost Rivendell, since that is where the ring-bearer is. We must make our plans quickly. The plans for the assault on Azkaban were made. Eamon Finn, and his new assistant, Quigley, became regular visitors to the Havens. We have some very good news, on several fronts, Finn told the Council of Elves. On the political front, we have unofficial support from almost every government we dared contact, and official support from at least 2 governments. We have also received, through unusual sources, a request from the British government for proof of wrongdoing on the part of any of their ministers. They know what's up with their Ministry of Magic, but they don't have anything they can use. And they are asking you to do their work for them, Dal Dagda said in disgust. The problem is obvious, only they're all too afraid of each other to say anything. Please, sir, the Irish deputy said. They are English after all. They pride themselves on their laws, and they insist on proper form. We'll do their dirty work for them, if that is what it takes to set things right. Then you will accompany us? Dal Dagda asked. Yes, Finn said, and not as observers. Those of us who will go with the intent to fight. Dal Dagda smiled, as did several of the elves present. It is good to have allies amongst the race of men, again. May you make your ancestors proud. Ellen Sile Illumen, Amantielvo, a star shines on the hour of our meeting, Eamon Finn said, hoping his pronunciation was correct. You quote the ring-bearer to us, another elf said, I take that as a compliment. I know it was in the book, but I thought it appropriate to our meeting. I have not read the book you speak of. The elf said, I was speaking from memory. Eamon paled slightly as he suddenly understood more clearly the concept of immortality. Ginny paced and turned in her room on the night of the assault on Azkaban. Too many things ran through her mind. Cathal had come to her room, and fallen asleep on her bed. He was aware that something was going on, although he did not know what. He knew though that he did not want to be alone. Finally, they began to return, elves and men, bringing what few wounded with them. Ginny rushed out to meet the crowd, and laughed in delight to see Albus Dumbledore. She ran to him. Hugging him is the first familiar sight she had seen since she arrived at the Grey Havens. In his delight and relief, he returned the hug. It is nice to know that my students are so fond of me. Miss Weasley. Is anyone else here? No, sir, she said, unable to stop smiling, only Baralas and I. I know Hermione and Harry are safe. And Frodo, our hobbit friend. Yes, sir, Ginny answered. Then her face paled. She looked at the wounded who had been brought back. There were only a few. One was Galdor. He was lying on the floor, staring at nothing, his face completely blank. What happened? Ginny asked, as all happiness vanished from her face. Albus followed her gaze. He was very brave, the wizard told her. When the Dementors realized what was happening, they started to kill the prisoners. He was one of the few who ran ahead to save as many of us as they could. Dozens of the Dementors perished before they encircled him. He looked to see Ginny crying, and added, he saved the lives of many people, some of whom did deserve saving. Colin was one. Ginny broke away from Albus's grasp. She ran to her room, sat in a corner, and cried until she fell asleep. When she awoke, she was still on the floor, but with a blanket and pillow. Cathal had snugged himself under her arm, and was sleeping next to her. She kissed him, as she got up, straightened her hair, and went out. Ginny wandered the halls with no apparent plan, her main thought was simply to walk. It was not her intention, but when she came upon the room where Galdor was lying in a bed, unmoving, she could not help but enter. He had not changed since Ginny first saw him, except to become more pale. The elf who was with him said that it was only a matter of time. Ginny nodded her head, then asked for some time alone. Grateful when the elf left, she stood there watching her dying friend. The men who had met a similar fate were already dead, and could be mourned. But Galdor and his fellow elves lingered as death came at a slow pace for them. You were my first friend when I came here, she said to the dying elf. I fell in love with you the first moment I saw you. It was Jew, Saint a crush, and I had thought I had outgrown them, but you looked so beautiful to me. She blushed, thinking about what she had said. She remembered how he made it a point to help her when she tried to learn his language. She would show the spells she knew the elves would always grasp it at once, and do it better, then Galdor would always make a comment, or suggest something, to show that what she was doing was important. You made me feel special. You even made it a point to embarrass me once, just to see me smile. I liked you for that. You made me your friend, even though it would only be for a little while, for you. I owe you so much. Before I met you, magic was something to learn, spells to cast. You taught me that magic comes from the heart. It isn't the words at all, but the intent. You told me that if I understood what I wanted to do, with a clear mind, I would not need words. When she had finished speaking, Ginny pulled out her wand. She said nothing and made no gestures, concentrating only on the spell she wished to cast. Her body began to glow in a soft golden light. She placed her hands on Galdor, and the glow spread to his body. The elf watching from the doorway came up and placed a hand near to Ginny. Her face showed her understanding of what the girl was trying to do, and that she did not have enough strength to do it alone. Cathal, she called, and the boy, always following Ginny, stuck his head into the room. Run as fast as you can, she told the boy, call everyone you find to this chamber as quickly as possible. We are healing Galdor. As the boy ran off, shouting already, the elf placed her hand on Ginny's shoulder, replenishing her, as she replenished the injured elf. Ginny barely noticed as the first elves joined in, linking to the healing source. All she knew was that her own life was slipping from her, and then she was being filled with enough strength to continue. At one point she felt the spell reach its completion and raised her hands from the elf's chest. Ginny then noticed at least 24 elves were with her, and understood that they had helped her succeed. As she sank into a chair in exhaustion, she heard Galdor say something. She would have to ask him what it meant. Later, Ginny awoke again, and it was night. Albus Dumbledore was sitting by her bed. Next to him, dozing in a chair, was Colin Creevey, looking thinner than she remembered. I was hoping you would wake up during our watch, Dumbledore said to her. Looking over at Colin, he added, I think it's time to wake someone else. Colin stirred at some gentle prodding, and beamed in a wide-awake smile when he saw Ginny. You look smashing, he said, adding with a smirk, I wish I had my camera. How are you, Colin? She asked. I heard what happened. It wasn't that bad, the boy lied, besides, I had a very nice gentleman to keep me company, and that did help. The bad part was at the end, when the Dementors began attacking us, but your boyfriend took care of that. He saved my life. And mine. I must admit, Dumbledore said, I would not have left Colin without fighting to help him, and I would not have had the strength to hold out against so many. Who's my boyfriend? Ginny asked. Colin went red in the face. I thought you. From what I heard, they said. His voice trailed off and he looked to the headmaster for help. It was just gossip we heard. Albus said with a smile. Colin misunderstood. Elves don't gossip, Ginny said strongly. Colin, what did you hear? Grinning without meaning it, he said, when you healed the elf. Galdor is alive, Ginny said with excitement, then slid back in embarrassment at her outburst. Colin smiled, saying, yes, you healed him. Remember. But what everyone is saying is that when you healed him he said something. I don't remember what. Quote. Melithril, Ginny said, I remember that. Then you know, Colin said. He added with a laugh, you don't know, do you? Albus gave Ginny an indulgent smile and asked her if she knew what the word meant. When she said no, he whispered the answer into her ear, restraining his urge to laugh as the girl turned bright red. The word Galdor had uttered upon regaining consciousness meant, beloved. That can't be true, Ginny said, wishing it was, then berating herself for giving into her fantasies. He was grateful for my saving his life. That's all. She said the last part, knowing it was the truth. Elves do not fall in love with 15-year-old girls. Are you serious? Círdan asked his friend. You know that I am, Galdor said. Otherwise we would not be having this conversation. If she chooses, I will make the choice to be with her. The fact that she healed me, and showed us how to heal the others, is the proof I needed to be sure. She will not believe you. Círdan told his friend, she does love you, but as a child, and she knows this. She will not accept you, because she healed you. She will believe that your offer is misplaced. Perhaps. Galdor replied, but there is time, and time enough. She is still too young in her culture to make such a choice, and the children of man do change. I will stand by my choice, however. Because I do know her heart, and I know her heart will convince her mind. If you are right, we will know soon enough, Círdan said. You will, then. It has been arranged. The boy, Cathal, will come with us as well. If the fishing boats seek to follow, we will return the boy to them. They know of us as spirits. If they wish to know of us as flesh, the boy will be their guide. I will see you, then. At the appointed time, Círdan said. We will discover if we can still perform great magic. Sean, Michael, wake up, the old man shouted to his sons, the ghost ship is coming out of the bay. The two boys, both in their 40s, woke their own sons, and they ran to the ship to prepare to sail. Other ships owned by their neighbors were also being readied. To follow the ghost ship always meant good fishing. Faster than you would have thought, Sean was steering his father's boat out of the harbor, smiling that they were the first to leave port. His nephew, little Sean, brought him some coffee, and stood to watch the ghost ship. At 18, he was the youngest of the crew, with 3 years' experience under his belt. It's turning, little Sean said. Sean looked up and saw he was right. The ghost ship had turned, and was steering a course toward his own boat. He cut back on the engines, and let her drift, waiting for what would happen next. The boats behind him began to slow as well. And Sean noticed most of the crew blessing themselves, and heard muttered prayers around him. The ghost ship came alongside, and a strange man with glowing hair hailed his crew. Leaving his nephew at the helm, he went to the port side to greet this man. We ask pardon, the strange man said. We have a child of your race, an orphaned boy, and we need to find someone to care for him. Can you be of help? Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Sean muttered in disbelief, ye said our race. If ye don't mind my being so bold, what race are ye? The strange man smiled and said, your fathers knew us as the people of Danann. We are commonly called elves, by most of the race of men in this age. I am Dal Dagda. Sean blessed himself. The Tuatha de Danann were here in front of him, with Dagda, himself, as captain of the ship. My lord, he said carefully, we do remember you, sir, and your people, and with respect. We did not know it was you that we followed. Thank you, Dal Dagda said. It has been a great many years since I have talked to men. I am happy that your memories are so long. But I must ask, will you help us with the child? Cathal walked up to Dal Dagda, nervous and trying to be brave. Sean looked at the lad and asked, Is that Cathal Shay, the one who went missing last month? He has been in our care since his mother went away, Dal Dagda said, noting that every man on the boat blessed himself on hearing that. These would be good people, if they would agree. I'll have to let the boy decide, Sean said, then turned to Cathal. It's a sailor's life, lad, if ye come with me. And it's a hard life too. The sea can be very unforgiving to a careless man. But ye'll live good, and eat well, and ye'll have family to count on. Sean couldn't help notice how the boy's eyes lit up when he mentioned being a sailor. The boy had made his decision, then and there. Then the boy asked a question that surprised and delighted him. Will I have time to visit my friends? Ye will, lad. We'll make time if we have to, Sean said. The boy said a few quick goodbyes, and was passed over along with his belongings. I'm your da now, Cathal, if you like. Sean told the boy as he held him. Cathal replied with a grin, if you like. Da. Excuse me, called a new voice from the elven ship. I am Eamon Finn, with the government. I need to know the boy's new last name. McManus, Sean called out. And I've a question before ye leave, the old man called out, pushing his son, and new grandson, aside. It's about the fishing. The elves gave him the coordinates, and the ship sailed off. As Cathal stood with the man who would be his father, little Sean asked the boy about the red-haired girl that he saw. He was delighted to find out she was human, and only 15. But then Cathal told him she was taken. When the boats returned to the harbor in the morning, their holds were bulging. Will Cathal be happy? Ginny asked. I think he is happy already, Albus told her. Are you happy? About what? Ginny asked. You and Colin are safe. The British government is getting rid of Cornelius Fudge. I'm on my way to see Harry and Hermione. And, on top of everything else, I have someone who says he cares about me. I should be happy. It is your brother, Albus said. We are trying to find him, and Dennis Creevy, but we are having problems. They appear to be hidden from us. Almost as though they had a secret keeper. We thought we had found a lead on Dennis, but it was a blonde boy with the same first name. I'm sorry to hear that, Ginny said. You shouldn't, the headmaster told her. The person who checked on the boy contacted the ministry. Had it been Dennis, he would have been reunited with his brother already. I remember when I was a little girl, Ginny said, and I was frightened. My mom would give me a big hug, and we would talk about what scared me. Then, everything would be fine, again. Ginny looked up when she heard Professor Dumbledore sigh. I remember when I was a little boy, Miss Weasley. It was amazing what a hug, and a few words could do. I think the worst part of my childhood was when I realized that a hug would not banish my fears anymore. They watched the stars for a while, then Albus excused himself to go to bed. Are you coming? He asked. You did not sleep very much last night. I'm fine, Ginny said, I'm just not tired, yet. There's too much excitement. I'll sleep for a week after tomorrow. Albus nodded, and went to his bed. Ginny had not slept a full night since she had healed Galdor. She had barely slept 4 hours the night before. He wasn't worried, but he was concerned. She was young and a lot of things had happened to her in a short time. He glanced back and saw that Galdor had taken his place. She shares his glow, Albus thought as he watched them. A sudden though struck him as he watched the two of them, and he smiled to himself. They will make an interesting couple, he mused as he lay down. He fell asleep, smiling, and dreamed of elves and mothers' hugs. Ginny looked around the square, at the crowds assembled for the show. This is one of the worst kept secrets I know of, she said to Galdor. They do not come to watch, Meldus, he replied, they come to help. Dal Dagda raised his hand, and the crowd became quiet. It was as though a giant orchestra was being called to order. Dal Dagda faced the stone wall at the end of the wide alley, and began the spell. Hundreds of voices, men and elves, joined him. Ginny felt the magic ripple through the crowd toward the wall. Then, without even a sound, the stone wall disappeared, to be replaced by the entrance gate to Hogwarts. Immediately, Republican constables rushed forward, Eamon Finn and Albus Dumbledore in the lead. Finn spoke quickly to the surprised Aurors guarding the entrance, and had them taken into custody. Republican police flooded the grounds, and made their way to the school. Shall we go? Galdor said, and he escorted Ginny through the gates. She marveled as she pointed out the sights to him, the lake, the Whomping Willow, Hagrid's hut. She shed a happy tear when she noticed Hagrid, hugging the headmaster. First-year students were crowded around them, cheering. As they walked to the school, they passed oars being removed from the building. Teachers and students were filing out as the news spread. As she approached the doors, Professor Snape came out, smiling. He saw her, and his smile changed, but not to a frown. "Miss Weasley, you have changed," he said. "Welcome back to Hogwarts," he added, completely out of character. Not sure of how to handle a polite and happy Professor Snape, Ginny introduced Galdor to him. They shook hands, and Snape looked from the elf to Ginny, and gave her a knowing smile. "Will you be staying?" Snape asked of the two of them. "No," Galdor answered, "we have a council to attend." "We will." "A pity," Snape said, "the house elves have been telling us every rumor they've heard." Albus Dumbledore walked up to the entrance at that moment, Hagrid by his side, and his students following joyfully. "Oh dear," Albus said, with a smile, "so many students out of class. It is disgraceful. I suppose I will have to make it a school holiday until we can sort things out. But first things first, I do believe it is time for lunch." The headmaster led the parade into the Great Hall. As students and teachers began to take their seats, Albus smiled to Ginny when she looked over. She was overwhelmed by the reception she received from everyone. Galdor politely stood back, only intruding to point Ginny and her housemates toward the entrance as Colin Creevey walked in. Ginny happily took a backseat, as Colin became the center of attention, not only of the Gryffindors but of almost all the students. Elves entered and sat with the various groups of students. Every student in Hogwarts was to have a chance to talk with at least one of the elder race. When Eamon Finn appeared, reporting to Dumbledore that the school had been cleared of all unwanted foreigners, Albus snorted at the remark, and offered Finn a seat. He then arose to make his speech. "I will try to keep this short. But I doubt I will succeed. We sit here this first day of December, after a flurry of events that are too numerous to mention. But some of us are missing, and you know who you are." At once, house elves began to appear. Most of them were wearing clean robes, as opposed to the usual attire. Ginny noticed Dobby, wearing a suit and tie, standing next to Winky. He glanced over to her, his eyes widening in recognition, and bowed to her. "Things change," Albus continued, "and we must be up to the task. We started this school year under the usual conditions. Now we have to deal with great changes. The house elves you students see around you are but children of the elves who sit among you. This is the greatest change you have to make, the way you view others. On a lesser note, Hogsmeade weekends will be cancelled. I can hear some of the older students groaning, and it is clear that many of you may not know exactly what has happened. Let me first introduce a friend of mine, Eamon Finn, Director of Elven Relations for the Republic of Ireland. It was through his prompting, and the aid of the elves, that we have moved Hogwarts to Dublin, Ireland. Some of you will notice the ivy-covered walls which now surround Hogwarts grounds. The entrance to the school now leads out to Fenian Square, which many of you will find is similar to Diagon Alley." Albus waited for the talking to stop, then made his announcement. "Student weekends for the duration of our stay in Ireland will be to Fenian Square." He paused again as the older students cheered. "Also, first and second years will be permitted to go as well, provided they obtain permission, and are able to get a fourth-year student, or higher, to escort them." This time, the younger students cheered. On one final note, this afternoon, all the students will be asked to write letters to their families, to inform them of what has happened. The Republican authorities will provide escorts to the Owl Post, as I have been too. LD that all of the owls have been removed from the school. The headmaster looked over the diminished student body, and sighed. "One more announcement and I will be done. We have with us, 2 students who have been missing since that fateful day when our troubles began. Both, in their own ways, have overcome hardships, and made their way back to us. 3 other are known to be safe, and may return in the near future. These are Hermione Granger, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, all of whom are recovering from injuries done to them. Most of the other students who are not here are with their families, with 2 exceptions. Ronald Weasley and Dennis Creevey. I want to assure you that, while we have not found them, we believe they are safe. In typical Weasley style and Creevey cunning, they have hidden so well, we may never find them." Quote. Albus smiled at the reaction his joke received. Inside, he wished he could believe it himself. That would have to be left for another day, however. It is time to eat. Food appeared as he waved his hand, much the same as it always had. Henwin had told Albus that the elves would keep preparing the meals, until changes could be made. Albus hoped to talk some of them into staying. The quality of the food was much better than he remembered. As he ate, Dumbledore looked frequently to the Gryffindor table. Colin was a strong boy, for all that had happened. Albus already had the sad task of informing him about his parents. With his brother also missing, he would have a difficult time. He was talking with Neville Longbottom, and laughing, but he would have to be watched. Ginny was a different story, altogether. She had done the impossible, and found the Grey Haven of the elves, and brought them back into the world. They had destroyed the Dementors, and then freed the students of the school. Quite a feat for such a young girl. Yet she did more. She had fallen in love, and had it returned. Then she found a way to heal her love when he was struck down by the Dementors. Albus briefly thought of Lily Potter. The two had a great deal in common. It was after that incident, Ginny began to change. She was by no means the same person she was, but she did not realize it. Albus put down his fork, and read the note he had been given. "We'll be there shortly," he told the constable who delivered it. He rose from the table, motioning for Professors McGonagall and Snape to follow him. Ginny was already finished with her meal, and was asked to join him as well. Molly had read the letter twice, and Arthur at least 3 times. She looked out at the low hills beyond which lay the English Channel. They had fled to France as quickly as they could when Arthur had received the warning, taking the twins with them to Calais. Fred and George had gone to work. Having received permission, they had opened up a shop in the French market, as they called it, since neither twin could pronounce the name without the French wizards laughing at them. The shop was a minor success. The English pranksters had started a fad with the canary creams, and their other original creations. Molly even gave up on telling them what to do, when they showed her their first week's receipts. They would get by without her help. Ron still tore at her heart. Everyone else was showing up except for him, and poor Dennis Creevey. The boy didn't even know that he and his brother were orphaned. Who would take care of them now? Now Albus told them about Ginny. She was fine. She looked better than ever. Arthur commented how their little girl was growing up, when he first pointed out the reference to a boyfriend. Even Arthur paled when he read about the elf. They had hints about that from Ron's last letter, and the rumors had been flying thick and fast. Molly reread the part about how Ginny found a way to restore someone after the Dementors had drained his soul. No one knew how Ginny had found the way, but Molly did. If the letter was true, then Ginny was in love. If Harry Potter could survive an unforgivable curse because of his mother's love, how could Ginny not save someone she loved? Albus described how a score or more elves came to Ginny's aid, and then used the same technique to help the others who had fallen. He did not state the problem, but Molly saw it in his words. Her eyes hold a new sparkle. She glows every time he is near. She has spent more than one night talking with him until dawn. Arthur had agreed that she should be the one to confront their daughter, and so they prepared to make their journey. The flow powder was thrown in the fireplace when the time came. And the address called out. They stepped in together, and stepped out into a large waiting room, where a man, who introduced himself as Mr. Quigley, greeted them. Arthur and Molly were re-impressed when they stepped out into Fenian Square, and made their way to Hogwarts School. Albeit the great magic available to the elves. Mr. Quigley told them how he watched as hundreds filled the square and, in concert, cast the spell that folded space and moved the school, and the grounds, to their present site. It has only been 3 hours since that happened, Mr. Quigley said, and the British are already in an uproar. I fear their Minister of Magic is a hunted man, then added bitterly, a small respite for all those he has hunted. They arrived at the Great Hall as the luncheon feast was finishing. Cheerful students began to leave for their rooms, to write their letters. Colin stopped to greet them, and Molly nearly broke down in tears. With a sad smile, Colin thanked them for their concern, and hurriedly slipped away. Hagrid greeted them and led the Weasleys to the room where Ginny was waiting. She saw her parents come in and jumped up, rushing into their arms. After they had calmed down, Molly took her daughter's chin in hand, and looked hard into her face. You've changed, dear. You know that, don't you? Ginny winced. Mom, everyone has been saying that. I haven't changed that much. Haven't you? Molly said, and I suppose that man over there is here just because, and it has nothing to do with you. His name is Galdor, Mom, and he's an elf, Ginny said. Do you love him? Molly asked. Mom, Ginny said in surprise, looking around at the teachers watching her. I'm not asking if you're going to marry him, or run off together, Molly said with irritation, I'm asking if you know your own heart. Quote. Ginny blushed at the thought that Galdor was standing only a few feet away, listening to everything. Yes, she whispered. And that is why you saved his life, Molly said. Yes, Ginny whispered again. Molly took a deep breath, and began her lecture. You did it big this time, Ginny, and I can't undo it for you. Don't look at me like you don't know what I'm talking about, I know you don't. That's why I'm here, to explain it to you. I know what you did when you saved him. You gave him everything you had. Except it wasn't enough. So those elves helped you, they gave some of what they had. Life, soul, spirit, whatever you want to call it, and they helped you heal him. But you gave him too much of yourself, and they healed you as well. Do you understand? Ginny shook her head. Elves healed you. They gave a part of what makes them elves to heal you. No, Ginny shouted, as she understood what her mother was saying. Did you sleep last night? Molly asked. How about the night before? Do you feel tired? Have you looked in a mirror in the last few days? Ginny followed numbly, as her mother walked her to where Professor McGonagall had conjured a full-length mirror. Do you see, dear? Molly said, you have something in your eye. Ginny looked in the mirror. She looked normal. Then she noticed the glint in her eyes. She leaned into the mirror, to look closely. Her normally brown eyes had become lighter, a bronze color, and there were flecks of silver as well. She understood what her mother had been telling her. She understood why Albus Dumbledore had arranged for her mother to tell her. She had already denied the truth to everyone else. Now you have to decide, Ginny, whether or not this is a good thing. I was just thinking, Arthur said to Molly. She's older than you were when I asked you. You knew your mind. I'm sure she knows hers. You're right, dear, Molly said, she already knows to follow her heart. Ginny looked away from the mirror. And saw Galdor standing next to her. You will want to spend time with your family, he said, softly, we can talk later. We have plenty of time. Plenty of time, thought Ginny. He would have years and centuries with Galdor, but she would watch her parents and her brothers grow old, and die, and their children, and theirs. In that moment, Ginny decided what she wanted with her life. Her parents noticed it, and noticed something else. From that point onward, Ginny was always happy, but in her eyes they could see a sadness that never went away. Harry Potter is going to die, Draco yelled as he walked by. Harry glared at Draco through his new glasses, but said nothing. Draco ran over to him and Hermione and said, I can change it, if I want to. Draco, what are you talking about? Hermione said. It will be night, Draco said in a serious tone, the storm will be in the distance. You will see a streak of lightning clearly, but it will be too far away to ever hear the thunder. Someone familiar will call your name. Do not turn around. Fall to the ground, and death will pass over you. Then Draco began laughing and would not stop. When he went to leave, he called back to them, Elf friend. Your elf friend is here. He laughed again as he walked back to his room. At least he's happy, Hermione said as they walked around the corner. Ginny climbed the steps from the boat dock to the entrance hall. She followed the directions given her, and entered what looked like a large common area. Harry and Hermione were seated at a table, having breakfast. Action would have made you think it had been years since they had last met, instead of 6 weeks. Ginny was introduced to Frodo again, and then to Faramir, who identified himself as my lady's protector. Hermione assured her that the young hobbit has only saved my life twice, so far. When asked how things had been going, Ginny told her friends that she had been back to Hogwarts, and had the leisure of explaining to them how everything was moved to Dublin, including the lake and the giant squid. She told them of Dumbledore's rescue, and about Colin's family, and that nothing had been heard about Ron. As they talked about their adventures, Harry and Hermione knew that Ginny wasn't telling them something, but that it was important. They did not press her on it, but Faramir did without intent. He asked about her eyes, noting that, for hobbits, green eyes like Harry's were also unusual. Harry looked, and wondered why he had not noticed before. Her normal brown eyes were almost golden with streaks of silver. He looked at Hermione and she nodded. Ginny looked at her friends, and began to raise the wall between them that could never come down. I met someone, Galdor, she said. I was performing a healing spell to save him. And it worked. But I was changed in the process, and I've become like him. Draco, he knew, said Hermione in astonishment. Ginny laughed lightly, and said, I'm sorry, Hermione. I have no idea what that means. Draco was hit in the head, Hermione explained, and now he's a little funny. He came up to us while we were on our way here for breakfast, and called me elf friend. And said my elf friend was here. That would be me, said Ginny. Harry and Hermione both stared. I am curious, asked Frodo, after a long pause, how do you accidentally become an elf? First, you fall in love on the spur of the moment, and then spend weeks denying it, Ginny said. Ginny, you're only 15, Hermione said. Ginny looked at her friend and said something cruel. Something to make her understand what had happened. You're right, Hermione, I am only 15, and in 1,000 years I will only be 1,015. Hermione looked at Ginny in a new light, and saw, not her best friend's little sister, but a timeless elf, with the happiness and sadness both visible in her eyes. Ginny would always be her friend, but now it would be different. He glanced at Harry who was lost in thoughts of his own. Harry remembered the first time he had met Ginny, a skinny 10-year-old, excited about meeting her first celebrity, him. That was little more than 5 years ago. He had lost a friend, not through death but through life. He understood that Ginny drove a wedge between them by telling him and Hermione, but she was right. To deny it would be a lie, and that would be worse. Is he a good man, elf? He asked. Ginny smiled, and that was answer enough. Guests for the meeting began arriving, and Harry heard a very familiar voice call his name. It was his godfather. Sirius Black came walking up as Harry stood each other strongly. How? Was all Harry could ask. Albus, of course. And, if you can believe it, the mess you created, Sirius said as he sat down with them. It was mostly politics in the end. After Azkaban was attacked, I hope you know about that, everyone in the Ministry of Magic panicked. Then the Irish released the information about Dumbledore. That got Fudge sacked, but when the Irish released the information about the Creevey family, I see you know about that as well, the government started to look for scapegoats. They hit upon me. But Albus sent a message to them. That Fudge had destroyed information proving my innocence. I became an overnight hero. Sirius saw everyone listening intently, and happily continued his tale. Then the school disappeared, and showed up here in Ireland. The Prime Minister, himself, picked me as the man to talk to the Irish government. It was a good choice, too. It showed we were cleaning up our act. They in turn told me about the meeting, and I am the official representative for the British government, with the power to do nothing except listen. Sirius pointed to Frodo and Faramir and asked, who are these kids? Laughter filled the table, rising in pitch when Frodo tried to correct the situation, but kept breaking up. Finally, he gained enough control to say, I am the reason we are having this meeting. Merlin's beard, it's all true, Sirius said. His attempt to apologize was greeted by more laughter, and he was saved from further embarrassment by the arrival of Albus Dumbledore. And the new eruptions of joy. The council was called, and everyone walked out to the open-air pavilion where the meeting would take place. Sirius asked Harry what his status was, and Harry explained that he was companion to the ring-bearer, as were Hermione and Faramir. Ginny smiled politely and said she was part of the group from the Grey Havens. When Sirius said he was told that they were all elves, she told him that he was correct. Sirius Black took his seat feeling very confused. Dal Dagda called the meeting to order and invited the various races. Sirius looked around and was amazed. There were men and elves. Of course, but also dwarves, goblins, the 2 hobbits, a centaur, and someone Sirius was told was an Astari. Once before a council of this nature was called, Dal Dagda began. There are those of us present who remember that meeting, and its results. Our task is harder now because of several things, not the least of which is that the memory of the place we must go to has been lost in the sea of time. Even the elves had not thought to chart the changes of the land. We know the ring must be destroyed, but we do not where to take the ring. There are other things we must talk about. said one of the goblins, unless someone here knows where the cracks of doom lie. After a pause, Dal Dagda gave the goblin the floor. I am Rothchak, the goblin hissed, and for those of you who do not know, I am here at the insistence of Iwendel, the Astari. Otherwise, you elves would have nothing to do with me. A great many of you of the other races have been reading certain books, and know us from them, as orcs. We goblins of today are the descendants, in a manner of speaking, of the lesser orcs, the pit diggers, the load carriers, the drudges. After the wars, Iwendel came to us and tried to teach us new ways. Over the ages, we became what we are now. We have always had the urge for power, and we have it, freely given, through our control of money. And we like it. I, personally, enjoy wearing rich clothes, eating fine food, and drinking fine wines. I am even recognized as a connoisseur. Now I have to tell you something that I don't want to. It's something you have to know to understand. I have no parents. No goblin does. We do not have any sexes. We are mules. We reproduce by replicating ourselves in the breeding pits. There is no need to describe them. But you would not like them. I remind you now that I said we were the lesser orcs. There are also the greater orcs, or war orcs as you would call them. They live long, but do not breed true. Except that they are always violent. There is always someone around who wants cheap bodyguards, and they have also survived. We have discovered that someone is actively breeding our great brothers, and in large numbers. Iwendel, acting on our information, has confirmed this. He has also confirmed that they are being bred in the great forest which has been enfolded from the earth. Their numbers are growing steadily and must be suppressed, or they will overrun everything they can once they are let loose. This is our problem. We cannot fight. We were bred to carry the loads of weapons, not to use them. We can neither defend ourselves, nor defend you. If all is lost, you will die, but we will return to slavery and toil. We will do all that we can to aid you and supply you if you help our cause. We humbly ask you to help us. Rothchak bowed his head, and returned to his seat. Neither he nor any other goblin said a word. They waited in silence for a reply. One of the dwarves stood up and claimed the floor. I am Dweren, son of Dre. We are not unmindful of the plight of these orcs, whom our fathers slaughtered with hatred. And it was a righteous hatred. These, he said, waving at the goblins, were in our minds the worst. In the days of Morgoth, they were abominations made from our own people, captured or coerced by the festering evil. We have watched them over the years, as they made themselves anew. In the changed world, say it, commanded a gray-bearded dwarf to the speaker. Dweren nodded, and continued, looking directly at Rothchak, it was decided, long ago, that if it came to pass that you needed our help, we would give it to you, our wounded brother. Rothchak visibly jumped at the word, brother. Yes, Dweren shouted, brother, I call him, because we share our common roots. But we will also hold our brothers to their promise to supply our needs, and our list will be long. We have been away from war for too long. Dweren then bowed to the assembled host, casting a look at Radagast as he did so. Sirius looked at the Astari, puzzled. There were events going on around him that he could not comprehend, and he knew that his confusion would only increase. He watched as the elf sitting next to Ginny stood up. I am Galdor, of the elven people of the Grey Havens. We are much diminished from what we were when we last attended such a council. We have kept to ourselves for too long. And we must make amends. Those of us that can, will also give their help in this cause. Our list, however, will be short. What we need most is information, and by my word, Rothchak, anything you reveal to us will never be used to do you ill. I must also speak on the subject of the ring, but briefly. The goblin had the right of the situation when he asked if and why of us knew where to find the cracks of doom. I repeat the pledge, Frodo Baggins, that we gave to you that fateful day long ago. All that I can do to aid you in your quest, I will do with open heart. Sirius heard movement behind him. Then he saw the young hobbit, Faramir, take the floor. All of you use fancy words real easy. Easily, he said, I can't. I don't know enough of them, and I'm supposed to be too young to use any of them, but you're talking about fighting. If it threatens the mark, then my grandfather's father, the Took, himself, will want to do something about it. We don't want to fight, but if we have to, we will. We don't want to fight far away, but, well, we fought inside the mark once already this year. Faramir faltered in his speech, then blurted out, "Heck, just tell us where to go and when to be there." Quote. Dal Dagda led the round of laughter and applause that followed. Rothchak even got out of his seat to thank the hobbit. Shame and pride warred on Faramir's face, but, when he saw Hermione's smile, pride won out. As he took his seat, he sat tall, not thinking about what the Took would say when he found out. Bren cleared his throat, as the applause died down. "We are the cause of the battle that were reckless in our arrogance, and drove the enemy, unwittingly, to their homes. I can not speak for my people, but I can speak to them. I will promise you this. At least one centaur will aid your cause, Master Goblin." Rothchak stood and bowed to Bren, saying, "Even the help of only one member of your noble race is a rare gift." Sirius watched as the goblin gave a strange smile. Then turned to watch the centaur prancing in place, clearly agitated. He had studied centaurs but still knew little about them. Bren stammered, and finally said, "How dare you?" "Because it is true," Rothchak said, surprised at the reaction. "I must agree," Hermione said, getting up from her chair. "Your people have proven to us, time and again, the nobility that is within you. Why do you deny it?" "It is our shame, my lady," Bren said. "It was Sauron, in his arrogance, who made us to be warriors to his cause, then cast us aside as a failure. When his cause was lost, and men and elves came to destroy all of his creations, only Radagast stayed their hands from slaughtering our forefathers. Tell me, how can you consider us to be noble?" "Oh, sweet vanity," Hermione purred. "I fear that centaurs are too proud to be noble." "Please do not mock me, Lady Elvelyn," Bren said. "Then I shall mock myself, dear friend. I ask you, do you think me noble? And I warn you, I mean to trick you with this question." Quote. "I do, my lady. I would be shunned by many here if I did not." Hermione smiled. "Thank you, Bren. And my parents thank you. Did you know that they are dentists?" She paused as many in the pavilion looked at her in confusion. "Upon request, they pull out rotted teeth." Bren gasped in surprise, and then joined in the general laughter, finally saying, "My lady's point is well made. Forgive me, good goblin, for my words. It seems that centaurs are too proud of their humility to be called noble. And I will dare to speak for my people after all. We will come." No one reacted, because a laugh was heard at the far end, low but piercing. Draco Malfoy was standing there with his insane grin. When two elves moved to stop him, he called out, "Dal Dagda, that is what this is." He smiled as everyone paused, and looked at the elf he addressed. "It is the old tongue of this land. They misunderstood." Draco smiled, knowing no one understood what he had said. "You should not be here." The elf said to him, "You are not well." "Yes, and yes," Draco said, "but I have no choice. The man needs to speak." Albus Dumbledore arose from his seat, saying, "Mr. Malfoy, I assure you we are prepared to speak. And to offer our assistance, both." "Mr. Draco interrupted, shouting, "Finn and myself intend to offer any and all aid that the Republic and my colleagues can spare." He then assumed a normal voice. "Those are your words, and your next ones are, Draco, you should rest. Did I get that right?" Albus said nothing, but nodded slowly. Draco looked at Hermione, and said, "Elf friend. You know what I am. And you, Harry, my enemy and my friend. Tell him, Harry. He has to speak. I've decided that I don't want to die after all." "Tell who, Draco?" Harry asked. "It's a riddle, Harry," Draco said, crying. "He cannot speak." Harry took a deep breath as Draco let himself be led from the room, conscious that every eye was on him. Dal Dagda broke the silence by calling for a recess. Harry was still in his seat when the last delegates left, except for Sirius. "It's obvious, Harry, I'm the one he's talking about. I'm only supposed to listen." "I don't think so," Harry said, "it seems too obvious." "That isn't like Draco. He's mad, you know," Sirius said, "anything is like him." "Wait, I am wrong. There is always a method to madness," Sirius thought. In school he was a master at mischief. Planning and scheming for the fun of it. "Break it down. Tell him. He must speak. A riddle. He cannot speak." "Draco. Madman. I've got it," Sirius said. After a while, "Draco wants to address the assembly." Harry looked up, stunned. "Please, you've got to be joking. They won't let him speak. You heard his ravings." "Exactly," said Sirius, "if he came in and asked to speak, he would be led back to his room. And they would lock the door. Draco Malfoy cannot speak. Fine, Harry replied, then why do I have to tell Draco he has to speak? You're assuming, Harry. You have to tell him, not he. He is Draco Malfoy. Him is somebody else. Dal Dagda, Harry exclaimed, then paused. Would Dal Dagda listen to me? Of course, he will, Sirius told him. You are Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The boy who defeated the Dark Lord in his attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone. The boy who defeated a basilisk, the young man who saved the Mark, and you have to tell me the full story about that when we have time. Any other questions? Just one, Harry asked with a smile. Those stories I've heard about the Marauders, did you talk my dad into doing them, or did he talk you into it? Harry. Sirius said in mock disgust, I never talked your father into anything, but then I never had to. I wish to thank all of you assembled here for permitting me to speak, Draco Malfoy said in a serious tone. I will speak to the point, so that I may not waste your time. Let me begin by explaining to you that I am mad, although I do have my more lucid moments. I know why. Oh, you are thinking not because I can read your minds, but because I knew what you would be thinking. I can see the future, all of it, and you should know that the future is not planned. Things can and will happen that will alter a set path, and open a range of possibilities. And that is why I am mad. I do not see what will be, I see everything that might be. I see something that is coming, that will come unless it is stopped. You must know this, and you must know it now. There is a great burning eye seeking its way out of oblivion. His name, you already know. His last vestige grows. The irony is that you only need to know this for the future to change. You again know who you truly fight, even as you fight those who would replace him. I also know your questions, and I will answer 2 of them. First, look to Harry Potter. When the time comes, he will tell you where to find the cracks of doom. Second, to achieve victory, the one who would dare to wear the ring must be betrayed. Draco walked stiffly out of the assembly, leaving everyone in doubt as to his sanity, more than one person questioning if he were truly mad. Eyes were on Harry again, but all he could do was shrug. Dal Dagda voiced everyone's thoughts by saying, we must assume that, when the time is right, Harry Potter will discover what he needs to know. If I may speak, Albus Dumbledore asked, and was given the floor. I fear that I understand my former student all too well. We have been gathered here for one purpose, and we have been diverted into another path. We are well-intentioned, but we must remain focused. The ring and its destruction must always be at the forefront of our minds. Young Malfoy spoke of Sauron returning, and if I may dare to address you, I see his hand already at work. At my school, we found the ring in our midst. And we were scattered. The ring again comes to a group of us, here, and again we disperse, all to go our separate ways, with no plan for the ring. I repeat, we have made no plans concerning the ring. Well spoken, young wizard, Radagast said, and we must talk about the ring. I would remind you that the last time such a council met, a fellowship was forged. My brother was a part of that fellowship. But even for all his power the fellowship failed. It is for you, here today, to decide the fate of the ring. It's like hearing yourself speak, Sirius whispered to Albus. The ring is not safe. Ginny Weasley said suddenly, we cannot do anything with the ring. It has a mind of its own. We have to restrain the ring. Frodo Baggins must choose his own path, and we must abide by his decision. In our last trial, it was only when we aided his plan that we succeeded. I would remind you, Frodo said, I almost failed, the last time. I may very well fail this time. Then where Hobbit is right. Dwarin said, he may fail this time. And if you do, Frodo Baggins, I will die with an axe in my hand. You have the one ring. The choice is yours. Tell us how to help and we will do so. Would you take it from me? Frodo asked, pulling out the ring and showing it, would you take this ring from me and spare me from making a choice? Dwarin stepped back. I fear that ring more than death or shame. I would not want it. Frodo put the ring away, and looked around. My fate is tied to Harry Potter. I will talk with him, and ask his advice. He sat down, saying nothing else. I know I'm slow on this. Hermione said, but why did Draco have to talk to us, just to remind us about the ring? To prod us, Ginny said, we were all set to help the goblins, and deal with the ring later. Draco's little speech was to remind us of what we were there for. And to make sure we didn't forget. I pity him. Why? Asked Hermione. He has always been a pain, but now, at least, he is nice to us. And why is Draco being nice to us? Galdor asked in amusement. Because he wants something, Harry said. He wants something, but he has to be nice to us to get it. Underneath, he's still Malfoy. What do you think he wants? Galdor asked. Harry shrugged his shoulders. If I were mad, what would I want? To change the subject, he asked Galdor, will you and Ginny be getting married? If you mean, to have a wedding, with a party, yes. Ginny's parents would appreciate that, and no elf in his right mind has ever turned down a chance to make merry. But if you are talking about vows, there is no need. We will be together as long as we are both alive. Should one of us die, we will meet again in the west, for the other of us will sail the straight path. Ginny smiled at the thought, and asked Harry, do you have any plans for marriage? Harry laughed, none at all. I never even had my first real date. Some short guy with a jewelry problem dropped in and ruined everything. Hey, Frodo said with a laugh. You had your date. I saw you dancing with a very pretty young lady while you were in the Mark. No offense Hermione, Harry said, but it was like dancing with my sister. Tell me, Hermione. Ginny asked quickly, was it like dancing with my brother? You are forming ranks against me, Hermione laughed, stop or I shall call for my protector. She paused and looked around, where is Faramir? With the War Council, Galdor said, they make plans to stop the Dark Lord before his plot bears fruit. I hope they're not listening to him, Frodo said, his head may get too big for him. Oh, but they may need to. He has fought 2 battles and that makes him too up on most of those he's talking to. They know he is a boy, Galdor said, and they know his experience. They will take both into account. He also takes my knowledge with him. Ginny smiled again, saying, Galdor was there, in the ranks of Gil-galad the day he fell. Faramir had heard of the tale, and asked about the battle. The detail he went into was great. He asked a great deal about tactics as well as formations. He is a bright boy, Galdor concluded, and a quick learner when he applies himself. I doubt he is leading everyone around, but he is holding his own. How quickly they grow up, Harry said with a smirk. Yes, said Hermione, with a smirk of her own, how quickly we do grow up. Faramir came up to Hermione as she was heading for breakfast. He was dressed to travel, with a saddle pouch on his shoulders. My lady, he said, kneeling on one knee, I beg your leave. Hermione ignored the onlookers watching the curious scene and asked him, what do you need, that you ask me such? Plans have been made, my lady, and I wish to return to my grandfather, the Took, that he may be informed. If you need to go, go swiftly. All I ask is that you take care, for you are dear to me. Faramir bowed to her, and went to the stables, where his pony was being saddled. He was curious at first, since he had ridden bareback on Grand, as he called the pony. The elves told him that bareback was fine for riding, but he might need to fight, and the saddle would help him maneuver. The first thought the hobbit had was to ask Grand if it was fine with him. He loaded the saddle bags with the letters and plans, mounted and rode to the Mark. It's begun, my lady, Harry said. We are drifting in different directions again. I am tired, dear friend, Hermione said, I know not what task to take upon my shoulders next. They have all become burdens. They're going now, Hermione, Harry said in Sindarin. You don't have to talk fancy anymore. Yes, let us talk in a different language instead, and impress them that way, Hermione replied. Hermione, you're getting caught up in this fancy talking. You do it almost all the time. I have little choice. But for you, I am never called by my name, only by my title. I have spoken this way to such a degree that I must pause to think of more simple terms to use. Are you going? Harry asked. Yes, Hermione, Lady Elvelyn, said, I gave Faramir my promise that I would attend him. Will you come? No, I have to stay with Frodo. And no one wants him near any battlefield. The elves claim the summoning spell has been broken, but no one wants to take any chances. We're going back to Hogwarts with Dumbledore. At least you will sleep in your own bed for once. Hermione said, provoking a small smile. Albus, I do not like this, Frodo said, pacing the floor. We have taken your warning seriously, Albus said, we are risking a great deal because of you. Because of what I carry, Frodo clarified. The danger grows with every day. Even now I do not know which thoughts are my own, and which ones have been placed on me. You thought once that I was safe at your school, yet disaster struck from an unexpected direction. We will do what we can, Albus assured the hobbit. Before, we tried to hide you, now you are in a fortress. And trapped. Should the enemy come, Frodo added, thinking of the tales of Minas Tirith. Albus said nothing. This discussion had played itself out, once again. The hobbit would not be appeased. They finished eating, and Albus looked around the great hall. Many of the students had returned, and all were excited about the change of circumstance. He watched as Colin Creevey talked with his friends. The boy was a hero to many of them, and none could see how badly he hurt. Yet no word came from his brother or from the Weasley boy. Frodo watched the students as well, and saw a different tale. He saw innocent children isolated from the armies that marched, even now, in the folded lands that existed around them. Armies as in the days of legend, his own age, and the ages before him. Elven hosts and dwarven hordes marched to fight a new, yet ancient foe. Other races joined them, including a small group of goblins, who sought to protect their investment. Even hobbits would march, a thing unheard of in his own time. Harry Potter sat alone. Since his return, he was a hard person to approach. He had changed more than he had thought, and sat there thinking many of the same thoughts as Frodo. The hardest part was that his friends were gone. Ron was missing. The lady had gone off with the armies. Ginny was gone as well. She would go with the elf, Galdor, and she might also fight. And he, the great Harry Potter, would sit at his desk in the meantime, and study potions and spells. Harry looked over at Cho Chang, and sighed. She was once the object of his daydreams, and now she seemed shallow. Concerned with mundane matters and unimportant things. Then she looked up, and his heart raced. She smiled, and he smiled weakly in return. Sadness overwhelmed him, and he left the hall to be alone with his thoughts. "We bore you," Neville said, as he passed by. Harry stopped and stared. He couldn't believe that anyone would talk to him like that. He thought of some retort to make, then walked off, not bothering to say anything. Neville followed him out of the hall. "Harry," Neville called out, "it's too bad you can't play Quidditch anymore." Harry sighing, "What the hell are you talking about? Quidditch," Neville said, "or do you want to play at war, again?" "What do you know about wars?" Harry asked angrily. "I know people get hurt," Neville said, lowering his head. Harry remembered Neville's parents, and replied, "That was a cheap shot, Longbottom. Even for you. Are we using last names, now, Harry?" Neville said in anger, "Your friends aren't here, I understand that. But your enemies aren't here either. Do you want me to take Malfoy's place to make you feel better?" "Well, I won't. I won't take Ron's place either. Or Hermione's. Your friends aren't here, Harry, but your friends are here. Or am I not good enough to be your friend, anymore?" Harry sputtered at the thought that Neville would yell at him, but the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. Neville had reminded him of something, that Hogwarts had always been his home, but he still couldn't let go of what had happened to him. "You just don't understand, Neville. I had to flee for my life." "I know," said Neville. "I saw the broken windows. Do you know that I spent 2 weeks running only to find myself facing an army of spiders?" Harry asked angrily. "Good thing Ron wasn't there," Neville said, catching Harry by surprise. Harry laughed at the thought before he could stop himself. He looked at Neville, as a sense of relief flowed through him. He realized he hadn't really thought about Ron in a long time. Sitting down on a nearby step, he looked up at his friend, quizzically, nodding when Neville asked him if he felt better. "How did you know to talk to me like that?" Harry asked. "You know about my parents," Neville said. It was a statement, not a question. "Did you ever wonder how I felt when I found out what happened to them?" Neville paused, and asked, "What happened with the spiders?" Harry found himself telling about how he, the lady and Frodo came to the mark. Before long, he was caught up with telling the story, as other students gathered around to listen. At one point, somebody asked, "Who is this lady, Elvelyn, you keep mentioning?" Harry paused and looked up to see Cho. He smiled warmly, and said, "I'm sorry, I've been calling her that for the past few weeks. I should have said Hermione." Cho pushed her way into the crowd, and sat next to Harry. "You have to explain that, Harry Potter." As Harry started to tell them about Borales, a pleasant thought entered the back of his mind. He was home. Charlie Weasley sat on the outcropping eating his lunch. It was a sunny day, and he was close enough to the dragons, that the rocks they had heated for themselves kept him warm as well. He heard footprints behind him, and looked up to see an old friend approaching. "Randy," he called out, "welcome back. Haven't seen you in over a year. What brings you to Dragon Country in winter?" Radagast sat down next to his friend and said, "Business, Charlie. I hate to be abrupt, but I need to talk to you about your brother. Strong magic is hiding him even from my eyes, and I've traced it to you." Quote, "Randy," Charlie said in all innocence, "I don't know what you're talking about." Radagast laughed, "You make that sound so believable. Too bad I know better." Charlie looked at the man in a new light. Randy had always been a tourist type. He would show up every now and then, claiming he wanted to see how things were. Occasionally, one of the dragons would sicken, and the bearded man always knew a cure that would work. As a result, he was an unofficial member of the group. What Randy had just said was completely out of character. "Charlie, I know what you are thinking. And I will explain as much as I can, but we need to find your brother and his friend. I know that you know where they are." "I don't, Randy, and that is the truth." "I believe you, Charlie," Radagast said after a pause. "But that doesn't help. I need to know what you know." Then the wizard let out a short whistle, attracting the attention of one of the dragons in the valley below them. The dragon flew up, and blasted his flame at a nearby boulder. The heat felt like sitting by a Franklin stove. "It was a little too cold for me," Radagast said. Charlie stared, and listened as his friend told him what he really was. And what was going on. Charlie let out a low whistle when he was done. "That was too strange not to be true, Randy, but I can't help you. I'm not Ron's secret keeper, or anything like that. All I did was give Ron a shielding charm. A couple of years ago, there was a scare about an escaped criminal, and Ron was afraid that the man was after him for some reason. The matter was cleared up. But that Christmas I gave Ron a charm to use. He never had to until this happened. It's a very simple masking charm. No one is able to recognize him, and he can't be found by a search spell or any other magic. It can be broken very easily as well. If he tells anyone where he is, or if he uses any magic, or if magic is used on him, the charm is broken. Another way is, if he comes in contact with anyone he knows well, such as his family or close friends. That's all there is to it." "And is this the charm, by any chance?" Radagast said, holding up a small disc. "We found it in his robes." Charlie looked at the disc in disbelief. "That's his Christmas present. I guess that puts you back at square one, Randy." Radagast smiled, and said, "Maybe not. Did you know that they thought they had found the boy, Dennis, but someone said it was a blonde boy with a similar build. What do you think?" Charlie smiled widely. "Muggle hair dye. I've used some myself, not on me of course, and don't tell my mom. I'm willing to bet you've found them." He looked down and added, "I'm taking some time off because of the holidays. I can leave early, if you want company." Radagast understood the unspoken words. Ron was family, and that was what Charlie was concerned about. "Of course, I can always use help. But I can't go to find them just yet. I have things to do. First." He looked down at the dozing dragons below them and said, "If you want to help, I have an idea." Charlie looked down at the dragons, then back at his friend, and smiled. "What shall we do?" Eleanor Took asked her husband. "We have time to talk." Her husband, the Took, said as he looked at the map on the table. "If we decide to go, and I fear we will, we have a week to make a 3-day journey." "Not about that," Eleanor said. Almost in tears, Peregrine Took hugged his wife to calm her. "I know how you feel about the young rascal. He's probably at some inn stuffing himself, because he doesn't have his pony. It got loose somehow and came here, thinking of it as home. I've sent out searchers. They'll find him. That pony didn't run off, and you know it," Eleanor said, miserably. "Yes I do," Peregrine said, scolding his wife. "But I can't do anything about it. If Faramir is fine, then he will stay fine, and if he isn't, then there is nothing I can do, Eleanor. Whatever happened, he sent his pony on with the messages and maps. Because that was important. I think of him, and I know he may never come back, but I have things to do, terrible things, and I will be making other families feel what we are feeling right now." Eleanor dried her eyes, saying, "I know you were right, dearest. I think I just had to hear you say it. I needed to know I wasn't alone." Peregrine kissed his wife, saying, "You are never alone, my love. I am always there with you." They hugged, and Eleanor left to see to dinner. Peregrine, the Took, turned back to the table and stared at the detailed map. Runners carried the messages already. That they would be there to fight. Bren stood before the council. He had delivered the messages from the place of the elves, and was met with a hostile reception. Several centaurs had pointed out that the stars do not support his statements. Nowhere in the heavens was there anything about a great evil approaching. He was also reminded that, since centaurs are recognized as beasts, they are under no obligation to help anyone. Firenze gave what support he could, but his voice was small in the council. Bren, however, was by my request. The race of the centaurs has been raised to the status of intelligent beings. An uproar ensued. "You have no right," the head of the council decreed. "By the stars." Quote, "The stars lie," Bren shouted, "the times are upon us, and you cannot deny it. Except to deny yourselves. I have seen the One Ring. I have heard the prophet speak of the return. I have heard him tell of the betrayal." "Egotistical lies," the councillor said with vehemence. "You spread discord among us." "Yes, I do," said Bren, standing tall, "because that is the proof. If you doubt me, read the first prophecy." "There is no need," Firenze said, "I know it by heart. The time will come when the stars will lie. Evil will approach unseen. And discord will be your only warning." No one spoke for several minutes. Then the councillors moved apart to huddle in discussion. An argument broke out. And then, in a rage, one of the councillors struck at another. Shock filled everyone at this unheard of action. Never in their long memory had one centaur shown physical anger to another. Abashed, the councillors returned to the circle. "We thank Firenze for his remark," the head councillor said. "But for him, we would have falsely condemned Bren for his actions." He finished speaking, and trotted off. Bren was stunned. He had, with help, convinced the council of the truth of what he said. Now, all eyes were on him. He looked at Firenze who, though barely older than he, had been a mentor. He opened his mouth to speak. "Our fellow races, who rightfully considers us their equals, are engaged in a twofold threat, and seek aid wherever it can be found. I have promised them help. But I will not force my will upon anyone. All I can do is to humbly ask for your help." Bren listened as the sound of clopping feet was heard. Then another set of feet added to the sound. Before long, what sounded like a stampede of horsemen was heard all around him, as his fellow centaurs sounded their approval. Ginny closed her eyes and listened to the sounds of the night. She was filled with wonder at the delicacy and range of her hearing as it continued to sharpen. Galdor always listened with joy as she described how she felt. He would listen as though he, too, were hearing the sounds for the first time. He had his doubts about taking Ginny into his heart, but she quickly proved him wrong. Instead of indulging her whims, while she grew and matured, he found himself hanging onto her every word as she reminded him of those ancient times when all the world was night. He found himself learning from her, as she learned from him things that he considered mundane. He watched her, and knew how to add to the joy she felt. Softly, he began to sing a ballad, one she had not yet heard. He regretted the day to come, when he would not have something new to share with her. He had told her that, during the first days, and she laughed as though he had said something foolish, and somehow that made him happy. Ginny remembered, not long before, when Galdor said he regretted that the day would come when he had nothing new to share with her. She laughed at his foolishness. Didn't he know that every day was something new that they would share? Draco sat in his small room. The boat would sail shortly. But he would have to wait until the last minute to board. They had believed his lies when he spoke at the council, but since he spoke the truth, they had no choice. He would play their game. Only because it suited him. If they believed that he really cared for their plans, so much the better. Telling them the whole truth would have helped them more, but not enough to make a difference. As far as he was concerned, they would fall into the trap, but that was necessary. They would not believe him, but it would be better in the end. Draco was not concerned with saving everybody he could. Deep inside him, past the madness, was the desire. The desire controlled the madness. It drove him to find the best means to the end that he wished to achieve. He could choose several paths, but chose the one best suited to his personality. Now, he would do everything he had to achieve his goal. He got up, and began walking briskly, pausing at times, then casually walking at others. At the last minute, he stepped seemingly out of nowhere onto the elven ship. He said nothing, but walked to the bow, and stayed there, looking out to sea. The ship sailed with no one questioning him. He would arrive at the Grey Havens, and complete his plans. If he had to help save the entire world, so be it, but he would have his own way in the end. He knew all the paths of the future, and had chosen the one he would take. Rothschild spoke into the flames. Yes, master. They will come, but they are forcing the Potter boy and the Hobbit to stay away. They are at the school, now. The figure in the flame laughed. I have plans made to draw the boy to my little battle. If it works, and it should, that idiot, Dumbledore, will even suggest it. I can deal with that Hobbit later. Rothschild bowed and withdrew. His master's plans were old and deep. He should not worry, but the Malfoy child scared him. He volunteered to tell Rothschild about the Hobbit Faramir, and where to waylay him, thus stopping the Hobbits from joining the fight. The master was delighted at the news. It was an unusual message to intercept, Albus admitted, but do you think I should act on it? Mr. Quigley looked down at the desk and shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I am only the messenger. My specialty is Tolkien lore, not politics. And so they leave it to me. Have you read the message? I have read it. The Dark Lord wishes to ensure that Harry Potter is not coming with the advancing troops that have gathered. It seems an odd thing. Yes, it is odd, Albus said, and I will have to ask Mr. Potter to go. I think it is a trap, but I cannot be sure, so I will give him an edge. I will give him a sword to use. You don't mean? Quigley exclaimed. No, not any sword from those books. This is the sword of Godric Gryffindor, which may be wielded only by his heirs. Harry happens to be one. If Voldemort wants him, he will get more than he planned. Draco hummed to himself as the boat docked at the Grey Havens. The pieces were in place. Faramir Took had been lost, but the pony came through. Harry Potter was going to fight in the battle to come, as well. Now to seduce the girl. Draco spotted the couple standing on the docks, arguing with Eamon Finn. He walked up in time to hear Finn saying, I know we are accepting volunteers, but you have no skills. I do, said little Sean. I can fight hand to hand and with a pole. I even learned fencing at school. He did not elaborate that fencing consisted of a 1-hour lecture from a guest speaker. He only wants to impress a girl, Draco said. Mr. Finn, tell him about Ginny Weasley and he will go home peacefully. It's not about any girl, Sean said, it's about a chance to do something. Cathal talks a bit more than he should. And a fair number of us know what is going on. How many? Finn asked in resignation. At least 50 from the docks, maybe 200 altogether. The entire village knows. And only the village, Sean replied. We've tied our futures to these people, the elves, and we'll keep them secret from outsiders, but we all know, and we all agreed to help. Draco looked at the girl, his age, who was with Sean. And she returned his stare. As Sean and Finn talked, he introduced himself. She replied, saying, I'm Fiona McManus. I came with my brother to see the elves. They are pale things compared to you. Draco said smiling. Oh, a flatterer, are you? Fiona said with a small laugh, and how many ports have you a girl in? Draco looked in the girl's eyes, thinking how beautiful she seemed. Hundreds, he answered. But I would forget them all, for one more smile from you. Fiona gave her smile to the handsome boy facing her, wondering what type of person he was. She was smitten by him. And he clearly felt the same way. You're not one of those magic folk? She asked. I'm a very powerful wizard, always dreamed of being a fisherman's wife, Fiona replied, letting him know that she didn't approve. That is why I'm here, Draco answered. I have always thought fishing much more interesting. Do you have plans for tonight? Fiona asked with great amusement. I would love to go to the dance, Draco said. Watching Fiona's startled reaction, I have to be honest, he added, I am also a seer. I can see the future. I don't know why I should tell you this, but I can. Give up magic in a heartbeat. But I have no way of giving up my sight. Fiona stopped to think, then heard Finn agree to let her brother go along. Can you see Sean's future? She asked. Yes, said Draco, faltering. Concern filled his face. As he looked at Fiona. He will return, if I go with him. He smiled at Fiona, and said, I'll ask you about the dance, after I talk to Finn. Fiona looked with relief, as Draco walked away. His coming was a godsend. What are the chances, she thought, that such a person should show up at this moment? She also noticed something else. He had a wonderful walk, and a cute smile. Be careful of that one, Sean said. Finn warned me that he's touched. He is, at that, Fiona agreed. He's taking me to the dance. Sean looked at his sister in disbelief. He noticed she was still watching Draco as he walked off. Draco found Aim and Finn and asked, "What time are we leaving?" "We," asked Finn. "If Harry Potter is going to be there, then I will come as well," Draco said. Finn started to ask how Draco knew, then remembered who he was talking to. "We leave tomorrow at 2. We meet on the docks. I'll be going to the village for tonight," Draco said. "I will be with little Sean." Draco and Fiona had a wonderful time at the dance, and then he walked her home. It was out of his way, but he lied about that. As they passed a store, he pulled her aside under the overhang. She began to protest, but the threatening rain began to fall, fast and hard. "You knew about this," she said. "That's why I came with you," he replied. "I didn't want you to get wet. You could have just told me." Fiona responded, looking Draco in the eye. A couple of boys from the dance came running by, and started to duck in for cover, when they noticed the couple kissing. They decided the rain wasn't that cold or wet, and ran on to their homes. By the time the boats left, everyone would know about Fiona and her new boyfriend. "This is a mess," Peregrine Boffin saw. It as he looked out over the barren plain. There were still scatterings of trees, but most of the land had been stripped down to the dirt and rocks. He was not the only one who felt this way, but he was willing to say his piece. Peregrine Boffin stood in the tent as the leaders of the various groups voiced their opinions on how to attack. He was there by virtue of being the warder of the Western March. And the commander of the army of the Mark, 2,000 hobbits with less sense than he had. The Took, as Thane, had given him that honor. Peregrine listened politely, and smiled his approval whenever anyone asked. Then made excuses and slipped away. Because of his lack of enthusiasm, the hobbits had been given a small role in the planned advance. Their archers and pikemen would be the reserve, with the main task of watching the goblin contingent, who were there as no more than observers. Peregrine lit his pipe and looked over the land. It had been too easy, he thought, as he puffed away. We've marched all this way into a barren wasteland, to find nothing. He kept eyeing the curves of the hills, as the night passed on. You were up late, Hobbit, said Dweren, as the meeting ended. I had thought you would be asleep in your tent long before now. Do you think we will fight tomorrow? Peregrine asked, letting his annoyance slip through. Perhaps, little friend, Dweren said with a grin. We might even save some for you. Peregrine watched as the dwarf walked away. I don't like it, he said, I don't like it one bit. And what would that be? Hermione said, coming up to him. I did not realize you were up. My lady, Peregrine said with a bow, I meant nothing, I was just clearing my head. My lord warder, Hermione said in response, we both know that we are here as window dressing. The nice little hobbits and the teenage beauty queen. There are many things that are not to like. Please tell me which one you do not like today. The enemy, my lady, Peregrine said with a smile. He doesn't play by the rules. And are there rules in war, for this is a war if I am not mistaken. There are rules, and the first rule is that you do not let the enemy know what you are doing. That is why we rush forward and then wait and then do a dance. But the enemy isn't doing that. They are running, and they let us know they are running. I don't believe them, and no one believes me. And so you watch, Hermione mused, I hope you are wrong, and I fear you are right, my lord. What would you have me do? Talk to the elves, Peregrine said, this veil. They cast to prevent the use of magic hampers us more than the enemy. We are safe from any sudden appearance by the Dark Lord, but we are blind to what is not in front of our eyes. I should say that I am amused, though. Many of the men who came, brought weapons to use, and these will not work either. We fight with little more than sticks and stones. There are reasons, Hermione said, but you know them as well as I. There's nothing to be done, Peregrine said, knocking the dottle out of his pipe. It is time to wake up my army, so we can spend another day watching everyone's behind. He went off, and Hermione heard a low horn call. She listened as the rustling of hobbits grew louder. The sun would not be up for another 2 hours, but they would be ready at dawn. Brigadier McGregor was not happy with the arrangements. He had been given the task of organizing the ranks of the various groups of men. It was slow going, but things were coming together. Most of them were volunteers from the Show Brigade, an ad hoc military group which specialized as extras in battle scenes. McGregor smiled as he remembered one movie shot, where he asked Mel Gibson for an autograph for his granddaughter. McGregor thought back to the strange request he had received from the British government. His honorary title was made an actual rank, in exchange for leading an army which already knew how to use swords and shields. Thus, an aging movie extra became a British officer overnight. The money was good, and most of the group agreed to come as well. When they were told the truth, that they would be fighting a real war. Some few grumbled, but no one backed down. They had played in too many movies to turn down the real thing. His reveries disturbed, the brigadier looked up as a runner came to him. "The left flank, sir. They've been attacked. They're coming this way." The runner said all of this in one quick breath. "How bad is it?" Markham asked. "What are we talking about?" "A few hundred of the orcs hid in one of the few patches of trees that remain. They are not doing much damage, but they have stopped the advance while we take care of them." The general called his staff and had the runner lead the way. He would get a first-hand look at the enemy, and finally see how they fight. He approached the line as the skirmish appeared to be ending. Then another wave of orcs, perhaps 200, appeared to harass the line. McGregor cursed at the delay, but kept his head, calling the runner to him. "Get to the command tent as quickly as possible. Tell them I'm being hit repeatedly by small groups of skirmishers. I need reliable scouts immediately. This may be the start of something." In seconds, the runner was on his horse, racing toward the command tent. As the rider faded, in the distance a shout rang out from the point, the place where the line had bent to face the flanking attack. As the general looked up, thousands of orcs attacked the line, breaking the point. At the same time, more orcs ran out to pin the flank. "Damn," McGregor cursed, as he drew his sword as the enemy raced through the breach, in what the brigadier had to admit was a well-executed assault. To their credit, the junior officers were pulling the men together and reforming the lines, but the enemy had him surrounded on three sides. Across the sea of orcs he could see the other side of the line, falling back. Running like scared rabbits to the far hills. They would escape, McGregor knew, but he would not. The trap was well laid, and they were cut off from the main army. All of them would die. But we will make the enemy pay as large a price as possible, McGregor muttered to himself. "Hail the Spartans," he called out, telling all of the men his plans and their situation. They were 1,200 men. Twice and twice again the number of their Spartan brothers, but like them, his men would buy precious time for the others to reform. McGregor guessed that some 10,000 orcs and more had attacked him. And over half stayed to fight him. Every minute he held on was one more minute he kept these orcs from joining the main body. "Runner," he called, "the enemy left flank is massing. Warn the commanders. We will try to retreat to the rear, and away from the main lines. They won't expect that," McGregor thought, to break out and run deeper into their clutches. But he knew what he was doing. There was high ground there. His duty was not to survive, that was no longer possible. He had to delay, and hope that it was enough. With surprisingly few losses, the trapped men broke out of the encirclement. Running quickly to the chosen battleground, a long sloping hill. As quickly as they could, the line was reformed to meet the pursuing orcs, who were caught in surprise at the well-executed maneuver. Many died as they failed to realize that the enemy was, once again, a determined fighter. In an ever-decreasing circle they fought, taking a deadly toll. The folly of the situation even reached the brigadier. With half his men already lost, he was outnumbered, 8-1. But the enemy couldn't get close enough to finish him off easily. Then McGregor knew that the tide had turned. The orcs often paused between assaults, but a large orc could be seen in the distance, arguing. As McGregor watched through his binoculars, the orc chieftain began to hew the heads from several orcs. "This is it," the brigadier called out in warning, as the orcs organized for a new attack. "They've got a new boss now, and he won't let up. Brace yourselves, men. For God and country." The orcs attacked, and their front ranks died, paying dearly for the loss of even one man. Without the usual pause, another attack was launched, then a third. Man and orc died together in the massive sword play. As the line contracted, until the Show Brigade was a Small circle of less than 100 men. Then the enemy pulled back. "What's happening, sir?" a soldier asked, surprised at the sudden breather. The brigadier raised his binoculars, and said, "Archers. They're finally going to finish us off the smart way." "You called the Spartan thing right, George," a captain said, "that's the way they ended as well." McGregor smiled and said, "You may be right, Jim, but I don't plan to sit here and become a pincushion. You've got a way out." "Sorry, I still haven't figured that one out," McGregor said shrewdly. "But they've pulled their fighters back to let their archers have room. Archery is a poor sport at close range. We're going to attack?" Jim asked in surprise. "And take as many of them with us." The brigadier said, "Form ranks." The men lined up to face the archers, which many orcs found amusing, and even more amusing as they began to throw away their shields. Then the shout rang out from the ranks of the men, have fear, there is a McGregor among you." The men attacked. The unformed ranks of archers was hit hard with severe casualties. The orcs recovered from their surprise and attacked the now available targets, but again at great cost. A dying man does not fear death, and will kill even as he is dying. It had taken the orcs almost 6 hours to finally kill the last man. The brigadier and all of his men had died, but they had killed 4 times that many, and kept more than 5,000 other orcs from joining the attack. The warder O.F. the Western March looked over the field. Men, and a few dwarves were running, with no chance to stop and fight. The orcs were swarming behind them, as they came to the last hill before the main camp. "Form a line," Peregrine shouted. "Don't advance, stay on the crest." The hobbits formed a line as long as they could at the top of the hill and waited, pikes ready, and arrows notched. They stood and watched as hundreds of men and dwarves came running up the hill toward their line. Grelchik was angry. This was not the way to save their investment. He howled at the hobbit commander only to be told to shut up or leave. He grumbled but kept silent, and watched as the wave of violence approached. "Runner," Peregrine called out, and a hobbit stepped out of the line. "Inform the elven commander that I hold the left flank. Tell him to send what reinforcements he can spare. And as you pass them, tell the drovers to bring up the store of arrows. We will need them." When a hobbit looked to set down his pike, Grelchik said, "Give it to me, at least I can hold on to part of my investment." As the hobbit in question ran off to deliver the message, the goblin stepped up to look at what was happening. He froze in horror. Some of the groups below him were fighting but most were running. The fastest had already reached the crest of the hill, passed through the line of hobbits, and were still running. "If you're going to use that, you need to hold it down more," someone said to him. Grelchik looked over to see a hobbit staring at him. He suddenly realized where he was. Most of the Alliance troops had passed through the line. And orcs, his distant cousins, were rushing up the hill. "The name's Toma Proudfoot," the hobbit said, "and if we want to know each other better, you'd best hold that pike down like this." The goblin had the pike put in place, and was told how to stand. He then froze in that position, not knowing what to do. The orcs hit the line of pikes, and stopped. The line shuddered, and hobbits dropped as some of the orcs got through. Hobbits in the second line took care of them. Archers began to fire over the heads of the pikemen, sowing confusion amongst the confident orcs. The orcs fell back, and came again. Again the line shuddered, and again arrows killed anything taller than a hobbit. The orcs fell back again, formed themselves, and marched at the line of hobbits. But there weren't just hobbits anymore. Dwarves had quickly filled the places made vacant by the dead and wounded. Men did the same, as others reinforced and extended the line. In the midst of this was one very frightened and very excited goblin, who found the courage to stay. "My name is Grelchik," the goblin said during a brief pause. The act of talking made him feel better for some reason. "Nice to meet you, Grel. And just call me Tom," the hobbit said. "My name's Derry," the hobbit on the other side said, adding, "Here they come again." Elves had come up, and with a quick word to the hobbit commander, a new order was given. As the orcs approached the crest, the front line knelt while archers stepped behind them, and loosed arrows at close range. The orcs kept coming until too many of their commanders had been killed. Then they broke, and ran back to safety. Relief filled everyone, but the orcs did not go far. More were coming, and a new attack would begin soon. Peregrine called to one of the elves, asking about support. The elf told him that he had all that could come. They were being engaged all along the lines, and everyone was hard-pressed. Then Peregrine received the bad news. They had with them some 18,000, but the orcs that could be seen were estimated to be at least twice that, probably more. Horns sounded, and Peregrine looked out. The orcs were coming again. And they did not plan to be stopped. The warder ran DTOB everywhere at once. "Stand the line," he shouted, "you know what to do." He watched as the tide came closer. They reached the bottom of the hill and began their climb. He shouted for everyone to wait. Then, when the enemy was halfway up the hill, with only 50 yards to cross, he gave the signal to attack. Pikes and axes Floridas. Head in the sunlight as the two lines crashed into each other. This time, the orcs did not hit a stone wall. This time, the wall hit them. Fighting was fierce. The orcs were put off their guard, those advancing running into those trying to retreat. A heavy toll was taken, but the orcs did not break. Archers fired into the enemy lines as Peregrine ordered his troops back to the crest. They would have another small respite. While the orcs decided what to do, Tom and Grelchik made it back to the crest. The goblin looked over to see someone new standing next to him. The hobbit he had talked to so briefly would never talk to him again. Grell readied his pike against the advancing orcs. Dal Dagda looked out over the battlefield. The orcs had laid a clever trap. If their timing had been better, EY would have caught both wings by surprise. As it was, the right flank, mostly elves, had enough warning to prepare. They had fought all morning, and the sun stood high above them. Many a friend would awaken in the west. And the elves were diminished that much more. The pressure on the elves was steady, but could be contained. The orcs, although many, and violent, were brawlers, rather than fighters. The elf guessed that the more experienced ones were put in the first lines for the surprise assault, and had long since been killed. He was near the point when the line broke. The hobbits held the high ridge, and could not be moved, while the elves held the plains to their right. But their center was weak, and the orcs discovered this. They pushed an assault, and the Alliance army was split in two. If war could be considered funny, Dal Dagda would have laughed. The line had been broken, and a wide open space lay between the two flanks. The orcs, however, had overspent themselves, and could not take advantage of the gap. Two battles were now being fought, side by side, until reinforcements could be brought up. Whoever filled that hole first, would be able to rout the other's army. Dal Dagda's only problem was that he had no reserves, and he feared that the general, or should he say the hobbit commander, had no reserves either. Hermione had talked to Galdor, and was returning with a message for Peregrine. Her horse was passing the center, when the line broke. She watched in horror as the dwarves were forced back under the pressure of the assault. Then she spotted a pocket of dozen dwarves being slowly surrounded. She drew the sword she had been given, and pointed Dineth toward the group. The mare forced its way through the orcs, doing damage to any which did not flee. Hermione swung her sword, mostly to keep the orcs at bay. She reached the pocket of dwarves, and dismounted. Freed from protecting her rider, Dineth attacked the surrounding orcs with vigor. "Dineth will make a path for us," Hermione shouted. "That is all well and good," Dweren said, "but we are trying not to die. Just keep swinging that sword. Keep them out of reach." Hermione swung her sword at the orcs surrounding her, making feints and stabs. Dweren and the other dwarves were being more effective than she was, and they were making progress. An assault by other dwarves was launched in their direction, and soon they were part of a retreating group, instead of a surrounded one. As they made it behind their lines, Dweren grabbed Hermione and shouted, "Well done, my lady, I did not know your skill, but you were wonderful." "I've never held a sword before today," Hermione shouted back, "How can you say I was wonderful?" "Because we are alive, my lady," Dweren shouted with a laugh. "You may not have known what to do. But you did know what not to do, and that is what counts." Dweren grabbed one of the goblins milling about, and had them take Hermione to a safe place, telling her, "You did a wonderful job of looking brave. But you are still too young for this. Please stay where they take you." He saw the girl off, and turned back to the battle. It had been a long morning. He had earned the hard way not to underestimate hobbits or young girls. Both had, in their own ways, saved his life this day. "What do you have to report?" Voldemort demanded. "We have split the enemy line at the center," the war orc said in its rasping voice. "We have no one to spare." We need more troops if we are to take advantage of the gap. Voldemort cursed, as he faced another delay. The elves had cast some spell, making all magic useless, which meant his greatest creations, the orc mages, were also useless. Despite that, he had crushed the enemy, only to have his troops stumble over hobbits, those despicable half-sized creatures. Now his second chance to end this was delayed, until more orcs could be gathered to be sent forward. That these orcs wear almost green would make no difference, but it would take time. He had to deal with those centaurs first. The centaurs had been clever, making an overly long trip to come at him from behind. They prevented him from sending reinforcements they were not enough to hold him much longer. The Dark Lord smiled in anticipation. As soon as this ragtag army was crushed, and that elven curse lifted, he would destroy anything that survived that did not call him master. Then with his enemies too weak to withstand him, he would grab the ring, and power. The Dark Lord took those troops he could spare and marched to the battle only 10 miles away. What he left behind should be able to rout the centaurs, but he had to have this victory on the field. Harry Potter flew his broom as quickly as he could. It had been a last-minute decision, but he could not pass it up. He would have the chance again to be a hero. And this time he would not have to share it. He flew above the battlefield, and casually cast a few fireballs at pockets of orcs. As he looked down, he saw who he was looking for, and landed near Dol Dagda. That was very impressive, Harry Potter, the elf said. I've always been a natural at flying, Harry answered. I was referring to your use of magic. Dol Dagda explained, we have suppressed all use of magic on the battlefield. Bemused, Harry said, it could be because of this, and showed them the sword of Godric Gryffindor. As a test, he set the sword down and tried to cast a spell. Nothing happened. He sheathed the sword and tried again. A small light appeared on the tip of his wand. We need information, more than fires, Dol Dagda said with a smile. If you could fly over the battlefield, and let me know what you see. I'm on my way, Harry said. Do you mind if I have some fun while I fly around? If it means killing orcs. I have no objection, the elf lord said with a wave. It was good to have one wizard, but it would not be enough, he thought. Why isn't anyone next to you? Sean asked. Because I'm now the end of the line. Draco said, calmly, if those orcs get around me, then we are done for. Draco, you've saved my life a half-dozen times already, Sean said, talking more out of nervousness than anything else. I was only saving my life, Draco said. If they killed you, they would kill me next. As though not thinking about it, Draco quickly thrust out his pike, killing an advancing orc. He did that almost automatically. It helped to know what the enemy planned to do. They're coming, Draco said, then we will have fun. Fighting had begun, just after dawn. That had been more than 8 hours ago. Peregrine Boffin said to himself. He looked from his vantage point at the hole in the center of the line. Well-placed archers kept the enemy from taking advantage of it, but he could not spare anyone. His line was already spread thin. He raised the field glasses he had been given, and looked out at a cloud rising in the distance. It was a line of orcs, maybe 5,000 strong. They were marching toward Peregrine tried to think of a plan, something, anything he could do, when Hermione pointed him to another cloud. It was movement, but no one was supposed to be off in that direction. Peregrine thought it might be the centaurs, successful in their raid, but whoever approached was smaller than a centaur. Do you think they could be ours? Hermione asked, holding her bandaged arm. We face south. And the elves face almost west, Peregrine pointed out. The pits are about 10 miles off to the southeast. These are coming from the northwest. They could be anyone. Then, a horn sounded, a hobbit horn. Peregrine gave a signal and the horn was answered by one of his own. Cheers began to move up and down the line. As the advancing group came close, they were seen to be horsemen racing for the gap. Behind them were hobbits, running as fast as they could, and being led by a half-grown lad riding a unicorn. That rascal did it, Peregrine shouted, handing the field glasses to Hermione. She looked at the leader, and saw that it was Faramir, once again returned from the dead. I know he did it, Hermione said, I just want to know how. Faramir began his eyed from the place of the elves early in the day. Grand was an excellent pony and hard to tire. At the speed he was going, he expected to make the journey in 2 days, maybe part of a third day. What he did not expect was to be attacked. At the first sign that something was wrong, Grant swerved into the woods and began to outtrace the pursuers with ease. Then, a group of orcs surprised him, as one of them swung an axe at him. Faramir felt the stirrup break, and he fell to one side. The pony slowed, then suddenly reared, and bolted, an axe embedded in the thick leather strap that held the saddle in place. As the pursuers began to close in on the fallen hobbit, the pony fled to take the messages to the mark. The unicorn watched as these events took place. It saw the orcs appear, and watched one of them grab the unconscious body of the hobbit, and shot an arrow into his back. Rushing at them, the unicorn skewered the orc leader with one quick thrust. As the orcs paused in their confusion, the unicorn speared two more of the orcs, including the one holding the crossbow. The others fled. The unicorn gently pierced the hobbit's clothing with its horn, and lifted the limp body. Racing away, the unicorn did not give the pursuers a chance to follow. It ran swiftly and without pause, without stopping to rest all day and through the night. The dawn had come, and the unicorn slowed its pace as it came to the road. It followed the road to the nearest farmhole, and whinnied loudly. The hobbit came out of her hole and saw the unconscious boy hanging in front of her, and gasped. "Dalgo," she called behind her. "Fetch your father, then run for the doctor." A boy, Faramir's age, came out of the house, looked at the unicorn, and ran off. Faramir was lowered, gently, to the ground and the goodwife examined his wounds. He would live, but he was seriously hurt. He had a bad fall, which was obvious, and his leg was broken. What worried her was his face. She knew everyone in the East Farthing, but he did not look familiar. And blonde hair was rare in the Shire. She should have known him because of that. Mayor Brandybuck stared at the letter that Dr. Underhill showed him. It was an impossible letter. Addressed to Peregrine Took, Thane of the Mark. To confuse matters more, it had the rune of Radagast the wizard on the seal. Hesitantly, he broke the seal, and read the letter. His face paled as he finished the letter. And he sat down with a thump. "Jellicoe, what is it?" the doctor asked. "It's every horror you can imagine, Tad," the mayor said. "Legends have come alive to haunt us." The mayor handed over the letter, and let his friend read. He knew by the doctor's reactions what part he was reading. The eyebrows arched as he read the name out of legend, Frodo Baggins. He took a quick breath when he read about the One Ring, and he frowned as he read about the Dark Lord breeding war orcs. The mayor knew there would be questions, and he was already thinking of answers. "Tad, how long will the boy be unconscious? He woke up earlier this morning, but was still in pain. I gave him something to make him sleep, but I don't expect him to wake up until tomorrow night, probably the next morning." 2 days wasted, and now 2 days more, Jellicoe Brandybuck said, cursing the luck. "I'll call the council to see if they will help." Dr. Underhill stared at the mayor in disbelief. "What do you plan on doing? How can we help?" The mayor sighed. "Tad, the boy was riding to raise an army. It must have been serious if they sent someone that young. You told me yourself that his bruises came from a fall. But I'll swear I am that Took if he fell on that arrow." "What do you want me to do?" the doctor asked, as serious now as the mayor was. "Send for Charlie Big Feet," Jellicoe said. "We'll need the help of the big people as well." "Good morning," a voice called out as Faramir began to stir. He opened his eyes on a dark-haired girl, his own age, and stared. "Oh, you poor thing," the girl said with amusement, unable to speak. "Can you make hand gestures?" "No," said Faramir, confused. "Where am I?" "In my father's home," the girl said. "That would be Dr. Thaddeus Underhill, and I'm Fedelia." "And your name is?" Faramir," he said. "Faramir Took." The girl stepped back, and gasped. That was impossible. The Tooks separated from the rest of the hobbits during the last migration. And they and their followers were lost. There were no Tooks anymore, except in the Book of Legends. She ran out to get her father, who followed her back into the bedroom. "And how are you feeling, Faramir?" the doctor said as he sat down by the bed. He sent his daughter to fetch breakfast and then examined the now wide-awake hobbit, telling him he would live. He answered Faramir's questions crisply, explaining that he was not in the Mark, but in the Shire, named after their old home in the Red Book. Faramir listened in rapt attention when he was told how a farmer's wife NS were to knock on the door to find him hanging from the horn of a unicorn, and that he was brought to this hobbit hole in the town of New Bree. "How did the unicorn find me?" Faramir asked, telling how he left the place of the elves and was waylaid by orcs. For his answer the doctor only shrugged his shoulders. Fedelia came back with a large breakfast, which Faramir ate greedily. He thanked them for the meal and asked about getting up. The doctor told him to be careful of the cast on his leg, and that he would get crutches to help him walk. Then he embarrassed the boy by telling him he had fresh clothes borrowed from a nephew the same age, asking Faramir if he was 12. When Fedelia left the room, Tad helped the boy dress, and asked him about his scars, which were clearly recent. Amir told him about the battle with the spiders, leaving out the details about why he happened to get caught by the spider. For some reason, he did not feel like bragging about himself. He did brag about the lady, however. Tad was impressed, saying that it sounded like a tall tale, but if even a tenth of it was true, it would still be quite a feat. Come now, lad, if you're up for it. We have a few more questions to ask you. About the letter. You read it? Faramir asked accusingly. Yes, we did, Dr. Underhill answered, glaring back at the boy, and it was a good thing, too. Even now, we are not sure if we are too late to help. And that is why we need you. Help? Asked a confused voice. Help, the doctor said, opening the door for the boy. Faramir walked into the next room, ball and in carefully between his right leg and the crutches. He looked up and saw several hobbits, as well as 2 men. He also saw a large, detailed map laid out on the table before them. It was obvious that they had all been waiting patiently for him. No one said anything, but he knew what they wanted. He stared at the map, which was twice his height and again as long. It was the Great Forest. He looked for some the caverns quickly. By the placement of what few mountains were enfolded with the forest. He explained where they led, and that he had started his return trip from there. Once he spotted the familiar curve of the Buckle River. Faramir pointed out the mark, and from there he was able to give clear directions to where the armies were supposed to meet. He was then asked when. He told them the date. And everyone began talking at once. They had 9 days. Faramir let out a gasp of his own when he was shown where he was. The trip would have taken 3 days of hard marching from the mark. But the Shire was almost 3 times as far and in a completely different direction. He would be hard-pressed to make it if he left right then. We'll make plans to leave in the morning, one of the men said, heading for the door. I'll pass the word. What did he mean by, we? Asked Faramir. A familiar-looking hobbit told him, we read your letter, and began forming an army. If Radagast put his seal on it, we knew it must be true. As mayor, I can be very influential if I need to, young. Quote. Faramir took, sir, the young hobbit said, and I thank you, sir, on behalf of my father's grandfather, Peregrine took, the Thane. He bowed the best he could as he finished, bringing a smile to the mayor. Thank you, Faramir, and when you meet him, please give him the regards of Mayor Jellicoe Brandybuck on behalf of the Shire. My mother's a Brandybuck, Faramir said, his eyes gleaming. The mayor gave Faramir a tour of the town, by means of his cart, and listened joyfully to the bragging of his distant nephew. He half believed anything the boy said, just out of courtesy, until they passed one of the wagons being loaded. Why are they loading food on top of those pikes? Faramir asked. Because we are sure to eat the food before we need the pikes, the mayor replied. And I'm going to reach the mark without any problems, Uncle Jellicoe. The mayor stopped the cart, and called over to the foreman. The wagon was emptied, and reloaded. Weapons would always be the first thing anyone took off that, or any other wagon. Faramir asked about rifles when he saw them, and said they wouldn't work. The enemy would be more than happy to use such weapons or worse, and the elves had taken steps to make such weapons useless. Any fighting would be done with sword, axes and pikes, as well as bows and arrows. It would hinder the men, but it would hurt the enemy more. Faramir ended up the day, reviewing all of the plans that had been made. His knowledge may have been fresh, but he had more experience than anyone else. Without meaning to, he became very valuable, and efforts were made to bring him along in a cart. Whatever he knew would be taken and used. The young boy was too tired to think about how quickly events were moving around him, and went to bed as early as he could. Thus he missed the strangest thing to happen in the Shire, stranger than his arrival. As the sun was going down, the unicorn returned. It went to a stable, and everyone stopped their preparations as she walked to the stable master. She pointed her horn at his chest and whinnied. The stable master went pale, and led her to where the saddles were. She pointed to one, and the stable master signaled for it to be set aside. She went to the bridles, and chose one by putting her teeth on the metal bit, and biting through it. She then left the stable. Faramir woke early the next morning, to find the unicorn outside the doctor's hole, saddled and ready for him. The unicorn looked at him, and he understood she would be his transportation. Although she would not tell him why. With help he mounted, his cast being put in a leather stirrup made for that purpose. He hardly felt the unicorn as she began to move, and was the only comfortable person, man or hobbit, for the entire journey. The army, almost 4,000 strong, left, traveling as quickly as they could. The path, except for the last part, would be by roads and should be quick. Weather and orcs permitting. For the last part, they were looking at 2 days of forced marches to reach the rendezvous point. Despite their plans, they expected to be late. Anyone designated as a commander rode with Faramir, as he continually repeated the story of the Battle of Buckport Road, as well as the tales of Gil-galad, and anything remotely military. Everyone was green, and they did not have much time to learn. They knew how to march in step, but that was all they ever had to do. When they rested each night, Faramir camped with Dr. Underhill and his daughter, as well as several other doctors and healers, and their older children. They were not there to fight, but to see that as many as possible survived any fighting that occurred. That was when he heard about the sword. When the fourth age ended, Tad said, before the fire, repeating the oft-told story, and the line of kings ended as well, the elves had taken the reforged sword, Andril, and left it with the hobbits of the original Shire, with a prediction that the heir of Elisar would wield it in battle. The line of kings was supposed never to die out, and while the last king did pass away without issue, there were other descendants from whom the claimant would come. Could I see it? Faramir asked. Of course, Tad Underhill said with a grin. He unwrapped the blanket, and said, go ahead, try it out. Faramir eagerly reached for the sword, but stopped. Somehow he couldn't bring himself to grab it. He settled for running a finger along the blade. It's a trick of the elves, the doctor told him. Only a descendant of Aragorn, King Elisar, can hold this sword. Faramir's insistence that weapons should always be ready came in handily on the 5th day out. Small parties of orcs began appearing. As their paths crossed that of the army, they were heading the same direction as the hobbits and men, but now they would never make it. Small pitched battles, never more than an hour or two, became commonplace. The army gained some small experience, but they lost time as well. They arrived at the rendezvous, 2 days late. After a hasty meeting, scouts were sent ahead. As they followed the path of the gathered troops they were trying to join. The afternoon of the following day found Faramir, with Charlie Big Feet and Jellicoe Brandybuck, standing on a rise overlooking the battle in front of them. Charlie, see that gap, Faramir said, that is where we have to get to, and fast. You can see orcs coming up from behind their lines. Unbeknownst to the young hobbit, these were the same orcs that had stayed to fight Brigadier MacGregor and his troops who had been cut off. The delay caused by stiff resistance had kept them from joining the battle until this time. Charlie Big Feet called his makeshift cavalry to order, and began the charge into the gap. Faramir dared to ride beside him and no one could dissuade him from this course of action. Behind them, armed hobbits were running at top speed, making the horses appear to be slower than they really were. Also, one special wagon was being wheeled forward, holding only one sword. The cavalry hit the gap, flankers attacking the enemy on either side. The main body ran full force into the mass of approaching orcs, causing confusion. Most of the riders made it through the lines, and under Charlie's leadership, wheeled and turned and began to attack from behind. As the orcs tried to deal with this new enemy, the Shire hobbits attacked them from the front. Although outnumbered, the hobbits and men were still organized. And dead orcs littered the field. Fireballs were being shot randomly by a lone flyer on his broom, when suddenly, another fireball came across the ground, right at the line of hobbits. The gaping hole was filled by the fresh troops of orcs that Lord Voldemort had brought with him. In the midst of this, Draco and Little Sean ducked for cover, as the fireball exploded near them. They were saved only by a wagon that passed between them and the blast. The remains of the wagon flew over, while burning pieces of wood rained above. I've lost my pike, little see, as though he had no cause for such foolishness. Well, there's a sword right there, Draco said, pointing at the ground. Sean uttered a word of thanks, and grabbed the sword. Then the two ran to rejoin the battle. Harry had seen the fireball, and quickly flew to the spot, hovering high enough over the battlefield to be out of danger, but close enough to combat any more spells. He had no time to figure out how the Dark Lord had been able to use magic. Voldemort recognized the problem, and cursed at being so easily thwarted. He had dueled with Harry Potter before, and knew what would happen. He knew he would win this round. But he would be a sitting duck in the meantime, and Harry on his broom was too fast for the Dark Lord to risk any curse. After the initial shock of Voldemort's spell had passed, and everyone realized that no more spells would follow, two things happened. The first was that the word spread about who the new arrivals were. Their sudden appearance gave new hope to those fighting. The second was that Sean, swinging his new sword, was seen by one of the elves as he clove an orc in two. Andril, the Narsil blade, the elf called out, and the cry raced across the battlefield. The the Kings had shown himself and was advancing into the enemy. Advances were made all along the line, with disastrous results for the orcs. They were routed throughout the battlefield. Those of the army who could, followed them, and slaughtered them. Lord Voldemort watched as his army vanished around him. All of his work was undone. But he had one last trick up his sleeve. He put his wand away, and raised his hands as though in surrender. As expected, Harry quickly closed in on him, ready for any deception. Don't worry, Potter, I wasn't planning on killing anyone. I just wanted your attention, Voldemort said, smiling. As the elves, bows drawn, approached him. What do you want? Harry sneered at his enemy. To thank you, Harry, my dear boy, Voldemort said, remember, you have some of me in you, and I have some of you in me. And you are going to save me. I'm not going to save you, Harry said, with a laugh. But you already have, Voldemort said, with a laugh of his own, you still wear Gryffindor's sword. The elven arrows were not fast enough as the Dark Lord apparated, and Harry cursed himself for not asking himself why Voldemort could use magic. For him, it was a hollow victory. The centaurs were hard-pressed and losing ground. They had underestimated Voldemort's cunning, and had not delayed as many of the enemy as they hoped. Bren tried to get them to hold as long as possible. Success was not in winning this battle, but in giving the others enough time to win theirs. It was a crushing blow to him that the Dark Lord still drew off half of his reserves to fight the main battle. Bren heard the sound of wings, and looked to see two dragons approaching. The centaurs had almost despaired when he called out, "They are ours. I see the riders." Radagast had come, and had brought aid. The dragons, guided by their riders, flew over the lines of orcs spreading fire and death. A desperate holding action became an advancing attack within minutes. The dragons were unstoppable, and in a short time no orc remained alive. Then they turned their flames on the breeding pits, and fire destroyed everything it touched. With the dragons flanking them, the centaurs galloped to the main battle, to encounter fleeing orcs trying to return to their nest. None of the orcs left the battlefield alive. After the battle was over, the elves came to seek the heir of the king, only to receive another surprise. Sean was passing his new sword around to all of his friends, who were each, in turn, picking it up and admiring it. A very dirty Eamon Finn asked to see it, and commented on how comfortable it felt despite its weight. Galdor approached the group, and expressed his surprise. He told them about the warding placed on the sword, and then watched as several men in the group began to laugh. One of them said to the elves, "It's known that all Irishmen are the descendants of kings. All you've done is tell us which kings." Galdor laughed with them. The line of Aragorn Elisar never died out, and it never would. Dwarin had clasped Peregrine Boffin in a bone-crushing hug, calling everyone to see the hero of the day. The Hobbit, so recently tolerated, had to put up with everyone admitting they were wrong about him. Finally, after he had heard the phrase a dozen times, he couldn't help but quip, "You're only happy because you're not dead wrong." It became a story told around many a fireside. Grelchik sat on the ground next to Tom, and a couple of other hobbits, eating greedily at the bread given him. He looked up to see other goblins approaching, slowly, and with a touch of fear. "You fought?" asked one of the goblins. "How?" "Because I had to," Grelchik answered, aware of what an unusual sight he was. Grime and sweat covered him in a manner that made the others shudder. He looked over and saw the hobbits staring, then turned to the goblin leader. "Rothchak, this is, my friend, Tom." Tom held out a dirty hand saying, "Pleased to meet you. Any friend of Grell's is a friend of mine." Rothchak carefully shook the hand, as did two other goblins, but they all continued to stare at their associate. He had done the impossible and fought, and then he had done the unthinkable and called someone a friend. Rothchak quickly excused himself to take care of business, and the other goblins continued to stare, unsure of what to do. Finally, one goblin turned to Tom and asked what it was that he was called. "I'm a hobbit, if that's what you mean," Tom said with a smile. "No, no," said the goblin, "I wanted to know, what is a friend?" Draco rolled over in his blanket and smiled. He had a hard day, but it was worth it. He had not only kept little Sean alive, but he had also maneuvered him to the right spot to be the first to pick up the sword. Now, Sean was a hero. And Fiona would not object to her brother's friend as a suitor. He laughed as he thought of how people would react when he married her. Those who watched him would never guess what he was doing. And that made things much more fun. Of course, he could have ended everyone's problems by reminding Harry about his sword, but that would have interfered with his plans. Draco knew they wouldn't blame him personally. After all, he had fought on their side. Now they wouldn't try to stop him, and his plan would succeed. All he had to do was tell his father what Harry was finding out at that moment. Harry and Hermione were hugging each other. Harry had tried to apologize for what happened with Voldemort, but no one would hear of it. "How many orcs did you kill, Harry?" someone asked. "And how many of us were not killed as a result?" The attitude was reassuring. They had achieved their goal. That they missed out on the bonus was regretted, but that was war. Harry tried to greet Faramir, still on his pony. But an owl arrived delivering a letter. Harry opened the scroll and read it. "It's from Dennis Creevey," he said, excitedly. "What about Ron?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Is he all right? Is he hurt? Where is he?" "Ron's fine," Harry said. "Dennis says they're hiding, but he doesn't say where." Then he added with a smile, "But Ron isn't there anymore. He's waiting for us at the Cracks of Doom." Dennis Oakley sat in class, trying to do two things at once. He was failing in his efforts to pay attention to the teacher, who was proving that you did not have to be dead to make history boring. The second thing was to figure out how to send a message to his family. He was failing in that as well. Then he heard his name called, as Jennifer whispered 1862. He called out, 1862, and went back to his thoughts. He didn't even hear the teacher comment that he was paying attention after all. After class, Jennifer asked him what his problem was. Then she asked again, to show that she did want to know. Dennis tried to explain without telling her the actual problem, and Jennifer smiled. "So, you want to go some recognize you, but you don't want them to know who you are. Do I have that right?" she asked him. "That's about it," Dennis said, without a smile. "That's easy," Jennifer said, "but if you want me to tell you, you have to tell me the truth." "What truth?" "Your great dark secret, that no one can know about." "I don't have any secrets." "Okay, then what is your real name?" Jennifer laughed at his reaction. "Dennis, you are so easy to read. We all know that you're hiding something. Even my brother knows, and he's only 8. It'll only cause you trouble," Dennis said. "Good," Jennifer said, "you're invited to dinner tonight, and you can tell me then. And you must be Dennis," the old man said when he answered the door. "I am Jennifer's grandfather, if you remember." "Yes, sir," said Dennis, warily. "Good. Come in then." The old man held the door open for the boy to enter. Dennis said hello to Jennifer, who then introduced him formally to Grandfather Aaron. Then she led him to the kitchen, where the three sat down. "You will now tell us why I lied to a government man," Aaron said, smiling as Dennis gave him a confused look. 2 weeks ago, a not very nice man started asking questions about you. I interrupted the people he was talking to, and asked if you had run away again. That got his attention, and he began to ask me some very interesting questions. Aaron paused to see what reaction his statement would bring. "What kind of questions?" Dennis asked. Aaron and Jennifer both noticed that Dennis was very frightened. "Questions about your name. Was it always Oakley? Had I ever heard the name Creevey?" Dennis paled on hearing that. "I lied and said yes to the first question, but I told him the truth and said no to The second question. Then the man asked a very strange question. He wanted to know if you had always had blonde hair. I told him no. That when you were born you were bald. He laughed politely, then cursed under his breath, and left. Now, Mr. Dennis, who is not this creepy, why did I lie? Jennifer reached out and took Dennis by the hand, trying to smile. Dennis looked back and tried to return the smile. They're after me, because of what I did, he said. Did you kill anyone? Aaron asked. No, Dennis answered in surprise. I flew up and saved Hermione, and... Dennis faltered as he realized what he had just said. What do you mean, flew? Jennifer asked, like Superman. Who? Dennis asked, causing Jennifer to groan. And her grandfather to laugh. Dennis, Creevy or Oakley, Aaron said, in a stern voice, you will now tell us everything, because you know we are your friends, and we will help you. Dennis nodded, and to his surprise began to do just that. He talked for almost 2 hours, with little interruption, concluding on the note that his parents, the Oakleys, did not believe him either, until recently. He watched Jennifer for most of the time, as her look gradually changed from unbelieving to a glassy stare. Her grandfather listened carefully to him the entire time, asking an occasional question for clarification. As Dennis finished, Aaron stood up and filled the tea kettle, putting it on the stove. When the tea is ready, we will talk, Aaron said, and then furrowed his brow in thought. A few minutes later, the three were drinking their tea, and Aaron began, you have an active imagination, young man, and that is a good thing. I believe you, but only for one reason. Superman. I told you. I don't know who he is, Dennis reminded him. And that is why I believe you, Aaron said. You have a simple problem, as it is, and, with help it can be easily solved. Jennifer told me earlier. And she has the right of it. You look differently enough that if people who know you do not look closely, they will not recognize you. All you need is to take someone with you, and let everyone look at him instead. You talked about going to the magic marketplace, Diagon Alley. Why don't you bring your Muggle grandfather? His reaction to all these new sights will definitely attract attention. We make our purchases. And we leave. The holiday break begins after school is over tomorrow. We could go as early as Saturday. Dennis stared in awe at the old man. He had outlined the solution and even offered his services to help. He glanced at his girlfriend and saw that Jennifer was also looking at her grandfather in admiration. He looked back, and asked Aaron a simple question, why? Then added, why are you helping me? Why do you even believe me? Aaron stared at the boy, and said, we help you because you need help. Jennifer believes you because I do, and I believe you. Because I once refused to believe that a government would hurt its own people. The old man unbuttoned his cuff, and pulled his shirt sleeve up to reveal a faded tattoo of numbers. Dennis did not understand what it meant. But he felt a chill run down his spine. Mary Oakley was having a hard time dealing with events. Will had been in Iceland for the past 2 weeks, monitoring seismic disturbances under some glacier. He had talked the university into letting him bring an assistant with him, and then he asked Ron to go. Mary almost hit the wall, when Will told her why. The disturbances began at the same time that Ron said his hobbit appeared. Will thought it was too much of a coincidence, and wanted Ron there on the off chance that his story was true. Will then added that Ron agreed, if he was wrong about this, to prove magic was real, or go into therapy. Mary thought the last part was a good sign, that Ron was offering to confront his problem. Mary was amused by the code Will told her about. If Ron turned out to be right, he would tell Dennis that the trip was exciting. If he was wrong, the trip was boring. That was fine as far as she was concerned. Then things began to get strange. Just after Will and Ron left, a man started asking around about Dennis, but old Mr. Schmidt said he had gotten rid of him. Then he said, all of us must keep our eyes open. Mary decided not to bring it up with Dennis, since the old man was not going to say anything, but she began to get paranoid. Yesterday, Dennis said he had to go to Jennifer's house for dinner. He came home with Mr. Schmidt, who told her he had offered to take Dennis Christmas shopping on Saturday. Mary had to demand an explanation for the unusual offer. After all, old Jewish men, to her knowledge, did not celebrate Christmas. She was not prepared for his answer. Dennis said that the old man believed him. Now, she had to deal with the blow that struck her hardest. Will had called, saying, Mary, I have to read you the press release we're about to send out. The Nordic Volcanic Institute announced that the Grimsvötn volcano erupted today, December 18, 1998, at 9:20 local time. The Grimsvötn is a subglacial volcano in the Vatnajökull ice cap. He concluded the phone call by saying in a somber voice that both he and Ron were very excited. Mary had written down the information, and thanked Will. She then cried until Dennis came home. Magic was real. Dennis was telling the truth. When Dennis arrived, he asked what was wrong and she pointed to the message. She calmed down once she had to start talking to Dennis. And adjusted to the situation with speed. Once she accepted magic, everything else was easy to deal with. Dennis, do you still want to go through with your plan? Mary asked. I have to, now, he answered. And you do know what to do? She asked. Yes, Mom, Dennis said, and then stopped. It's over, isn't it? He asked. Not yet, Mary said, and then sat next to him. What I hope, Dennis, is that we can get you back to your family as soon as possible. I love you enough to want that. Mary hugged her son and prayed that everything would work out. She could survive, even thrive on the fact of his returning to his real parents. What she feared was that the men who were looking for him might find him first. They were as well prepared as they could be. Dennis had touched up his dyed hair, and worked it to a different style. Jennifer did the same, so they would look as much like a brother and sister as past calling him Kyle. To be safe he would be called by her brother's name. Grandfather only had to be himself. Which was a harder job than he wanted to admit. He also had to act amazed, which turned out to be easier than he thought. The first thing after arriving in London was to find a parking space near enough to where they wanted to go, but not too near. Then Dennis led them to the leaky cauldron. Aaron Schmidt started to object that they were walking into a wall, when it suddenly became a doorway. He was in a strange-looking pub, with people in robes, and pictures that moved. He stammered, "Mean Gott," as he looked around, then heard Dennis Kyle calling him. He looked down at the boy and said, "I was warned but this is still a surprise. You're a muggle, then," the bartender said with a grin, "the name's Tom, if you need anything." "Thank you," Aaron said. He heard some whispered remarks against him. And a few retorts back at the complainers. "Could I have some water, please? And directions too." Diagon Alley, grandfather, Jennifer reminded him. "Yes," Aaron said, then taking the water. Said to Tom, "I volunteered to take them shopping. I am sorry to make a scene." "'S'alright," said Tom, "it was fun watching your reaction." The bartender took a break, and led them to the back. Opening the gateway for them. Diagon Alley appeared, and their adventure began. Grandfather Aaron stood out like a sore thumb. Everyone looked as he stared in awe around him. They laughed, most in a kindly way. A few people even helped him, by giving explanations about things that he would stop to look at. Jennifer hung close to him, as though to help him, but more for support. It was all new for her as well, yet she tried to act as though she was used to it. Dennis walked next to her, whispering whenever a familiar face appeared. Most of them barely glanced back at him, but would look at grandfather. He was an excellent distraction. At one point, Cho Chong noticed them, and stopped to offer some help. Dennis, out of fear, stood still and said nothing. Jennifer, trying to be helpful, said, "Grandfather, this is Cho Chong, she's the captain of Ravenclaw's Quidditch team." Dennis almost died. Cho Chong replied politely to grandfather's question about that flying game. She apologized for not recognizing Jennifer, who said she was Jenny Stillwell, a Hufflepuff. Cho smiled politely when she said that, but excused herself, and left. "I'm sorry I opened my mouth," Jennifer said. "I thought if I said something she wouldn't look at you." "Dennis, what did I say wrong, at the end there?" "I didn't think to tell you," Dennis said to her and Aaron. "She used to have a boyfriend, Cedric. Who was the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. He was killed in the spring of last year by, the man I told you about. And Harry Potter, the boy I told you about, was supposed to be her new boyfriend. I guess you reminded her of old times. Isn't this fun?" Grandfather said in a bitter tone, "all of this wonderful magic." As they approached the bank, they said by a stall set up outside a small shop. A hand reached out and said, "Do you need a wand?" Jennifer shrieked as the wand handed to her suddenly became a dead rat. "Only 8 sickles, 3 for a galleon," a red-haired man said. picking up the dead rat which became a wand again. He glanced over at Dennis, who found himself staring right at George Weasley. The first thought that passed through his mind was, it could be Fred. "And how about you, young gentleman?" George said, suddenly. "You like the joke we played on your sister. You will love the things we have to show you." George grabbed Ed his arm and pulled him into the store. He led the way as he walked them through the small shop, making it a point to say, "Your order is right back here, sir, if you and your children will follow me. If you want to get rid of them, I could give you a good price." No one gave them a second glance, not even the clerks behind the counter. As they walked into the back, George closed the door, and called for his brother. Fred appeared out of a small office, and stared at Dennis. "What the hell are you doing here? Where's Ron?" "Excuse me," Aaron began to say, "but you're a muggle," Fred said with a grin. He looked at the girl and said, "So are you. But I like the dye jobs, you do a good sibling act." "So, Dennis, where's Ron?" "I can't tell you, but he's fine," Dennis said. "He doesn't know," George said to Fred. Then asked Dennis, "Have you and Ron stayed in touch with anyone?" "No, we couldn't," Dennis said, "but I've got to get a message to Harry Potter. We came to buy an owl. Could we borrow yours?" "Can't chance it," Fred told him, "besides, it will be quicker to buy one. Ours is out on delivery right now. So you have money." "We are on the way to the bank," Aaron said. "We will exchange our currency for yours. And then go shopping." "Don't," George said, "goblins can be very suspicious. We'll give you a small loan, until things get settled." George and Fred handed over a good number of galleons. Enough for a family doing holiday shopping. They gave them tips on where to shop and what places to avoid as they made their way to the Owl Emporium. As the three turned to leave, Aaron asked to speak with the twins, alone. As Dennis and Jennifer waited, the three went into the small office. "I need to know," Aaron said, "what it is that Dennis does not know." Fred and George looked at each other. "His parents," George said, shaking his head. "His brother is fine," Fred told him. "He was rescued." Aaron nodded, hiding the anger he felt at the enemy he could not fight. "I will have his." He stopped before he said the word, "mother." Instead he said, when Dennis fled, he was in bad shape. He was taken in by a couple, who have been treating him like their own. "I will have Mary break the news to him. If it is safe, here is his address. He would like to see his brother, and his brother will have a new home as well." As he stepped back into the storage room, he said, "I do need to buy something. It would look funny if I walked out with nothing." George and Fred threw together a small box of things and wished them a lot of fun. As a parting gift, George handed Jennifer a small bag, saying, "Sweets for the sweet. They're canary creams," Dennis said. "You should wait until you get home before you try them, and I would be careful, even then." Relieved of two burdens, the trio headed toward the Emporium. Aaron, as the Muggle grandfather, continued to attract attention, and they ended up having a wonderful time. Jennifer did cause a small SCE, nay by trying one of the small pastries she was given, which not only embarrassed her, but caused a good number of shoppers to rush to F&G Jokesters International. Jennifer also caused a small scene at Ilop's Owl Emporium when she wanted to buy a cat, but she was persuaded not to by Dennis, who let her choose the owl. She picked a great horned owl which had a reddish hue. At the last minute, she forced her grandfather's hand, and ended up with a white kitten. As they headed out with their packages, Aaron suggested that Dennis get a gift for his brother, just in case. They made a short stop at the bookstore for a book on photography. Jennifer hugged her kitten, trying to pick a name. She decided to ask Dennis, remembering to call him Kyle, and he said he didn't know, but he knew what he was going to call the reddish-brown owl, Manchester. "You like them, don't you?" Aaron chided. Dennis nodded. "I've even seen them play." "Too bad Sheffield won." Before they left, Dennis took the owl out of its cage and gave it the message, after adding a hasty postscript. He then whispered to the owl to find Harry Potter, and to stay with him in case he needed to send a message to anyone. The owl nodded, and flew off. Dennis sighed in relief, knowing he had done all he could. The three, four counting the cat, left and returned to their car. They managed to pull it off, with unexpected help, and no one spotted them. As they drove back to Cambridge, a man standing just inside Grinhis watch. No one on his short list appeared, again, nor did any unusual costumers like a Muggle grandfather. He would report to his master. Once more, that he had nothing to report. Mary greeted the three upon their return, sitting with Aaron as the two teenagers went to the den to look over the things. In the box that Fred and George gave them, there were occasional noises and small explosions, always followed by laughter. Neither adult smiled, however. Mary was reading the back issue of the Daily P. Rofet that had been slipped into Aaron's pocket. Aaron had looked at the headline, and that was enough for him. The headline was, "Creevy's murdered, imprisoned, lost." The article told, in sensational detail, of the discovery of the body of Dennis's father, and of the remnants of his mother. It went on to tell about his brother being thrown into Azkaban without trial, followed by a graphic description of what Azkaban was like. The article concluded in an ominous tone, saying that Dennis was still missing, and was probably dead. "I was told that his brother was rescued," Aaron said, "and I took the risk of trusting the people who told me. If it is safe, they will contact you." Mary crushed the paper, and threw it away. "I'll have to tell him," she said, wishing Will was home. "How do you tell someone that they can never go home again?" Aaron reached over and grabbed her hand. "Madam Psychologist, take your own advice. Let him know, first, that he is home, and that he does not have to deal with this alone. I remember someone giving that advice to me, when my wife passed away." Mary smiled, and asked, "When did you become so wise?" "I didn't," Aaron answered, "but I have wise friends. And I am smart enough to listen." Jennifer was confused by her grandfather's insistence that they leave, although she was to know why, soon enough. As he said goodbye, Mary came up behind Dennis and put her arms around him. "I love you," she said, "I want you to know that." She took a deep breath and said, "We received word about your family." It was 2 days before Christmas, when there was a knock at the door. Mary opened the door to see a teenage boy and an old man. "Mrs. Oakley?" The man asked, smiling. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I've heard all about you, Professor Dumbledore," Mary said. "Albus, please." "Albus it is, and you must be Colin. We've been expecting you." Mary ushered the two inside and then called out, "Dennis, you have company." The sullen blonde boy walked down the stairs, and saw who was standing there. He jumped the last few steps and rushed into his brother's arms. Mary wiped her eyes at the reunion, letting the two boys have a quiet moment. As the silence grew, Albus looked around the room. "What a beautiful tree you have," he said, walking to it, and giving the two brothers their privacy. Mary followed, thanking Albus for his kind words. They always thought of Christmas trees as pictures of hope. Things might be bad, but if I can have a tree, I feel that I can make the future brighter as well. "What a beautiful thought," Albus said. "I will always look at Christmas trees in a different light." "Mom's a psychologist," Mary heard Dennis say. "She always talks like that." "Mom," she heard Colin ask. Mary turned around and said, "We've given your brother a home here, Colin. He's become a part of our family. We've also got a place for you, if you want, and for as long as you want." Colin looked at her and then at Dennis, who gave him a red-faced smile. "Dennis," Mary said, "why don't you show Colin your room, while the two old people talk? And Colin, if you like, he can show you your room as well." As the two left, Mary sighed. It was a rocky start. But it was a start. "I have so many questions, Professor, I mean Albus. Is it really safe for Dennis, now?" "Not really," Albus said, "but soon it will be, or it won't matter. I gave Dennis the message to send," Mary said, "and I assume it was received. My husband is there, with Ron. And the ring will be on its way, soon," Albus assured her. "Unfortunately, the ones that Dennis was hiding from are still active. I do hope for the best." "Should we hope?" "Always. But I understand what you mean. I think we have a very good chance. I will tell you that, in the midst of all of this, between us and them, there is a third party, and he has plans of his own. The ring, however, interferes with his plans, whatever they might be. I feel assured because he has stepped in on our behalf, when we needed help. And now he has taken a back seat." Mary gave a critical laugh. "You are confident of beating one enemy, because another enemy thinks you will." "Why?" "Because he is powerful, in his own way," Albus answered, "and, for a brief time, he wore the ring of power. Yet, now, he has placed himself so that, regardless of what happens, he will never come in contact with the ring again. Unless it is on someone else's hand. That is why I trust someone who cannot be trusted. Albus, Mary said, I trust you because my son trusts you, and I pray that you are right. Would you like some tea? The two shared stories about the two boys upstairs. Albus described Dennis practicing his Quidditch, and in turn listened as Mary told him how the frightened boy opened up and took to playing football. Noting that the perfect gift for him would be a red shirt, especially if it had the Manchester logo on it. Albus chuckled and said it explained the name of the owl. As the day grew late, Albus invited Mary to bring Dennis to the school for Christmas dinner, telling her it would give her a good view of what she would be getting into. She paused, and agreed, asking if she could impose and invite 2 others as well. Albus agreed, and said he would be in touch by way of the fireplace, and that Dennis could explain. Dennis and Colin were called down, and Colin was asked to stay. At least through Christmas. He reluctantly agreed, annoyed that Dennis wouldn't be returning to the school, at least until after the holidays. Albus asked to speak to Dennis privately, giving Mary a knowing smile. Mary took Colin into the kitchen, grabbing the ever-ready teapot. Colin, can I ask you a question? What is it? He asked coldly. It has to do with Dennis, and you I guess. Because of circumstances. We never talked about your parents, except when I had to tell him what happened. What were they like? What do you mean? Colin asked suspiciously. I know from Dennis that you were very close. And I know he misses them greatly. I only want to know what they were like. For example, did they have a tree for Christmas? Of course they did. What was it like? Mary asked as she poured 2 cups of tea. After all, the 2 of you are from a wizarding family. Your tree must have been different from what I have. Well, said Colin, hoping that Dennis would show up, we had lights. But not strings of them. My father would place candles around the tree, Colin said, thinking back, each candle would be a different color, and they would float around the tree. Dennis and I would try to figure out the pattern but we never could. Colin paused, and looked at Mary. No one asks about my parents, he said, his eyes growing moist. I don't know why, Mary said. You've only told me one thing about them, and it makes me want to know more. Dennis came in to find them talking about Christmas, and he joined in as well, sharing some memories of his own. They talked late into the night. Harry read the letter several times that night. He didn't care about anything else except that Ron was safe. Ron was his first friend, and his best friend. He would get to travel some more. For the greater good of all, but that didn't matter to him as much. Harry looked at the reddish owl and wondered why it was called Manchester. He knew his football teams. But Dennis had no idea what the sport was. Hermione suggested that maybe he had gone native. To Harry, it made sense, although he would have backed Arsenal. Hermione had similar emotions to Harry's. She and Ron were starting their relationship on a new level, She wondered if he had changed, and if he would find her changed. Hermione laughed to herself, once, when she thought of his reaction to what happened to his sister. Faramir was the happiest of the 3. Faramir was also the saddest, since he had grown quite fond of the unicorn, and now he would have to dismount. As he did, he found Radagast standing next to him. He was grabbed into the wizard's arms and was hugged for all he was worth. Then Radagast sat him down, and told the boy he had to report to his commander. They would talk later. Faramir found he had become a hero, again, and the hobbits of the Shire were making him take the glory. The young hobbit walked over to see Peregrine Boffin, the commander, and give him the news. And found himself surrounded by his neighbors, all looking to thank him. Mixed in with the hobbits, were men and dwarves, and even a goblin, who enthusiastically shook his hand. Peregrine Boffin came through the crowd, walking a pony with him. I believe you lost him, the warder said, handing the reins to the boy. Faramir could not have had a bigger smile. With many hands helping him, he was quickly in the saddle. He looked down on a sea of tired but smiling faces, and shed a happy tear. Radagast talked to the unicorn, saying, yes, you did a good job, and I thank you. No, you are wrong. You failed me at nothing. You did more than I ever expected or asked for. Relieved, the unicorn gave her body a slight shake, and both bridle and saddle came loose, falling to the ground. Unicorn raced to the far trees and back into the forest. Randy, please tell me what that was all about. Charlie Weasley asked. Radagast let out a laugh, and told him, I found the cause of our problems. And the reason your brother was safe. That was the unicorn that carried him and his friend away. She was overburdened, and left them near a city. She felt bad, so she put her protection on them, making them invisible to any magical search. Charlie grinned at the news. I need to ask you, Randy. How do you thank a unicorn? Please, don't, the wizard said, you would only embarrass her more. She did it because she thought she failed me. That is also why she helped the young hobbit you saw. She had found my trail and was waiting for my return, when she spotted some orcs. She saw them attack Faramir, and she rescued him. Because she smelled that I had touched him. She took him to the closest place she knew of, where his kind dwelt. She is an extraordinary creature, even among unicorns. I did not realize that unicorns possessed so much magic, Charlie said. They do. They are the most magical of beasts. Fedelia fell into the back of the wagon. Never had she worked so hard to help her father. He always talked about responsibility, and she had been given it with full force. She had helped staunch more wounds than she had ever seen before. She felt over her head, and even he. Our father admitted that it might be too much for her, and that meant something. Tad Underhill would brag to anyone about the things his daughter could do. She was asleep before another thought. The enemy was destroyed, but for a few remnants which would be hunted down. Most of the troops headed to their homes. The hobbits would return to the Mark, with a later exodus to the Shire. The two groups would have a great deal of talking to do. Men and dwarves would travel quickly, and most of them would be home in only 2 or 3 days. Portkeys were in use to a large degree. As it was, everyone who could be spared was home by the holidays. Colin stood in the front yard of the Oakley house. He had never been in a Muggle neighborhood, and felt out of place. Now, he was face to face with someone called Jennifer, who said she was a friend of Dennis. I suppose you'll tell me how sorry you were about my parents. Colin said, trying to keep emotion out of his voice. If you want me to, Jennifer said. I know I came to hate it after my parents died. Everyone said it all the time. She suddenly hugged Colin, and whispered, I am sorry, though. She stepped back and wiped the tear from her eye. Sorry, she said, how is Dennis? He's fine, Colin said. Mary is very good at talking people through their problems. She's helping him deal with it. Do you know why I liked him? Jennifer said suddenly, he was always sad. Even when he laughed, I thought he was mysterious. She faltered in her words, and looked at Colin. You have the same look on your face, but now I know why. It isn't fun to watch his sad eyes anymore. It's called life, Colin said, and I promise you, you will see him happy. Just give him some time. Thank you, Jennifer said, at the kind words, then added, I've got a Christmas present for you. And handed him a small package. Colin opened the package, and stared in disbelief. How had a Muggle girl gotten her hands on canary creams? When her grandfather arrived with her brother, the four walked into the house. Mary had forgotten to tell Dennis or Colin about the guests who would be coming with them for Christmas dinner. Molly cried with joy when she arrived at Hogwarts. Almost all of the family had come for this special dinner. Charlie had said he couldn't make it, he was going to fetch Ron. That one message made the holiday wonderful. Her whole family was safe. She walked with her husband and the rest of her clan into the great hall and looked around. Instead of the long tables, there were smaller tables of various sizes. Her eyes fell on Colin, with his brother. Good for them, she thought, and then noticed the people around them. They're Muggles, Ginny said. Walking up to her mother, she pointed out who the people were and how they related to Dennis. Molly and Arthur went over to talk to Mary Oakley, who told them everything she could about Ron. After they had taken enough of her time, they went to the table where Hermione Granger and her parents were sitting. Harry was with them, as well as the 2 hobbits they had been told of. When the dinner was close to starting, Molly noticed Ginny looking at the doorway, and turned to see a lone boy walking in. She looked at Ginny, who seemed to know everything, and asked why he was alone. There are now a number of orphans and abandoned children at the school, Ginny explained, but his is the worst case. He is a Slytherin first year, and his family was found supporting the wrong side in the troubles we are having. Molly stood up and intercepted the boy, saying, Excuse me, but I notice your family isn't here. The boy looked at her, and said, coldly, they couldn't make it. In that case, Molly said, I was wondering if you would. Well, my youngest boy was caught up in all of this. He is safe. But he couldn't make it either. The boy just stared at her, when Ginny came up, and said, what we mean is that we have an empty place at our table, and would like you to join us. You're an elf. The boy said. Half-elven would be more correct, Ginny said, but you are right. Would you join us? I'm Ginny. The idea of having dinner with an elf, even a half-elf, was too much for the boy, and he said, yes. And I'm David. By the time David was seated at the table, between Ginny and Fred, he was doomed. Molly's mothering instincts had taken hold of her, and him. She even called him Ron by mistake. Mom, George said, you shouldn't embarrass Ickle Davykins like that. Ah, said Fred, did Mommy make Ickle Witty Davykins feel bad? They are so obnoxious, David whispered to Ginny. They are only treating you the same way they would treat Ron if he were here, Ginny told him. Tell Ron he has my undying sympathy, the boy said. Ginny did a wonderful thing. G in David's eyes and traded places with him. He found himself next to the empty chair, and asked who that chair was for. Ginny hesitated for the right word, and said finally, it is for my beloved. That would be me, Galdor said. As he sat down next to the boy, then asked, are you Ron? David smiled and said, no, I'm Ron's replacement. He had a wonderful Christmas after that, sitting between two elves and becoming the center time he had finished dinner. He wished he could stay with this family forever. By the time she had finished dinner, Molly had already decided that he would. Ginny smiled at Galdor, who smiled back. Their simple plan had worked, and the number of unhappy children in the world would be reduced by one. And how was your school year? Mrs. Granger asked her daughter in all innocence. My lady attends school here. Faramir asked, causing Hermione to blush, and everyone else to laugh. Yes, dear Faramir, Hermione answered, your fair lady is merely a humble student. Is that true, Hermione? Her father asked, I've never known you to be humble about anything. Dad, Hermione replied with embarrassment, I don't think you know what has been going on. Yes he does, Harry said. I heard Dumbledore tell them he wouldn't say anything. When both adults glared at him, he added, I know what you think, but I would have told her later. She is my friend, after all. Hermione's fear showed when she simply asked, Daddy. We're fine, her father said, thanks to Arthur Weasley, we were warned in plenty of time. We actually had more time than he did because of how ignorant wizards can be of muggle things. We were on a plane to the States before they found our house. But don't worry, the insurance covers most of it. They blew it up, dear, her mother added, when Hermione said nothing. Destroyed the office as well, but no one was hurt. We didn't want to worry you. Frodo was the first one to laugh, with Faramir a close second. Everyone was laughing except Hermione, who didn't get the joke. Hermione, Harry said, they didn't want to worry you. I still don't get it, Harry, Hermione said. They know all about you, Frodo explained, everything you've been doing. In glorious detail I might add. But I haven't said a word, Hermione said, I made it a point not to tell them anything. She paused, then asked, where is Faramir? Everyone laughed again, even Hermione. Albus Dumbledore looked over the crowded hall. The number of families that showed up was more than encouraging. He watched the Creevy boys, talking and smiling. At the Granger table, laughter was always frequent. The Chong family, sharing a table with Neville Longbottom and his grandmother, were also in high spirits. Albus looked for the one sore spot of the day, the lone Slytherin, outcast by everyone. Ginny and Galdor said they would take care of him, but he did not see the boy. He spotted him, of all places, sitting with the Weasleys. Molly Weasley had her arm around him, daring anyone to tell him to leave. A penny for your thoughts, Ginny said, as she and Galdor approached. My dears, welcome back to Hogwarts, Albus said. I was admiring your handiwork. Will Molly ever let go of the boy? I fear not, Galdor answered. We brought out the best in the boy, and we accidentally brought up the subject of his parents. By the time we left, Molly was telling David he would always have a place to stay. What sealed his fate, Ginny added, was when George said he could take Ron's place, and Fred asked if they could get rid of Ron. The poor boy may even end up being called a Weasley. Albus smiled at the two. I have known the Weasley family for a long time. They always have mischief in mind, but they all have good hearts. It is the quiet before the storm. Albus thought as he looked out over the hall. We will help the ring-bearer tomorrow, but today we rest. Are we making the right choices? The final path must be traveled by one old hobbit in the company of children. Dumbledore thought of showing the note to Galdor. It would be interesting to have his insight to Draco's message, as brief as it was. The ring-bearer has his companions. D'Artagnan must choose his own path. Cryptic, but obvious to the recipient. Have you heard anything from Draco Malfoy? He asked the elves. Only one message, Galdor said. Draco has his own plans, he has made it clear that the ring plays no part in it. He also made it clear that we can trust him to help destroy the ring, but no more than that. He has sent you a message, I would assume. Albus smiled at how astute elves could be. Yes, he warned me not to interfere with the ring-bearer, or his companions. Ginny let out a sigh. Draco and his schemes. I do not trust him in this. He is playing two games. He married this morning, a fisherman's daughter. He has also sent messages to the dwarves. Married, Albus repeated in a confused voice, that is unlike him. It is wise, Galdor said. He went with the fishermen. And fought by their side. Now he marries into one of their families. We cannot touch him, for fear of angering our new friends among the men of the town. He is out of our reach. A clever move. Albus admitted, I fear what we will face in him when we are done with our current task. Voldemort smiled at Lucius Malfoy as he heard his report. He stood up, and walked over to his lieutenant. I am impressed, Lucius. After everything I have done to him, he still trusts you enough to give you such information. You honor me, master, Lucius said. The boy still tries to make me proud of him. I wish to reward you, Voldemort said. You have proven your loyalty and usefulness to me. I wish to give you this. The Dark Lord opened his palm, to reveal a fine silver ring, with intricate carvings. And a mounted diamond. If you remember from those books, this is one of the 9 rings made for man. I would have kept it for myself, until I obtained the one ring, but I give it to you. I will continue to age for a little while longer. The Dark Lord took Malfoy's hand and placed the ring on his finger, saying, You now join the ranks of the immortals. Thank you, master, Lucius said. With genuine pleasure. If there is anything I can do, please name it. There is, Voldemort said, as he led the man to the window. Did you read the message you gave me? The place you have told me about is right there. He pointed to a plume of smoke rising in the distance. He then directed Lucius to look downward, to where 8 pale figures stood. Those are my riders, Lucius. They have sworn to follow me. Even to hell itself. You are now their leader. You take orders from no one, except me. And you should expect any order that you give to be followed without question. They guard the pit for me until the ring-bearer comes. All you have to do is stop him, even if you can't kill him. I will do the rest. Lucius bowed, saying, As you will, master. He left to review his men. Draco was content. He needed a complacent wife, and now he had one. Fiona believed every tale her brother told her, and several included Draco saving his life. Then Draco professed his undying love and asked for her hand. But told her not to answer until the troubles were over, if they did end. When he finally admitted that the troubles might not end, she insisted her answer was yes, and they should marry right away. Fiona felt it would be best to steal a few days of happiness, if the worst did happen. No one refused them, and they were wed on Christmas Day. Draco even let himself be baptized. So Fiona would have a husband of her faith. Now he lay in bed, his bride asleep next to him, but he could not. In the past hour, his futures had changed on him, and he had to deal with it. He had consummated his marriage. And now every possible future he looked at showed a blonde-haired boy who would call him, father. Fiona stirred in her sleep, and Draco paused in the remaking of his plans. I love you, he whispered. Putting more feeling into the words than he intended. Ron looked out over the glacier, from inside the cave. Will was behind him, making sure they had everything they needed when Ron said, I don't think we were followed. They wouldn't follow us this way, Will said. They want us away from the base, and from the eruption. They don't know about these caves, or that the heat opened them up. How far do the caves lead? Ron asked. Remember that protrusion of rock we saw in those first pictures? Will asked in return. You mean the one that shouldn't be there? It was natural. Exactly. I think this cave leads all the way to there. Ron pondered this. He had been almost right, from the start. Will filled in the missing pieces for him, and then became convinced of what Ron had told him. Will had made several phone calls, and called in a few favors. In the end, he was invited to join the survey crew. No one would turn down another mechanic, especially a free one. And Will had a reputation for fixing things. For all of that, they were now hiding out in a cave, 3 miles from their camp, with a week worth of food left, and 2 fancy snowmobiles. He camp was now occupied by several men that Ron said were probably Death Eaters. Will didn't need to ask for an explanation. He had hung up the phone, to find a man sticking a wand in his face. Then Ron pulled out a wand, and began shouting. The man's wand flew out of his hand, and he became frozen in place. Ron surprised the second man with the same results. That was when Will started thinking again. He grabbed the emergency food supply, and thermal bags. He had Ron load any essentials on the snowmobiles that the 2 men had thoughtfully brought, and they headed off to the caves. Will was right about that choice. The ash from the volcano was obscuring their trail. Even so, it could have been followed, and they were even spotted by others coming toward the camp. Will didn't know to ask why 2 wizards, who could apparate and fly brooms, would use snowmobiles. Ron, for his part, couldn't stop thinking about that. Will handed Ron a heated can of beef stew and said, "Merry Christmas." As Ron began to eat, a red owl walked around a large rock, carrying a letter. Ron was amazed that the bird knew it was too dangerous to fly. The owl was clearly annoyed. "This is your famous owl post," Will said with a laugh. "Yes, it is," Ron said with a smile. "They deliver to anyone. Anywhere." He took the letter and set his meal down, which the owl promptly started to eat. Will looked up as Ron gave him a wide grin. "The owl belongs to Dennis. His name is Manchester." Will laughed, and Ron continued to read. "You'll like this. They've found Colin, and he and Dennis should be together at your house by this time." Will and Ron paused as the unwritten words made themselves known. Ron tried to read the rest of the letter, but ended up handing it to Will. He took the letter and finished reading, letting out a small laugh at the end. Ron looked at him quizzically, and Will smiled. "Your friends are coming, but they are stopping in Ireland to spend Christmas at the school. They should be here on Boxing Day or the day after." "That's impossible," Ron said. "After what I've seen, and heard you tell," Will replied, "I would think nothing is impossible." "That's not what I mean," Ron said, "the school is in Scotland." Will reread that part of the letter and said, "They specifically say the school is in Dublin. But you can ask them about that when they get here. And you can ask them about your sister being an elf." Ron took the letter. 2 months ago, he was having breakfast as usual. Now he was celebrating the holidays in a vent cave in Iceland. The school has moved, and his sister, well, that was beyond his understanding. He looked down to see that the owl had eaten all of his dinner, and was now perched inside the cave on a convenient rock. Ron shook his head, and said, "Merry Christmas, Manchester." "There it is," Harry said, pointing out the window of the airplane. "That dark spot?" Hermione asked. "It looks so small." She sat back, thinking how they still had to fly across the island, then ride back. The elven horses were in the cargo hold of the transport, and would have a lot of work to do once they arrived in Iceland. Faramir returned from the cockpit, where he had asked the pilot and co-pilot every question he could think of. They were not too surprised by the Hobbit. The crew was chosen from personnel who had family in the wizarding community. They asked as many questions as Faramir. And everyone had a good time. Frodo was not having as good a time. He was sleeping, and was trapped in the same dream. He was in a dark round corridor, as in a hobbit hole. In the distance, Lord Voldemort approached, slowly. He glowed from an internal light. Frodo was rooted to the spot, and could not flee. Voldemort came closer and held out his hand. "You know what I want," he said. Frodo could not control his actions and his hand held out the ring. As Voldemort reached for it, he began to change. Before he had touched the ring, all Frodo could see was a darkly burning eye which hurt him to look at. The Dark Lord took hold of the ring and said, "Now, Baggins, you shall know my mercy." Frodo screamed as he woke up, and immediately felt for the ring. It was still there. "I will never give it up," he said to himself, not realizing what he said. The 4 companions disembarked from the plane, and were met by a small group of Icelandic and Irish soldiers. Air escort directed them to a small building ahead, and as they walked, Harry noticed a storm in the distance, and asked about it. He was told not to worry. The storm was over the ocean, more than 50 miles away, and would not come in this direction. Harry nodded as he tried to remember something. He saw a bright flash of lightning, and recalled Draco's warning. Then a familiar voice from behind said, "Excuse me, Mr. Potter." Harry dropped to the ground as bullets filled the spot he had so recently occupied, hugging the ground as scuffling was heard behind him. He heard a sharp crack of wood striking bone, and then the sound of a body hitting the ground. "It's McNair," Hermione cried in recognition. Harry got up and looked back to see the man lying on the ground, wearing an Irish Army uniform. He took a deep breath, and the smell hit him. He looked down at the source of the smell and found it in a brown clump sticking to his jacket. Others backed away as the odor reached them. Then the first person started to laugh. "It was from one of the guard dogs we used," the escort said in apology. "We thought we had cleaned up after all of them." The apology ended there when the escort could not control his laughter anymore. Harry was forced to take his jacket off in the cold, cursing. Now he knew why Draco had laughed when he told Harry how to save himself. Frodo Baggins was incensed. An entire day had been wasted. No one wanted to let them go anywhere until they understood what was going on. To make matters worse, they claimed that all their monitoring sites for on the Vatnajökull ice cap were accounted for, even though their records showed one more than they said they had. Frodo made up his mind, and asked for food. Then he suggested some boxes or cans of food, to save them trouble. As hobbits will eat a great deal when there is nothing else to do. When lunch was delivered, with the packaged goods, Frodo told Harry they needed to walk the horses. Harry understood immediately, and went to grab his new jacket, compliments of the government of Iceland. Hermione and Faramir also dressed in their bulky jackets, as Harry explained to the guards what they had to do, saying it would only take an hour or so. As they left with their guards, no one noticed that the box of packaged goods was almost empty. The group saddled their horses, and rode them out of the stable and around the small parade field. Then Faramir broke his horse into a run, and had it leap a small fence, into the roadway. "I wish he'd stop playing," Frodo said in an irritated voice. Faramir wheeled Grand around, and jumped the fence again. He raced across the field, and jumped the fence on the other side, and kept going. "Stay here," Hermione ordered, "I'm going after him." She gave Dineth the command, and the horse raced after the young hobbit. "This is ridiculous," Harry said. He turned to the confused soldiers and said, "Follow us." Then he and Frodo raced after the other two. They lost the soldiers almost at once, and caught up with Hermione and Faramir. The four raced off before anyone could stop them, and headed east. The horses raced through the Shohei long cold night, until dawn found them on the ice cap, closing in on the camp they were looking for. Ron walked back through the cavern to the mouth of the cave. Will asked where the snowmobile was that he had used. Ron said it ran fine when he lowered the ground wheels, but he hit an upturned rock, and broke the fuel line. He came back to get the tool kit, and would walk back through the cave to fix it after he ate. "I wouldn't get more than a mile if I tried riding it back," he explained. "I've been looking out and around the camp," Will said. "You might want to look at this." Ron picked up the binoculars and looked where Will was pointing. 4 figures on horseback were riding toward the camp. Ron recognized Harry and Hermione at once. He didn't even bother thinking about how they had horses. "They're heading into a trap," Ron said. "What do we do?" "You wait here," Will said. "I get to play hero, and Ron, remember what is at stake here. Don't come after me unless you have to." Will took the remaining snowmobile, pushed it onto the ice, and raced it toward the group of horsemen. Movement quickly became visible at the monitoring station, as his trail was noticed. The horsemen noticed his trail as well, and turned toward him. Will reached the fore, just as men on brooms began to appear. "Follow the trail," he shouted. "Ron is waiting." That was enough. Harry and Hermione led the race to the cave entrance, followed closely by the 2 hobbits. Will tried to turn the snowmobile around but did not have enough time. He jumped just as a green glow struck, and caused the snowmobile to explode. Instead of being killed instantly, he was knocked unconscious, and left to die on the ice. They reached the cave, and Ron shouted to them, "This way, quick, we have a 3-mile run if you're up to it." No greetings were made. The four dismounted, and chased the horses off. They all followed Ron as he led the race down the tunnel, following the bright light of his wand. One of the pursuers had the right idea of flying down the cave tunnel. Harry cast a simple spell, which the Death Eater avoided, only to hit the side of the cave. He rolled for a good distance before he stopped. The group ran almost 2 miles before Ron called for them to stop. "Wait," said Ron, breathing hard, "no one is following." As they stopped, Hermione asked, "Ron, isn't that a good thing?" "No, it isn't," Ron said, "they were flying. That means they have 2 ways of getting to the end of this path. I bet they're already there, at the end, waiting for us. They're probably following us, too, but not that fast. They know they have us trapped. We have to do something," Frodo said. "They are coming, and faster than you thought." He pointed to lights that appeared behind them, getting closer. They began to walk forward when a stray curse was shot through the cave. It missed but caused a small cave-in. Harry picked himself up, and started calling out names. Everyone answered but Frodo. They found him under a large rock. He was breathing, but that was about it. "I have a plan," Harry said. "I can get us out of this." He went down to grab the ring, but Hermione stopped him. "What plan, Harry?" she asked, cautiously. "Don't you trust me, Hermione?" Harry asked, challenging her, "or do you want the ring for your own purposes?" "What's your plan, Harry?" Ron said, "You know I'm behind you." Harry breathed a sigh of relief when his friend said that. "It's simple, Ron. We use the power of the ring to get through these people. Once we're done we can destroy it easily. I know I can control it, Ron. We might even have enough time to find Voldemort, and destroy him as well." Hermione saw Harry drawing his wand and became afraid. Faramir noticed as well and reached for his dagger. Ron looked at Hermione, ignoring Harry, and said, "He's right. You know, we have no other way to get to the cracks of doom. Now, Hermione, don't do anything. I'm going to take the chain from Frodo's neck and give it to Harry." Ron stooped over the hobbit and removed the chain with the ring attached. He then stood up, spun around, and hit Harry squarely in the jaw. Turning to Hermione, he said, "When he wakes up, tell him it's called a sucker punch. I'll be back as soon as I can." Hermione stared in disbelief. "Ron, what are you doing?" "I'm trying to save us all. I figure you're the best wizard here. You have the best chance of holding them off." He smiled, and added, "If you want, you can make a run for it, and I'll try and hold them off." Hermione hesitated until she remembered what Draco had said. He who would wear the ring must be betrayed. It wasn't Voldemort. It was Harry. She understood all of it. It was Harry all the time. The ring wanted Harry, not Voldemort. But Harry had been betrayed by his best friend. Hermione shook her head telling Ron to go ahead, and Faramir wished him good luck. Ron ran down the tunnel as Hermione and Faramir waited behind the rock pile, wand and dagger ready. He could see the enemy approaching very slowly. Then a figure walked through the men and approached them. "Why, good morning, Miss Granger," Voldemort said, with calloused ease. "It is good to see you on your feet again." Ron ran down the cave tunnel, keeping his eyes open for any danger. He had passed the snowmobile, abandoned earlier, and was almost to the last turn. He rounded the last corner, and saw Lucius Malfoy standing on the overhanging rock. "It would be a Weasley," he said with a sneer. "You were never smart enough to stay out of things you don't understand. And you want the ring for yourself," Ron sneered back. "I do not need that ring," Lucius said, stepping forward. He held up his hand for Ron to see, and said, "I already have a ring. The ring you have is for my master, and my men will take it from you." Ron turned and ran, as a terrible thought hit him. There was only one ring, but there were lesser rings. In a matter of seconds, Ron made the connection. Lucius Malfoy was wearing one of the 9 rings for men. The one that had been worn by the chief of the Nazgul, who perished at Minas Tirith. In that instant, Ron also understood that he could not fight an unseen enemy. He then did the one thing he knew he shouldn't do. He put the ring on his finger. At once, Ron saw the 8 figures as they approached. He jumped on the abandoned snowmobile, hoping against hope. The snowmobile started up, and Ron hit it into gear. It raced forward, catching the Nazgul by surprise. In a second he had passed them and rounded the curve, almost running down Lucius Malfoy. It had been too easy. The Dark Lord ignored Hermione's wand, and looked at the 2 figures on the ground, "Oh, there is my poor useless hobbit. He has lost his ring again. And poor Harry has broken his glasses. How sad." He turned and smiled at Hermione. "Should I just kill you now or have sport with you first? Why don't we do this? We will wait for a while, and whoever wears that precious ring will decide." Suddenly, Voldemort let out a yell, and fell to his knees. "No, master," he shouted, I need you still." He then fell forward, making it 3 unconscious bodies lying in front of Hermione. As she watched, a form, like a darkly burning figure, rose out of his body. It let out a shriek that was felt but not heard, and dissipated into the air. Hermione looked at the half-dozen figures in front of her. 2 approached slowly, wands drawn. They grabbed their master, and carried him away. When she was sure they were safe, Hermione asked Faramir to wait, and she ran down the tunnel after Ron. She came to the overhang over the volcano, but found nothing. She walked back, and revived Harry. She then tried to heal Frodo as much as she knew how, and the 3 carried him out of the cave. Ron tore the ring off his finger and jammed it onto the brake handle. As the snowmobile reached the edge, he realized his mistake. The ring was powerful, but he could control it, and do great things. He would be justly feared and worshipped by everyone. But the snowmobile was already falling over the edge, and he had jammed the ring all. He got the ring loose, but it fell from his hand, falling to the fiery pit below. He fell after it, but could do nothing, and vowed to follow it to its destruction. Hot daggers pierced his shoulders, and Ron was suddenly jerked upward. As he let out a scream and passed out, he would have sworn he heard Charlie's voice calling out, "Fly high, Norbert." "Ron, wake up," he heard someone call. He opened his eyes and saw Hermione standing over him. He smiled up at her, and said, "I love you." Hermione blushed, and then blushed again when Faramir said, "My lady, you should kiss him. Then this story will have a proper ending." Charlie Weasley grinned as Hermione bent down to kiss his brother. "Maybe I should leave," he said. "Charlie," Ron said, when he had the chance. "I thought I heard you, at the end." "You did, little brother," Charlie said, "but it almost didn't happen. You don't know how close it all was. You have scars, by the way, compliments of Norbert." Ron stared at his brother in surprise, but refused to ask any questions. Then Hermione said, "He's famous, Ron. Did you know that?" "It's true, Ron," Charlie said, "I'll show you the Daily Prophet. I'm the headline as the savior of the ringbearer." "I've got to hear this," Ron said. "How did you save Frodo?" "He didn't," Hermione said, "he saved you. Everyone know that you were the one who carried the ring to its destruction." She laughed, adding, "You are the hero of the day." "What? For almost killing myself. What about everyone else? We're famous, too," Faramir said, speaking up for the first time, "but mostly for knowing you. And Harry told me to tell you this." A reporter asked him what it was like being your friend. Ron laughed at the irony of it all. He had done almost nothing, and now everyone knew his name. "I'll have to ask Harry how to handle all of this fame." As Ron dressed and prepared to face the reporters, he thought about what Hermione had told him. He was the most famous person in the world, at least for this week, but people looked at him as a legend and not as a real person. He stepped out of his hospital room, and was escorted to the interview room, which was crowded with reporters. The questions were simple. One of the first was if he wore the ring. Ron didn't think but said yes, then went on to explain that it was the only way he could see the Nazgul. For a brief moment, the room went silent, at this piece of news that no one had known about. Then it became a feeding frenzy as everyone tried to ask questions at once. Ron was surprised at how calm he felt. It was easier dealing with all of these reporters than with one of Snape's classes. He answered every question, except one. Someone showed him a picture, taken that morning, of Hermione bending over to kiss him while he was in the hospital bed. The reporter asked if they were going to get married. Ron smiled at the thought, but said nothing. He wasn't sure, but he thought the reporter preferred getting no answer. It was Saturday night, on the 16th of January. And Ron was waiting outside the Great Hall in brand new dress robes. He gasped as Hermione walked down the staircase to meet him. In his eyes, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He led her into the hall for the celebration ball, and never noticed the applause as they entered. The music began to play, and they danced for the first time. Faramir returned to the mark as a hero. He felt pride, because he had held up his family honor, but the truth was that he was happier to receive the private hugs of his family than all of the public praise thrown at him. He looked for, and found, Uncle Jellicoe joyfully talking with his distant Brandybuck cousins. The sad part of his return came when he spotted Eveline. She was walking hand in hand with another hobbit. She came by, politely commenting on his big adventures, adding that her new boyfriend was the sensible type. Faramir tried to be polite, but began to shake in anger because her rude attitude. Eveline showed her true colors by giving a small laugh and asking, "What are you nervous about? And who is this?" A familiar voice said behind him, "Is she your girlfriend?" "She was," Faramir said with an unsteady voice, turning to face Fedelia. "She was introducing me to her new boyfriend." Fedelia took Faramir's arm possessively, and said, "Aren't you going to introduce me, Far?" Eveline glared at Fedelia for ruining her chance to put down the famous Faramir took, and dragged her new boyfriend away before another word could be spoken. "Thank you," Faramir said, "I owe you one." Fedelia looked down at him and smiled. Then she frowned and said, "Faramir, I think you've grown taller." Frodo had returned to the Mark to decide what to do with his life. His memories of his old life now seemed unreal, and he had few from his current life. As he called it, as he thought, the girl he had danced with, at 35 the youngest of the Took's daughters, came and sat next to him. "Do you always waste time like this?" she asked. "I couldn't think of anything to do," Frodo said, looking up at the familiar face. As he looked at her face, he thought of something he could do. It was called courting. He did that for almost a year. Then he did something else. It was called marriage. Kyle Stillwell was enthralled by magic. When he found out about his sister's boyfriend, Dennis, he thought about nothing else. It was everything he had always wanted. He asked his grandfather about the chances of his being a wizard. He asked Dennis and Colin. Once, when he was invited with Jennifer to watch a game of Quidditch, he asked the old man who ran the school. What he didn't know was that when he returned home his memory of magic would be erased. The Ministry of Magic decided that was something he and his family had no need to know about. While Kyle watched the game, Albus talked to his grandfather. They talked for a good while afterward, and the two old men agreed. As planned, Albus met Kyle at the entrance to the Great Hall and asked to speak to him privately. He led the boy, now 9, into a small room where his grandfather and 3 elves were waiting for him. Albus told the boy that the elves were going to examine him to see if he had any magical ability. Kyle turned in surprise to his grandfather, who smiled in reassurance. As Kyle stood there, one elf knelt before him and took the boy's hands into his own. The other 2 elves stood on either side of him, and placed their hands on his head and his shoulders. He watched the elf in front of him, and saw his hands begin to glow. Then he noticed that his own hands were glowing as well. All too soon, the glowing stopped, and the elves let go of him. One of the elves went to a table and picked up one of several wands. "This is most suited to him. If he can perform magic, this one will tell us." The elf showed the boy how to move his hand to make the shining stream of stars appear. Kyle tried it, and looked sad as only a few sparks appeared. "Try it again," the elf said. "But relax your hand, and think of what colors you would like the stars to be." Kyle tried again, and managed a small sputtering noise and a few gold stars. He frowned at the thought that he couldn't do the spell. The elf noticed this and said, "He isn't very good, Albus. If he is to be a wizard, you will have to teach this one." Kyle reacted like he had just been told it was going to be Christmas every day for the rest of his life. He promised Dumbledore vigorously that he would work hard if he was allowed to go to the school. Albus promised to consider it, and told him that, in the meantime, he should not talk about what had happened. Kyle kept that promise for almost 5 minutes. He was sent back to the Great Hall for dinner when he ran into one of the teachers and shouted, "I'm going to be a wizard." "Oh, be still, my beating heart. What wonderful news," Professor Snape said in one of his most sarcastic tones, but the boy had already left. Albus thanked the boy's grandfather for letting them test their theory. After all, the elves had the means to remove the magical abbot. Seemed reasonable that it could be given to another person. Aaron looked at Dumbledore and told him that he did not care so much about magic. He did it because he did not want his grandson to lose any of his memories. "In the end, that is all we have," After Aaron left to join his family, Albus went to another room and unlocked the door. "Lucius Malfoy," he called out, "you are free to go." "What do you mean, free?" Lucius Malfoy said in disgust. "I mean exactly that," Albus said, "despite your efforts. You never did manage to kill anyone. Therefore, the ministry decided that you should only be stripped of your power, and released." "Will you give me my wand?" Lucius asked. "If you like, but it will be useless to you now. As I have said, you have been stripped of all of your power. You can no longer perform magic." Lucius had the look of total defeat as he was led from the school. He would live the rest of his life as a muggle. Frodo paid a visit to the school, and made it a point to talk to Harry. "Hermione told me about those last few minutes," he said. Harry slumped in his chair, saying, "Then you know that I failed. I tried to take the ring." Frodo smiled at his friend. "I seem to remember doing something like that myself. The ring had the power to corrupt even the most honest person. Be thankful you had a trusted friend to save you from yourself." Harry nodded at the thought, but added, "I should be thankful that Ron was stronger than I was." Ron walked over from where he had been standing and listening, and said, "No, Harry, I wasn't stronger, only slower. In the end, I tried to keep the ring as well, but I was too late." Frodo smiled and said, "I don't know about you, but I feel better. It helps to know that I was not the only one to falter." Harry and Ron could only agree. William Oakley looked out of the window, as the rain softly fell. It made a comforting sound. As he tried to organize his thoughts, he and Mary would be visiting Dennis later today, for a special occasion. They would visit the judge for one last meeting, to finalize the adoption. It made everything that had happened seem unreal. He wiped his eyes, and went to get ready. His son would be waiting. Mr. Ollivander smiled as the door opened to his shop to find himself looking at an odd group of people. The oddest thing was that he recognized all of them. He excused himself and walked around them to the door, locked it, and turned the sign to say, "Closed." Quote, "I supposed I should go through the formalities and ask if there is anything I can help you with," he said to the group. He knew Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. He knew Ginny Weasley, as well. But there was something different about her, and something familiar as well. He greeted them, then turned to Galdor and said, "Hello, old friend, I have not seen you for a very long time." "Not since the funeral of your father," Galdor said. "His father?" asked Hermione, the fourth member of the group. "Yes, Miss Granger," said the wand seller. "It appears I am more than I claim to be." His face became sad, as he thought of what to say. "Perhaps I should introduce myself, by my name. That should be sufficient to clear the air. I am Pendarian Telcontar, the youngest child of Aragorn, King Elisar. I believe you have heard of him." "Wait," said Hermione, "I read the books, and I remember that Aragorn only had one son. It was clearly said that the rest of his children were daughters." "His name was removed from the list of heirs," Galdor said. "He chose to follow the path of his grandfather, and refused his inheritance, in the best interest of Gondor." "How curious," Albus said. "Your grandfather was Elrond, if I remember." Mr. Ollivander smiled and said, "That is not quite right. My grandfather is Elrond, who still lives in the Undying Lands to the west. But that is not why you are here. If you will follow me, I will show you the answer to the question you have not asked." The wand seller led then to the back of his shop, and opened a heavy door with a key. He led the way down a short corridor, and opened another door to his arboretum. "This is why I called myself Ollivander. It is a play on words, Lelf onder. It would literally translate as, of tree staying with. Only someone who knew the Elven language would understand, but until today no elf has ever approached me. Galdor, I feared that you had all left. But enough of this. Come and see what I have done." He stood aside and ushered them through the door. All of them gaped at what they saw. "Is that what I think it is?" asked Hermione. "It is," said Galdor as he gazed in wonder at the golden leaves. They stood and looked at a small park filled with malorn trees. "I went to Lorien in the early days of my search," Ollivander said. "The trees were failing because of the lack of care. I gathered as many seeds as I could carry, and hid them away, until I found a safe place from the encroachment of men. I also saved the seed from another tree." He led the way along a well-traveled path, and led then to the clearing in the center. It was a white tree. Galdor showed the least surprise. After all, Ollivander was a play on words, meaning stay with the tree, not trees. They stayed in the park for a long time, savoring the aroma of the trees. And asking the half-elven prince, now wand seller, many questions. Ollivander said little of his wanderings, but did mention that this was not the first place of trees he had made. Whenever he needed to abandon one grove, he always had more than he needed, to plant another. More? Asked Galdor and Albus at the same time. I will show you, Ollivander said, and pulled out his wand. He called out, Accio, Accio, and 2 boxes flew to land on the ground where he sat. He gave 1 box to Dumbledore, and 1 to the elf. Inside each box was a seed. Never be. 4 has more than one of the white trees lived at the same time. Even I never chanced to do that, but I did learn to harvest the seeds. Now is the time to see how they grow. It chanced that Ollivander was asked if he knew anything about the origins of the house elves, or the lost children as they were now commonly called. He said he did not, but that Radagast did. He added that, for some unknown reason, Radagast had been forbidden to tell. It was to remain a mystery. Peter Pettigrew stared at his master. Only by luck had he managed to spirit him away, but Lord Voldemort remained in a coma. No magic that had been tried had been able to awaken him. The Death Eaters had deserted, and left him to care for the body on his own. He cried in despair. He had no friends to turn to, and he was now powerless. He had tied his fortune to his master, and, for all his efforts, was left with nothing. Grilchek sat at his desk making marks in the ledger. His arm tired easily, but it was getting stronger as it continued its slow healing. He looked up as the bank managers approached him. Rothchak is dead, the senior manager told him. He died by his own hand rather than serve his master any longer. It was the nature of goblins that they must serve a master, and the master was always impressed upon the goblin when he is first seated in the pit. Since the fall of Sauron, every goblin has had Radagast as their master. And he was a master who had never made any demand on any goblin. The senior manager saw the question in the young clerk's face and said, Rothchak did not serve Iwendell, but the Lord Voldemort. He rebelled against such a cruel master rather than continue to betray us to the dark. I thank you for telling me this news, Grilchek said, but why do you come to me as a group? We have to replace him. The senior manager told him, and we have chosen you as the new chairman of the board for the bank. Grilchek was at a loss for words. But why do you choose me? I am only 12 years out of the pits. I should be the least likely candidate. The head accountant stepped forward, and said, it is because of who your master is that we chose you. The world is changing, and it is you who will lead the new generation. The chief auditor spoke up, when you were not named as your master. You should know this, now. He asked us, for many years, to make one like you, and we only did so with you. Grilchek stood up and looked hard at the goblins before him, and saw that each of them was afraid. Who is my master, then? Who do I serve? Yourself, the chief auditor said, we named you as your own master. And you have proven yourself better than any of us. Do you accept the position? The senior manager asked. Grilchek could only nod his head. Narcissa smiled as the judge ruled in her favor. Her divorce was final. She was a free woman. The second ruling made her truly happy. All of her ex-husband's property and money were awarded to her as compensation. She did not even have to share it with that useless rodent of a son that had been forced on her. She smiled again, as the wizard escorted her from the courtroom. He was an ambitious man in the government, and would be a good catch. He saw her money and influence, and thought the same about her. They would wait a proper length of time before they married, and she would make it a point to have a proper child this time, perhaps a daughter. Draco smiled as he looked at his possible futures. The dwarves were discussing their plans with the elves, but they would accept his offer. No one would object. Becca. None of the profits would come directly to him. He could guarantee that the fishing boats would consistently have the hauls of fish to fill the demand, and money would flow into the village. If the future shaped itself the right way, he had only one more thing to do. It would take time, he thought with a mischievous grin, but he would even the score with Harry Potter. Draco laughed to himself, as he saw how Potter would react to what he would do. The elves tried to dissuade the dwarves from dealing with Draco Malfoy, as he had seen, but the dwarves demurred. Draco had offered to tell them where Khazad-dûm was. At a reasonable fee, to be paid after they were satisfied. This smelled of honesty, as did the offer to supply them with fresh seafood. They would make the deal, but keep their eyes open. It was Ginny who persuaded the elves to wait. She said that Draco could do nothing without their finding out about it. They already had many close ties with men in the fishing village, and could watch him easily. His plans are deep, and we must be ready when they surface. He can only work by guile, and we can be crafty as well. We will keep close to him and watch him. The elves agreed, and many saw the wisdom and influence of Galdor in this. He had found an excellent partner in the changeling girl. Harry looked down at the table, as Cho tried to explain, but her first words hit him hard. I like you, Harry, but... Quote, there was nothing else to say, and he did expect it, but it still hurt. They would always be friends, but never anything more than that. He thanked her for her honesty, and told her that he agreed. It was only a small lie, but he could not think of anything else to say. He left the great hall thinking how perfectly things had been arranged. Now he had double potions to go to. The Minister of Magic called Sirius Black into his office to give him the good news. He had been officially found innocent of all charges against him, and his record was cleared. It was only a formality, and expected. But it had to be noted. As Sirius was handed the official papers, he found an additional letter. Are you sure about this? He asked the minister. To be honest, I am not, the minister admitted. But that is politics for you. The Prime Minister needs to build up his support with other governments, and you are a political plum. You are a wronged man who never gave up his faith in the government. That plays very well in certain circles. Then this is a real offer. Of course it is. You are now the Deputy Minister in charge of external relations. Even I have to admit it is a wise choice. You are friendly with the Weasley family, and Harry Potter is your godson. That gives you a personal connection with the elves and hobbits, two of the groups you will have to deal with. Through them you also have connections to almost every intelligent race we know about. That makes you a valuable person. The new deputy minister left the office shaking his head. He would never be good at politics. But he now had an interesting job. It would involve a great deal of travel, but to some very interesting places. He found himself whistling as he walked down the hallway. He hadn't done that since James died. It was the end of term, and a farewell party was planned. The school was moved back to its original location, and the students would take the Hogwarts Express back to London. Harry said his goodbyes at King's Cross Station, and headed to the Leaky Cauldron. He would rent a room for the summer, and work for Fred and George at their joke shop. For once, he would not have to deal with the Dursleys. He walked in the Leaky Cauldron to find his godfather waiting for him. Harry, I've talked to Fred and George, and they've agreed not to hire you, Sirius said. And began to laugh when Harry made a face. I'm sorry, Harry. You looked exactly like your father did, whenever I told him I had a new plan. Sirius, Harry said with a laugh of his own, do I at least have my room here? Not if I can help it, Sirius said. Harry, I know you've heard about my new job, and I need an assistant for the summer, for a Goodwill tour. Are you interested? Where are you going? First, we are spending 2 weeks at the Grey Havens to discuss various projects dealing with trade and education. Then we go to the excavation site of Khazad-dûm. All I could think of was that it was going to be a wonderful summer. It was beautiful, a perfect mid-September day. The Hogwarts grounds had been prepared for the return of 2 recent graduates to celebrate their wedding. A platform stood beneath the white tree planted on the hillock overlooking the lake. With the aid and skill of the elves, it had grown in the past 15 months as though it had been planted a lifetime ago. A flower-lined path had been made, and guests of every description filled either side. Dignitaries, foreign and domestic, had seats near the front, except for the centaurs who stood to one side near the platform. Bren, as leader of the council, led the delegation of the centaurs. Dwarin led the delegation of dwarves. Pergreen Boffin, field marshal of the Mark, led the delegation of hobbits. Jellicoe Brandybuck shared this honor, on behalf of the Shire. Peregrine Took, Thane of the Mark, had a special seat in the front row. The Lady Elvellyn had asked his wife to be her maid of honor. Hobbits came in droves and formed a large group behind everyone. Many had come uninvited, asking only for a place to watch. They even brought their own food, so as not to interfere with the invited guests. Hundreds had come to watch their lady, on this special day. In gratitude for their coming, every effort was made to accommodate them. When someone objected, Hermione told him to be grateful the entire mark had not come. Dwarves as well came uninvited, and joined with the hobbits. It was a rare chance to show respect to the lady, who had risked her life to save the son and heir of their lord. They asked only to watch, but were also told to stay for the celebration. The elves were there in abundance, as well. All were invited, and many who came made it a point to help in the preparations. The lost children of the elves appeared as special guests of the bride and groom, and were intermixed with the adults who were scattered through the crowds. As this took place on school grounds, the students were in attendance as well, sitting in orderly rows on raised stands set to one side. Among them was a first-year Hufflepuff by the name of Kyle Stillwell, who stared in awe at the sights before him. 2 students were not in the ranks. Ginny Weasley would be in the wedding procession as a bridesmaid, escorted by Galdor, who was one of the ushers. Dennis Oakley, née Cr. Evie, had the privilege of escorting a young hobbit by the Buck. Frodo Baggins would escort his mother-in-law, Eleanor Took. Other ushers and bridesmaids followed, representing every intelligent race. Several were men and women of important countries. The exception was the race of goblins, who declined any role in the wedding party. Grilchek, the chairman of Gringotts, felt it inappropriate, but gave the wedding rings. Made of mithril silver, and delicately carved by elven hands. Ron Weasley stood on the platform, trying not to be nervous. His mother was already crying, and the wedding had not even started. Mrs. Granger was crying as well, so he let it pass. He smiled at his brothers, including David the Slytherin Weasley, and then looked over at his best man. He wondered how Harry could remain so calm at a time like this. Behind him, Albus Dumbledore, who would preside over the ceremony, gave the signal, and music began to play. The thousands of guests became silent. The elf child Henwin, once called Winky, led the procession, tossing rose petals on the path before her as she walked. Behind her, holding 2 rings on a velvet cushion, was Coriander Took, the same hobbit who ran WITH the message to the Took that day nearly 2 years before. The bridesmaids and ushers followed, and then came Faramir Took, in his role as the protector of the lady, his sword polished and hanging at his side. Lastly came the bride, escorted by the proudest man in the world, her father. At the edge of the platform, Mr. Granger handed his daughter to Ron, and took his seat. Ron escorted her before Albus Dumbledore. And then everything became a dream. He never remembered anything that had been said that day. All he could think of was that he was standing next to the woman he loved, and that she loved him. He said the words and put on the ring, but only remembered lifting the veil and kissing his wife. Hermione remembered everything. She could recite every word Albus spoke about honor and love. But she remembered the vows most of all. He had done the unusual, and asked her first, grinning at her embarrassment as he gave every title. Do you, Dame Hermione Granger, Lady Elvelyn, Warder of the Mark, Knight of the British Empire, Warrior of the Halls of Stone, and true friend, take this man to be your husband? Hermione answered, I do. Then Albus turned to the groom and said, Do you, Ronald Weasley, ringbearer, take this woman to be your wife? In the pause before Ron answered, Hermione heard the entire crowd hold its breath. That one word, ringbearer, said more to everyone present than all of her titles. Then Ron said, I do, and everyone cheered. Hermione could only see Dumbledore mouth the final words of the ceremony, as she and Ron exchanged rings. Long after he kissed her, Hermione could still only hear the roar, as 3,000 and more voices shouted as loud as they could. The wedding celebration lasted into the night, even though the bride and groom left as early as they could. No one could blame them. Eventually, the end came as the last few revelers could not keep awake. In the early dawn, a very tired Harry Potter sat next to an exhausted Frodo Baggins. They each had before them a pint of beer. I don't need any hair of the dog, Harry said, I learned my lesson from the last time. All the better, said Frodo, but I did want to drink a parting glass. I do not know when we shall have the chance to meet again. I will be a father before long, and I will not be able to travel much. They toasted each other, and the bride and the groom. They would meet again on another wedding day. Sirius Black looked at the couple sitting before him, and started to explain himself. It isn't me asking this, but the ministry itself. I'm only the messenger. Ron and Hermione smiled at each other, and then Ron told Sirius that they had no difficulties with paying his sister a visit. They would be free to go at any time. That is Hermione's job, after all. To make goodwill visits for the ministry. There is more, Sirius told them, the elves have a close relationship with a nearby fishing village, and we would like you to visit there as well. We are doing this in cooperation with the Irish government. Hermione spoke this time. That was a strange thing to say, Sirius. Why are we visiting the village? Draco Malfoy, Sirius said, he lives there. We want you to find out what he is doing. He has had some secret plan he has been developing for years, and we need to get some idea of what it is. He'll know we're coming, Hermione told him. Not necessarily, Sirius said. He knows all the possible futures. He only knows you may come. Curiosity was the main reason they agreed. No one had any direct contact with Malfoy in over 7 years. Both of them wanted to know what happened to him. Ginny greeted her brother warmly, and her sister-in-law. After she graduated from Hogwarts, she returned to the Grey Havens, and her husband, Galdor. Molly had her way, and gave them the perfect wedding. She told them all that she knew of Draco, but there was not much that was of help. Draco made his living as a fisherman, going out on one ship or another. He was using his talent to point out the best places, and the boats always came back full. Draco had made the original trade agreement with the dwarves, which began to transform the village into a small town. And a unique town at that. There was the quiet part, which looked like a quaint village, but there was the secret part, hidden by magic. This is where the fishermen, and Draco, lived. Dwarves lived there also, as did other races. Gringotts had recently opened a branch office, as well. Draco Malfoy was known to be married, but many people didn't speak about him. They tended to change the subject whenever it was brought up. This was not out of fear of him, but for fear that they might give out their big secret. He was thought to have 2 children, because he has been referred to as a good family man. Also, people have mentioned his child looking just like his father, and her mother. Efforts to talk to Draco Malfoy directly ended quickly but politely. He would always have something he had to do. And others nearby that he had to do it with. Hermione and Ron pondered what they had been told, but they found it very confusing. Ron said it was as though Malfoy was deliberately trying to make people suspicious. They made their plans to sail into town the next day with one of the elven ships. Not far away, in the town of Dingle, Harry Potter was sitting in his hotel room. He had made a successful living as a consultant for businesses in the wizarding world who wanted to do business in the Muggle world as well. He had received a consulting job from Gringotts to examine the surroundings of their new branch office near the Grey Havens, and Harry was traveling Muggle style to get a feel for the neighborhood. As had become his style, when he traveled this way, he would drive a car. Then stop at a random hotel or inn, but this time, there was a message waiting for him. It was from Draco Malfoy. It was a short note. It told him where in the village to find the information hut. He was told to ask for Draco at 11:03 a.m. and he would be given directions. The last line was, "You need to come, your future depends on it." He slept fitfully that night and drove to the village after breakfast. He found a place to park and walked along the picturesque dock toward the booth labeled information. As he neared the booth, a middle-aged woman asked if she could help. Harry looked at his watch. And the lady said, "Are you waiting for 11:03? "Yes, I am," Harry answered in surprise. "I thought it was you, Mr. Potter. I've seen your picture in the Daily Prophet." Then she laughed. "Here I am, sounding like the tourists. You don't want to hear that. Mr. Malfoy's at the Drowning Fish, just down Private Road on your right." Harry thanked the woman, and gave her his autograph. He walked to Private Road, which looked like it was a brick wall instead of a street, but he was used to such magical tricks from his years at Hogwarts. Harry walked through the sparse tourist crowd, a young Quotes weekend shoppers looking in the antique shops, and a young boy, 7 or 8, leaning against a post rather than be dragged through the boring shops. He walked through the wall and down the road to find an instant change. It was still the shopping weekend attitude, but the shoppers were larger in number and different as well. The first shop he passed sold cutlery and a young couple was coming out. But they were dwarves. Children played along the docks, but Harry had to look close. In one group, of 5 boys, there were 2 human boys, 2 dwarven boys, and a hobbit. This is not an ordinary town, Harry thought, as he stepped into the Drowning Fish pub. He looked around the crowded tap room as a young lady came up to him. "Good day, sir," she said, then added, "You're a handsome young lad. What would your name be?" Harry looked over to see the boy who had been leaning against the post. The boy smiled at the hostess and said with a smile, "I'm Harry Potter, ma'am." "You're Harry Potter," the waitress said in mock surprise. The boy pushed his brown hair out of his eyes and grinned, "Well, it is Harold Potter Jr., but I prefer Harry." "Then Harry it is," the lady said. Then turned to Harry saying, "That is quite a boy you have there." Harry Potter was not very happy. This was the most boring thing to happen yet. He had to sit in the boring car as they drove down the boring road to this boring town. Now his mom wanted to shop in the most boring shop she could find. He refused to go in and leaned back against the post in total disgust, at least as much disgust as a 7-year-old boy could manage. He pushed his hair out of his eyes, and looked at the dock. "How can they make boats look so boring?" he said to himself, just as a man walked past him. Harry turned to look at the man. He wasn't walking down the street but straight at an old brick wall. The boy grinned at what he thought was about to happen, but his jaw dropped when the man walked through the wall. Harry immediately turned to follow. When he put his hand out, and it passed through the brick, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. The world changed, and boring was gone completely. He almost bumped into a couple of dwarves, and excused himself. He had seen dwarves before but they were never so stocky. Looking ahead, he saw the man staring at the docks. Harry looked over as well, and saw the same group of children. "It's a fairy tale land," he said, and a big grin crossed his face. The man turned into a pub, and Harry saw the name. It was the same name as the place they were supposed to have lunch. He decided to make sure, then run back and get his mom. He went in and found himself standing next to the same man, when the hostess came up. "Good day, sir," she said, then looked at him. "You're a handsome young lad. What would your name be?" The boy looked up at the hostess and said with a smile, "I'm Harry Potter, ma'am." "You're Harry Potter," the waitress said in mock surprise. The boy pushed his brown hair out of his eyes and grinned, "Well, it is Harold Potter Jr., but I prefer Harry." "Then Harry it is," the lady said, then turned to the man saying, "That is quite a boy you have there." "He isn't my son," the man said. "I'm sorry," the hostess said, when he said he was Harry Potter Jr. "I mean, I have a reservation for 2, under the name Potter." "That would be me and Mom," Harry said, interrupting the hostess. "Why did you think it was him?" The man looked down at Harry, and grinned, "Because my name is Harry Potter." Harry stared up in surprise at the black-haired man. I'd better get my mom," he said. He turned just as his mother came through the door, shouting, "Harold Everett Potter, Jr. What did I tell you about running off?" Harry Potter reached behind him and grabbed Harry Potter by the hand, asking, "Mister, can you help me?" "Who are you?" Harry's mom asked, her blue eyes glaring at the man. "I'm Harry Potter, Mrs. Potter," Harry said. "And there appears to be a misunderstanding. The misunderstanding is that a 7-year-old boy does not have enough sense to stay put. Now, who are you, really?" The lady glared at Harry. Then noticed his scar. "I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, I didn't recognize you without your glasses." Harry smiled and extended his free hand. "I wear contacts, now. And the name is Harold James Potter. I'm happy to meet you." "Camille Potter," Harry's mom said, and shook his hand. As the hostess led the 3 of them to a booth, Harry forgot about Draco for the moment. All he wanted to do was know more about this woman who had walked into his life. Hermione knocked on the door, but there was no answer. This was confusing. If this was the right address, then Malfoy lived in a house smaller than the Gryffindor common room. That couldn't be right. She tried once more, and a neighbor came out. "They're not in. They always go to the pub for brunch after Sunday Mass. You'll find them there." "The pub?" Ron asked. "Go to the corner and turn right, follow that to the docks and turn right again. You can't miss it," the woman said smiling, then asked Hermione, "Are you that married couple that are related to the elves?" Yes," Hermione said in surprise. I thought so, the woman said, smiling in triumph, and congratulations, dear. I know you'll be happy. Ron stared after the woman as she left. And asked, what was that last part about? I have no idea, Hermione said, knowing exactly what the lady had meant. They followed the directions and found themselves outside of the Drowning Fish pub. With misgivings, they went in. The hostess greeted them by name, saying that Draco was waiting for them. They walked by Harry without realizing it, and he was too busy talking to Camille to notice them. Draco was in the men's room at that time, trying not to laugh. The hostess led them to a large table with 8 chairs, 3 were empty, but one had a pint glass in front of it. Introductions were made as Sean McManus introduced his sister, Fiona Malfoy. Fiona laughed, saying that Ron's hair was redder than hers. She then introduced her oldest son by telling Cathal to behave. The 6-year-old refused, until his mother stared him down. Both Ron and Hermione were surprised when the 5-year-old daughter was introduced as Virginia. Fiona said that it must be a lucky name, but that Ron would know. Fiona then showed her pride as she held up the 3-year-old. I insisted Draco name her, since I named the first 2, she said to Hermione. He said to name her. Surprise, because she was. He chose Evelyn. He said it had something to do with you. Hermione blushed. I don't know if he told you, I am known as the Lady Elvelyn. The word means elf friend. Evelyn sounds very much like that. Evelyn, Cathal shouted in delight, you're named after an elf friend. The 3-year-old climbed over to Hermione to thank her, and ended up in her lap. Hermione was embarrassed and delighted by this. Fiona offered to take her back, but Hermione said things were fine. Fiona grinned at her, saying, then think of it as practice. What do you mean? Asked Ron. I haven't told him yet. Hermione told Fiona, enthralled at the little girl in her arms. Told me what? Ron asked. Deliberately ignoring him, Fiona asked, what month are you? Ron went pale as Hermione answered, only my 2nd. I wasn't sure until a week ago. Why didn't you tell me? Ron asked, trying to decide whether to be happy or angry. Because you would have refused to let me come, Hermione said. And I had to find out what was going on. And now you know, Fiona said. But I don't know why, Hermione said. We're back, a bearded man called as he neared the table, carrying a baby in his arms. He's all clean and ready for a nap, I think. Both Hermione and Ron were startled. It was Draco Malfoy, but he looked different from what they had expected. He still had blonde hair, a thick but well-groomed beard as well. He had filled out, and clearly did a great deal of outside work. The strangest thing was that he was smiling at them. Draco turned and said, would you like to get to know what it's like? Ron politely declined, saying he'd find out soon enough. The baby was passed to Fiona, who placed him in a stroller. Draco looked at Cathal, and said, if you can find a friend, you can play darts. But stay out of the way. The boy disappeared from the table. Draco pointed to Hermione, saying, she gets the tea, Ned. The man with the tray set the teapot and cup down, in front of Hermione. As well as a breakfast platter. Ron got the same breakfast, and a pint glass filled with a muddy-looking liquid. What is it? Ron asked. Guinness, Draco said, as he picked up his own pint, and drank. He sat his glass down, and turned to Ron. I owe you an apology, he said, you have no idea what is going on here. Just relax and you'll understand when you leave. Ned forward in a conspiratorial whisper and said, I'm playing a trick on Harry Potter, and he's about to find out. Ron was confused by the situation. This was Malfoy, the schemer, the most malicious boy at Hogwarts. President of the future Death Eaters Club. Yet he called Ron by his name, bought him a Guinness, and confided in him. What kind of trick? He asked suspiciously. The kind of trick Hermione played on you. So she could come here, Draco said, and have you thought of a name yet, if it's a boy? I only found out 2 minutes ago, Ron said, trying to be friendly, maybe Charlie, he saved my life. And if it's a girl? Molly, said Hermione after a short pause. Ron looked surprised and then nodded in agreement. Draco stared off into space and then said, she's going to love that name, and her grandmother. Draco, Sean yelled out, they didn't ask to know. Draco blushed and apologized, then smiled and asked, would I be giving anything away if I told you she was going to have red hair? Even Ron laughed, forgetting who Malfoy was for the moment. As they sat, their waitress told them that Mr. Malfoy was busy with friends and would talk with them when he could. Harry mentioned that Draco was an old friend. Camille said that she had received a letter from him, offering her a job, and paying her expenses for the interview. Harry Jr. said his mom should have done it over the phone. Then a blonde-haired boy walked by, stopping when he spotted Harry, and asked the boy if he wanted to play darts. Harry looked at his mom, who nodded, and said yes. "I'm Cathal," the boy said. And received, "I'm Harry," is the reply. "He looks familiar," Harry said to Camille as the two boys left. As in, "You've seen him before," or, "He reminds you of somebody." "He reminds me of Draco, the reason both of us are here." Quote. Camille looked at Harry, and then looked at her son, along the far wall, learning how to throw a dart. "What type of person is Draco Malfoy?" she asked. "I don't know," Harry said. "He was the worst kid I knew, but then he saved my life and embarrassed me in the process." "He's a wizard, then?" "Yes," Harry said with a sigh, "although why he is here, I don't know. His family is rich, and would refuse to degrade themselves by coming to a place like this." Camille smiled, and motioned toward the two boys, "Maybe it's to play darts." Harry laughed at that, and then asked a question of his own. "Where is Harry Potter, your husband?" "Harold Potter," Camille corrected. "He hated being called Harry. He died almost 4 years ago. Harry barely remembers him." Her voice failed for a moment. Then she added, "I married him because of you. In all my years at Beauxbatons, that was the main subject amongst us girls, especially after you began attending Hogwarts. I tried to get selected for the Tri-Wizard tournament, just to see what you were like. I was over my crush by then, but not my curiosity." Harry blushed as she admitted the crush, but she told that she also had crushes on Victor Krum and all of the members of the wizard band, Bad Warlocks. "Then I graduated, but I didn't want to stay in France with my mother. I was born in London, you know. I was wandering around, when I found myself at a summer party at a local college. I met one of the new teachers, who told me his name, your name. I talked with him, and fell in love with a muggle." "He was a muggle," Harry said in surprise. "How many wizards do you know named Harry Potter?" Camille said with a laugh. "Yes, he was a muggle, and I've lived as one for 8 years. I don't know if Harry has any magic in him. But I didn't want him to feel like an outcast in case he doesn't. I know how they treat squibs. You'll have to tell him something, now," Harry said, "but I could help you with that, if you want a job." "What kind of job?" she asked. "Consulting," he explained. "My company advises businesses in the wizarding community on how best to market their products in the muggle world. I am half teacher, and half ad man, and half dead from having to do all the big things myself." Harry smiled as he began to go into details. He had become a salesman, now, and was determined to get this woman to ask for the job. He told her how the difficult part of finding the right person was that he needed someone equally at home in either culture, and how she fit the bill. If she had good presentation skills, she would be a natural for the job. He was honest with her as well. If it didn't work out, she would be asked to leave, but if it did, she could find herself, in time, as a junior partner. Camille accepted, and Harry ordered lunch to celebrate. She would start the next day, working with him on the Gringotts job. Camille looked Harry in the eyes. "I don't know if I should tell you this, Harry. But when I married, I had to get married. I think you know what I mean." "I'm not the one to judge," Harry said. "I never had a family. As long as they loved me, I wouldn't care if my parents ever married. You've still got the job." Harry wondered why she had told him about that. It was a personal matter, but then they would be working close together for the near future. Camille probably thought it best not to have any surprises. Harry came back to the table when the food was served, and asked his mother a question. "Are the two of you going to get married?" "No," his mother answered. "I'm going to work for him." "Whatever gave you that idea?" "Cathal said his dad wanted to get the two of you together," the boy answered. Camille and Harry looked at each other, and Harry laughed. "It's a joke," he explained and told them about Draco and his abilities. "I'm in danger of losing clients because I can't give them enough of my time, and Draco promised to help me whenever I was in trouble." Camille smiled at the thought. She had been tricked into coming for a job, only to end up getting a job. "Did you clear everything up?" Draco said, walking up to the table. You know we did, Harry said, with a smile. And thank you, again. It's going to work out, Draco said with a smile, and when it comes time, you can rename the company Potter and Potter. Camille, he did tell you about the possible partnership, didn't he? Draco walked off laughing to himself, at his little joke. He is mad, Fiona said, when Draco excused himself. In a good way, though, Sean said, he has a curse. And he turned it into a blessing. I understand it, Ron said laughing. He turned to Hermione, I know Draco's secret plan. Listen, if you could have any future you wanted, what kind of future would you be happy with? I don't know, Hermione said. Ron made a gesture that included Fiona and Sean, the children, the friends who greeted Draco as he walked back to the table, and said, Draco does. He built a life where he would be happy. Hermione gazed at Evelyn, who had fallen asleep in her arms, and smiled at the thought. When Draco came back to the table, she asked, will they be getting married? Not for a while, Draco said, they need to get the business in order, first. Besides, Harry doesn't believe in marriage. He'll need constant suggestions to take the hint. Fiona smiled at her husband. And would that suggestion be his having to explain to everyone who Harry Potter, Jr., is? Draco, is that your plan? Hermione asked, to tell life, with a happy ending. Draco stared at Hermione, looking at her as hard as he could. As many happy endings as I can, he said. Thanks for watching. Wrote other Boo.